got named the first time, they didn't name it overnight. It was a couple of years or so in the process to do so. First, I'd like to do is ask Chief Gary Moore, our Chief Engineer, Gary Moore, to come up and speak. Can one of the sergeants get Gary Moore? In the meantime, what I'll do is I'll ask the President of the Board of Police Commissioners. I want to ask you some questions, Mr. Pacheco, about your letter that you sent over to, it looks like, all the council members and the mayor. Thank you very much for your letter, and I want to thank you for your wonderful work that you do, especially since it's volunteer, tens and tens of hours a week. I don't know how you do it, but thank you very much for that, and I appreciate your correspondence. And one of the things I wanted to ask you, you mentioned in your second paragraph that this is why, consistent with past practice, I placed this matter on our agenda for discussion, and I'm sharing the Commission's views with you. Whose past practice are you referring to?
There were instances, Council Officer Cardenas, where the City Council had, I understand, solicited the Commission's input relative to the naming of two different facilities.
Now, are these facilities that are brand new, or these facilities that were renamed after already having a name?
I think one was, well, both names were newly attached, of course, and I believe both may have been sort of remodeled, rebuilt. So I think those were the circumstances.
And they had previous names on them, on that particular segment of that facility?
I believe they were just divisions.
Yeah, they weren't whole buildings, I understand the reference that you give.
I think that's right. But really, my point was really even more basic than that, though. My point was really that we had our input was solicited in our role on the Commission as we work with law enforcement, and we used the hearings really to get the input of two very important parties. One, the department, and we got that, and also the community. And so that's, we solicited the types of things that you've just heard in your public comment. So the whole point, again, was really just to give the issue some visibility and to get input as to the naming. We fully understand that the naming authority vests in City Council. That's really not the issue that we had or that I had.
Well, I appreciate you understanding that perspective and volunteering your understanding of that perspective, but at the same time, with all due respect, I believe that it's easier for Americans to get off the couch, come to a public hearing like this, and I'm thank God that they do come and participate. This is a democracy, but it's a lot easier for people to come to that microphone, fill out a card, and say something that they don't like, rather than getting up off their couch, getting in their car, coming over here, or what have you, and then saying something that they do like.
Speaking on the importance of legacy, former police chief, District 8 Councilmember Bernard Parks, gives a brief history as to how Parker Center was named.
The people that voted to make this Parker Center, and this is back in '67, are names that we're familiar with. People such as Marvin Browdy, John Gibson, Gilbert Lindsay, Tom Bradley, Billy Mills, Mr. Timberlake, Ed Edelman. These are people, and Artie Bernardi, that voted to do this, names in which many of them have their names on buildings. And none of them, from my experience, has been people that are willing to allow racism to run rampant without speaking up. I think also it's very instructive, when you look at the process that took 3 years, there are people that are names that we're all familiar with. Leslie Shaw, the first black postmaster general in Los Angeles, Crispus Wright, who years later owned the LA Sentinel, Mr. Fleur, who happens to still have a company in this city, General LeMay, John O'Melveny, who still has it, Mr. Pauley, who I think UCLA has a gymnasium named after. Also, Norman Topping, president of USC, Mark Taper. I think there's a building named after Mark Taper. And I believe Dr. Ronaldo Carrion also is a person that was on the committee. So what my concern is multiple. We have a 3-year process in which the council of the city of LA put forth a directive, named a building, created a foundation. When I finally inquired of Bureau of Engineering, I said, what is going on in the building? They said they've been instructed to put no name on it. which means that someone was going beyond the authority of the city council and denaming a building that the council had already made forward. We'd never received in 3 years any communication, verbal or written, that said the police commission was even considering. We asked the question over and over again. I put the motion in because I'm concerned that, number one, that if we're going to have a process that was done 40 years ago, and yet we can make that change without the input of the council, then it is a very serious violation in my judgment. The other thing is, when we make these decisions about putting names on buildings, and if we go through the city, we'll find we didn't do that very often. I think the first police building that has a name on it was Parker Center. And after that, you then have Jess Brewer, Homer Broom, Ed Davis as a training center, the Amundsen Center, and a variety of things that come since then. If we do not have a process as going through and putting names on as far as taking names off, what are we saying to the legacy and to the people and the family members that your name or your family member is on Velcro and we'll just move it whenever there's another special interest group that shows up? And if we're going to have the criteria to name, we should have a criteria to basically take the name off that is clearly understood while we're cutting ribbons and telling people that this is going to be a legacy for their family, that no, it's not going to be a legacy, it's only going to be for 10 years or 12 years or 15 years. We should not put people in that situation.
Pointing out that you only need 8 council votes to pass legislation and make law, District 10 Councilmember Herb Wesson says this is a new day in a new Los Angeles City Council.
America, when you think about the people that sat around this horseshoe 40, 50, 30 years ago, they're a lot different than we are. Look at our diversity. Just today, almost all of us are having genes showing our sensitivity. This is a new Los Angeles City Council. This is a new day. When you look at the police commission, and the chair of the police commission's name is Pacheco, it's a new day. And they've done some very progressive things on the police commission. It is a new day. There are changes in the Los Angeles Police Department. It is a new day. It is a new police department. We have women in the police department who have the rank of chief and are constantly moving up. There are Asian officers. There are African American officers. There are Latino officers. There are gay officers. We even have a police chief and his chief of staff that come from a foreign country. They speak funny. They come from the country of Boston. They speak Bostonian. It is a new Los Angeles Police Department that has decided to partnership with the community, and it has made us a greater and a stronger city. Across the street, about 600 or 700 yards, a building is being constructed. Everything in that building is new. The name should reflect the new America, the new Los Angeles, the new LAPD, the new Los Angeles Police Commission. It should reflect us. Now, I'm not going to say anything at all derogatory where it relates to former Chief Parker. But I will say this to you, my dear friends and my members. This is not for me. It's not about policy. This is personal. If we built this building today, if we never had a police administration building before, I guarantee you, as we began to vet the name, that Parker's name would have never come up. Because we would be sensitive. We're sensitive to the gay and lesbian issues.
Thank
We're
you very much,
sensitive
Mr.
to the issues of the Latino community. We would not even consider that name. So ask yourselves, if this was the first administration building we ever built, would you name it? Who would you name it after? And I guarantee you, it would be another name.
Highlighting the positive aspects of Chief Parker's tenure, District 12 Councilmember Greg Smith says, "We don't give buildings temporary names."
I doubt very seriously if the Citizens Commission back in 1966 and 67 ever assumed that when the building was named that it was only temporary. We don't name buildings for temporary. That's not what we do. We named it after a seminal leader in policing in the United States of America. When I went through the police academy, we would learn two people that were seminal agents of change in the world's history of policing. Robert Peel from England and Bill Parker from Los Angeles, California. Why? Because Bill Parker came to this city and changed policing. This was the most corrupt police force in the western United States at the time he came here. You could buy the job of being a police officer. You could buy the job of being a lieutenant or a sergeant. For giving the mayor and the police chief a few bucks, you became an elevated officer in this city. It was a corrupt force with crime rampant in those parts of the city that it was okay because the police chief and the department looked the other way. Bill Parker changed all that. And for his role as a leader here, he was asked to go to the FBI and talk to them and teach them. He was asked by the United States Senate and the United States Congress to go speak on police ethics in America. He was asked to a number of universities to talk about policing in America because of his leadership role in changing the LAPD. Yes, he was flawed. Yes, he was wrong. But who isn't? We have high schools named after George Washington and Thomas Jefferson because they were great leaders. They also owned over 200 slaves, something abhorrent in America today and to everybody in this room today. Should we now go change the name of those boulevards and those high schools because they owned slaves? John Downey was the governor of California in the 1850s, a great leader in Los Angeles. They named a city after him. We named a Rec and Parks facility after him. He was a great leader here. He killed Indians. Juanito Serra enslaved Indians throughout the state of California to build his missions, not because they wanted to be there, they were enslaved. Yet we have things named all over the state. Juanito Serra this and that. Bill Mulholland, great leader in the history of Los Angeles, brought water to this city, and in doing so, destroyed the environment of Inyo and Kern counties, which we are paying hundreds of millions of dollars to fix today. Abhorrent in today's society. All these things are judged by mores today. And if we want to be revisionist and change everything by our mores today, then we got a long list of things to fix, ladies and gentlemen. And if that's what this council wants to be, is revisionist in history and judge everything by today's morals, then I'll start giving you a long list because I've got a lot of research on the things that people have done in the city that have been recognized for that now is wrong.
District 7 Councilmember Richard Alarcon offers the name of former LA Mayor Tom Bradley as the name for the new police administration building.
The fact is that I don't care to hearken back on the days of Chief William Parker in a negative sense whatsoever. Although I could, I don't think that that is my purpose. The theme of the day is move on. The theme of the day is yes, we can. And when I offer the name of Mayor Bradley, I offer it because I think he captures the moment. Why else would, 10 years after his death, would a president be elected on what the political pundits call the Bradley effect? What did that represent? It represented a coming together in a community that was not together. It represented fighting for justice when justice was not the order of the day. It meant taking us to a new direction, a positive direction that is Los Angeles. And I believe that that is the message that we should capture for, most importantly, every officer that walks in and out of that building. Every new officer who walks into that new headquarters, if they look up and say, who is William Parker? They will find some great accomplishments, but they will also find some things that challenge everything we stand for today. And I don't want that new officer to identify with any portion of that. I do believe if they look up the history of Mayor Bradley, 50 years of service to the city, 20 years as a police officer, rising to the level of lieutenant, leaving because he felt he could not rise any further in those ranks, and then becoming mayor of the city, and doing it for the positive reasons. I believe that is an image that we want our officers to understand, appreciate, and act on.
Those who forget their history, whether they like it or not, are destined to repeat it. That according to District 9 Councilmember Jan Perry, who offers her interpretation of the issue and asks the renaming issue be returned to committee.
I read the motion dated June 19th, 1967 regarding the designation of Parker Center, and I have a different interpretation. The motion states the police building and the area surrounding it be renamed Parker Center and designated as follows, and it goes into, naming it Parker Center. While the building may be torn down, I would argue that the name Parker Center should stay with the site based on the above referenced words and the area surrounding it. That is not to deny history, that is not to rewrite history, that is not to be revisionist. Whether we like it or not, it happened, and that is part of our city's history. The area has already been claimed as Parker Center. Mr. Moore, the chief engineer, indicated that there will be an issuance of an RFP, and I would suggest that as part of that RFP that we just not put a parking lot in, but we try to do what we're doing throughout the city, which is to create a multi-use space pursuant to Proposition O, so that we get the biggest opportunity that we have. But again, I argue that the name is there, leave the name there. I have to say to Mr. Parks, I respect your principles and your dedication to hold on to your principles. That's in short supply these days. People often react to things based on how the media responds and pressure from other places for political reasons. You are taking a highly difficult position, and you have documented it well, made a very compelling case, and I respect you for it. But I think it's important to be able to debate and discuss, and as I spoke to Attorney Branton this morning, I told him that I had hoped that when Barack Obama was elected, it would have provided us with a larger opportunity to be able to debate, discuss, respect each other's intellect, and deal with facts, whether we like them or not, cold, hard facts, and analyze them. I don't know about some of the other folks, but I went to school and got an education to be able to learn how to reason, not to obey, but to reason. And so, in closing, what I'm proposing is to leave the name where it is. Let us as a council create a protocol and a process that will be respected for time immemorial to name a building and dename a building if that is to be the case, but a process to be able to do that. And I'm going to ask, and I'm asking now, that all of the motions be sent back to committee and that we not come back until we have a process in place to name or to dename or defrock or whatever you want to call it. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
14 ayes.
Okay. That'll be sent to the committee. Thank you.
And thus, your Los Angeles City Council voted to send the matter of naming the new police administration building back to committee for further review. LA City View is the government access cable channel for the City of Los Angeles, featuring live coverage of city council meetings and programming about city department services and events. You can watch City Council meetings live or view past meetings by going to the city's website at lacity.org. Follow the instructions for video on demand. We invite you to address the Los Angeles City Council on any item on the council agenda, as well as during public comment. You may come downtown to City Hall or go to the Van Nuys City Hall and participate via video teleconferencing. And now, those of you living in the Harbor area can go to the San Pedro City Hall, located at 638 South Beacon Street, room 700 in San Pedro, and also participate in council meetings via video teleconferencing. And remember, you can watch all Los Angeles City Council meetings live in their entirety on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays beginning at 10 a.m. On Sundays, you can watch the replay of all the week's meetings, also beginning at 10 a.m. Council Week in Review can be seen Monday through Friday at 9:30 a.m. and 6:30 p.m., and on Sundays at 9:30 a.m. Well, that concludes our program for the week ending April 24th, 2009. On behalf of Jim McBride and everyone here at Channel 35, I'm Jack Popejoy. Thank you for watching, and please join us for the next Council Week in Review.
Hi, I'm Alicia Silverstone, reminding you that if you have a dog or a cat in Los Angeles, like me, be sure that your animal is spayed or neutered. It's the law.
I
I'm Janice Hahn, council member of the 15th Council District for the City of Los Angeles. I'm happy to announce that City Hall is coming to San Pedro. Using video conferencing technology, residents of the harbor area will now be able to share their ideas and opinions with the City Council without having to make that trip downtown. We understand that distance and traffic can make it tough for harbor area residents to express their comments and concerns before the City Council. In an effort to ensure that your concerns are represented fairly, we've approved a video conferencing pilot program in San Pedro City Hall. The program is similar to the one that the City Council has offered in Van Nuys for the past 4 years. Using this interactive video conferencing system, people will now be able to connect directly to the City Council meetings and make their voices heard. I urge all residents of the harbor area to take advantage of this new technology and to share your thoughts and opinions on the issues affecting your daily lives. The video conferencing pilot program will be available on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 10 a.m. at San Pedro City Hall, 638 South Beacon Street in San Pedro. For more information, please contact my San Pedro office at 310-732-4515. Thank you, and I'll see you at City Hall.
LA City View Channel 35. Your city, your channel.
Gruhl, Mr. Parks. Good morning. Welcome to Los Angeles City Hall. We will begin our meeting shortly. We have Ms. Gruhl, Mr. LaBonge, Mr. Parks, Mr. Smith, Mr. Zine present. We need 10 to begin. We are waiting Mr. Alarcon, Mr. Cardenas, Ms. Hahn, Mr. Huizar, Ms. Perry, Mr. Reyes, Mr. Rosendahl, Mr. Weiss, Mr. Weston, and Mr. Garcetti. When we get our 10, we will begin. We want to also acknowledge that we have special guests from Canoga Park High School, Mr. Tibbetts and his group. If you'll please stand, we can get the camera on you folks before we begin the official meeting. Mr. Tibbetts, History, Social Science Department at Canoga Park High School. Thank you for joining us. You're going to have a tour. You're going to learn politics in action today. If we get the cameras on you, wave to the cameras, wave to mom and dad, aunts and uncles, wave to all those folks out in the All-American City, Canoga Park. Thank you for being here. We have a nice tour for you set up today. And we appreciate you coming down to City Council and joining the day with us. Better than going to school, right? You're going to learn a lot of stuff here today. Thank you for being here.
And Mr. Zine.
Mr. LaBonge.
I asked one of the students from Canoga Park High to name their councilman.
Who wants to win the prize from Mr. LaBonge?
All right, Mr. Zine. Here we got one student coming up here. We got one come up, microphone right there. They can do that.
Mr. Tibbetts, why don't we get somebody up there from the All-American City, Canoga Park High School?
All right.
All right, who's the councilman?
Introduce yourself to all of us.
Hi, I'm Alma Hernandez. I'm with Mr. Tibbetts, Canoga Park High School.
Great.
And it's Dennis Stein.
All right.
Oh, very good. You win.
Good job.
You win a round-trip tour from Canoga Park High to City Hall and back to Canoga Park High School today.
All right. And,
unless Mr. LaBonge wants to throw something else in.
Well, one other question here I want to ask him. No, that's Dennis, right. One other question. What two famous creeks come together to form what great river? All right. Here we go. We'll get to the next question. This is a history lesson for everybody in the audience as we wait.
Mr. LaBonge is a graduate of Marshall High.
Marshall High School. You know where the Calabasas Creek is and the Bell Creek? They come together and form the Great Los Angeles River. And I know you all know that, and we're trying to revitalize the river, but the Los Angeles River starts at Canoga Park High. Give Canoga Park High School a great round of applause for being here today. Thank you, Mr. Zion.
Canoga Park High from the All-American City, Canoga Park, California. Mr. Alarcon, thank you. Ms. Gruhl, thank you. Mr. LaBonge, Mr. Parks, Mr. Smith, Mr. Weiss, and Mr. Zine are here. We're still waiting for the following members: Mr. Cardenas, Ms. Hahn, Mr. Huizar, Ms. Perry, Mr. Reyes, Mr. Rosendahl, Mr. Weston, and Mr. Garcetti. We're at 7. We need 3 more to begin the official council meeting, so we're standing by. Mr. LaBonge, do you have any more trivia for the Canoga Park High School students? Mr. LaBonge has a lot of trivia. How about where's Griffith Park, Mr. LaBonge?
Appreciate it.
Or we could talk about the zoo.
I just think the important thing is the students come here and learn, because I was a student once that came to City Hall. Mayor Tom Bradley, who was the mayor from 1973 to 1993, had a youth council. Olivia Mitchell was the great coordinator of the youth council. It brought youth into the City Hall to contribute. So hopefully one of you want to come back someday and have an opportunity to contribute and someday make a mark on your city and be a fighter for your district like Mr. Zine is. So I just think it's important for the students to be here. I know there's a developer here, went to Roosevelt High School, who's building a big project in the valley. So you grow up into different ways there. which is so important. I'm looking for him. I saw him there earlier, but I don't know if he sees me there. And there's a guy from Birmingham High School out in the back right there. Wave your hand for Birmingham High right there. Gary Leonard, Mr. L.A. for photography right there. Give Gary Leonard a big hand right there. We all come from some place and some high school. Anybody from Marshall High School out there? John Marshall High? All right, good job right there. Two of us right there. How about anybody from Notre Dame High School? Nobody, Mr. Zion. Nobody from your alma mater. They're all in church praying for you. Thank you very much.
Or they may be up at the convent getting the bread from the nuns at the convent. We're still waiting for Ms. Hahn, Mr. Weezer, Ms. Perry, Mr. Reyes, Mr. Rosendahl, Mr. Weston, Mr. Garcetti. We're at 8. We need 2 more to begin the council meeting.
For your notes.
For those in the audience, the council meeting will begin. We'll do the Pledge of Allegiance. The clerk will read the agenda. We'll go through the items. Today's agenda, we have a number of items. 34 items on the agenda today. And we welcome your comments. Anyone who wishes to speak before the council, fill out a card. And we also have this live feed on the internet, also Van Nuys and San Pedro. We have facilities at both locations for people who have input on their local government, the City of Los Angeles, LA City Council. There are 15 council members on the City Council, and you'll see a number of people here today. They're on Budget and Finance Committee. Mr. Bruce Ackerman from the great San Fernando Valley. Mr. Bruce Ackerman, thank you for being here. One of my constituents who's here with us today. There'll be a lot of items that will be discussed today. We have a standing room only audience here today. A lot of our city employees that are here on matters impacting them and the City of Los Angeles. We are doing what you call a stretch until we get our quorum. Again, we want to thank Mr. Alarcon, Mr. Cardenas, Ms. Gruhl, Mr. LaBonge, Mr. Parks, Mr. Smith, Mr. Weiss, and Mr. Zine, who's here. We're still waiting for 2 more to arrive. Mr. Garcetti is now with us. We need 1 more to begin the council meeting. Let's hear it from Mr. Garcetti, who's our council president. He's our official council president. And I'm going to turn the reins back to Mr. Garcetti, who was at a news conference with our mayor. And I'm going to go down and greet my folks from Canoga Park, All-American City High School. Mr. Garcetti, it's all yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zine. My apologies. I know there are quite a few folks here for the mortgage fraud prevention issue that's going to be before us that we're announcing as well outside. We're still awaiting Mr. Reyes is excused today and Ms. Perry is excused to arrive late. So it's just Ms. Hahn, Mr. Weezer, Mr. Rosendahl, and Mr. Wesson. So Ms. Hahn, Mr. Wesson is here, so let's call a roll.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Gruhl, Hahn, Weezer, LaBonge, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Weiss, Weston, Zine, Garcetti. 10 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
First order of business, please.
Approval of the minutes.
All right, Mr. Weston moves, Mr. Smith seconds. Without objection, those minutes will be approved. Next order of business.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Ms. Gruhl moves and Mr. LaBonge seconds. Without objection, those will be approved as well. Next order of business.
Mr. President, this is Tuesday and there's a flag salute.
Okay, if I could ask everybody in council chambers, please rise for our Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Weston, would you be kind enough to lead us?
Place your right hand over your heart. Repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Weston. If we can run through the agenda, Mr. Clerk.
First item on the agenda is a joint meeting between the CRA and the City Council. Do you wish to hold that on the desk?
Yes, please. Next item?
Next items 2 through 4, are ordinances noticed for public hearing. Council should have 12 members. Do you wish to hold those?
Yeah, let's hold those. Again, we are waiting for Ms. Hahn, Mr. Weezer, and Mr. Rosendahl. So please make their way down. Next items?
Items 5 through 25 are items for which public hearings have been held. Items 5 and 6 are commission appointments. Do you wish to hold those?
Yes, please. Let's hold those on the table. And for Ms. Hahn. Double hold. And I'll call 7 special myself. And we have items 8 through 25. I can call 21 special. Mr. Cardenas, 23. 8 and 23.
And 25.
And Mr. Parks?
Would like to hold number 10. We have amending motion and also continue 18 till Friday.
18 until Friday. Is there any objection to that? Okay. We'll continue that till, that'll be in Van Nuys. Mr. Parks on May 1st. Mr. Labange.
8 special, please.
8 we got special. Yes, Ms. Gruhl.
Item 12 to be called special.
12 for Ms. Hahn as well. Okay. Other specials, colleagues?
Mike Keeley.
15, hold on the desk for Mr. Reyes. We have an amending motion on that. Any other specials? If not,
Mr. President, on item 22, that was submitted without recommendation. A motion would be required from the floor.
okay. That is 22. Let us hold on one second. Do we have 2? That's with 23 as well?
Excuse me, 23.
23 we've called special. We have that for. So 22, we have a motion required as well. That was waived consideration. Okay, so we can take up 22. That was a mistake. Yeah, I think it was just an error. The clerk said it's an error. It's good to go.
It's good to go.
Yep. Any other specials? If not, let's go ahead and take up the balance. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That is approved. Next items, please.
Items 26 through 34 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Okay, we have cards from the public on 28. We'll call that special for cards from the public. We'll open and close the other public hearings. Mr. Parks? 34? Any other specials, colleagues? Seeing none, let's go ahead and open the roll on the balance, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Those are approved. That will finish out those items. And we'll go now to our general public comment. Yes, Mr. Zine.
Thank you. Now that we're in session, I'd like to introduce once again to our audience the students from Canoga Park High. If they'll please stand in the front row. They're here with their teacher, Richard Tibbetts, the History Social Science Department from the All-American City Canoga Park High School. I want to also mention that I was at a news conference last week with Canoga Park High. They're the first of the 8 LAUSD campuses that are launching a solar program, solar energy, for the campus. So let's hear it for Canoga Park High, All-American City. The students are here learning government in action here in the city of Los Angeles. So we thank you, we welcome you. We're going to go back and do some photos for your memorable day here in the City Council. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Mr. Tibbetts, for bringing them down. Canoga Park High, All-American City, thank you for being here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zine. We'll now go to our general public comment. General public comment is for items that are not on today's agenda, but are nevertheless under the jurisdiction of the City Council. Each speaker will have 2 minutes. We generally take up to 20 minutes and sometimes a little bit beyond. We have about 20 cards as is, which would be about 40 minutes worth of public comment. So we will try to get through as many folks as we can. Rafael Nadal is our first speaker, and there's a clock there to help you guide your time. Dr. Clyde Williams will be our next speaker. Very good morning to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rafael Nadal, and I am a candidate for the 32nd Congressional District. I have been telling you for weeks that while hundreds, if not thousands, of homeless senior citizens and veterans, displaced veterans, sleep on the street, their senator lives a life of luxury. That is Los Angeles time, April 11th. Ladies and gentlemen, he calls it ethical. I call it immoral. That while thousands of people could live in the street, a man could live a life of luxury. Yet he supports more and more taxes. I think this is an outrage. These are senior citizens, ladies and gentlemen. These are homeless veterans. Yes, I call it an outrage. You have now the difference between a do-nothing senator and a straight-up man. And yes, I encourage you to look at www.nadalforcongress.com. Perhaps now you can vote for someone who can make some changes in Congress. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nadal. We have Dr. Clyde Williams as our next speaker, then Phyllis Doherty. Good morning, Dr. Williams.
Dr. Clyde Williams, 4115 Barrett Road, El Sereno. To hold up newspapers, tonight there's going to be a League of Women Voters discussion between Mr. Weiss and Mr. Tritonich. It'll be tonight at 6:30 at the National Center for Preservation of Democracy tonight. We would like to hope that the best candidate would enforce the law regarding the Autry National Center's lease agreement, which has been 20 years in default. We would hope that they would declare default and take back the National Center building and properties and start all over again. However, we also are concerned about the experience that some have had regarding one of the candidates' public safety committee meetings and the fact that he is seldom in the Plum meetings. When Weiss has run, he's talked about crime and rape kits and elections right here in this council chamber. Over those, once he's elected, he steps over those. He steps over gang violence and approves developments. We hope that the successful candidate will also attend the Peace March in Northeast LA to get rid of gang violence in our community. And I hope it will be Tritonich. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Phyllis Doherty, and after that is Lisa Sarkin. Good morning.
Good morning, Phyllis Doherty, Animal Issues Movement. I'm here to speak with you about the change in our head of the Department of Animal Services, to thank you for your attention to this, not only with your heads but with your hearts, to understand the plight of the employees that have been trying to work under a myriad of managers over a number of years, and to ask you not to go out again and look for another superstar, to remember that you have about 400 superstars in that department, that every time there's an emergency, they are there, taking care of the animals, taking care of the people. They do the daily, dangerous, disheartening, and tragic work in our animal shelters that most of us would not even want to go in and look at. We need to help this department heal and restore and rebuild, and that needs to be done from the inside. So I want to ask you to take the input from the employees and the people that have worked there before you start looking to the outside for a new plan and a new program. And also, please do not form another panel of outsiders to help you decide who should run a city department. In this case, it's like having security guards decide who should be the next police chief. We need people that do this kind of work, understand what it takes, and understand where this department needs to be rooted. It has to grow again from the inside up. We cannot change it from the bottom down and have more catastrophes like we've had for the last 10 years. And lastly, you must get away from this myth of no kill. No kill is what is filling our shelters, overcrowding them, stockpiling them, endangering our employees, and causing people to think that it is all right to go out, get an animal, it's disposable, breed animals, it's okay, because you can take them to the shelter and they won't kill them. It's actually counterproductive to what we want to do. Please listen to the people that know, and you'll get the right answers.
Thank you. And as Ms. Sarkin is coming forward, I know we have 12 council members. If we can take up items 2, 3, and 4. Please open the roll on those, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Those are approved. Thank you, Ms. Sarkin. You are next, and after that is Barry Johnson. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Lisa Sarkin. I live in Studio City, and I'm a constituent of the City Council. I want to renew my request that President Garcetti enlarge the membership on the Plum Committee to include someone who actually lives in the San Fernando Valley. I object to council members taking campaign contributions from developers and special interest groups, especially when he is the only member of the Plum Committee representing the Valley. Elected officials should either refuse contributions from persons who bring business before them or step aside when that business comes up for consideration. Councilmember Jack Weiss does neither. Jack Weiss serves on the Planning and Land Use Management Committee, but he takes substantial contributions from real estate developers and then votes on their projects. He provides consistent support for his contributors' projects and regularly grants variances and waives applicable regulations. His constituents value the character of city neighborhoods and expect zoning regulations to be applied fairly. Putting a commercial interest of contributors above the needs of voters is a betrayal of public trust and an offense to the community Jack Weiss has been elected to serve. Thank you for listening.
Our next speaker is Barry Johnson. After that is Dr. Tom Williams.
Good morning. My name is Barry Johnson. I also live in Studio City, and I am a constituent of this city council. I ask this body to intervene today to protect us, your constituents. One of your members has hijacked the process to solve this city's billboard problems. That member is Jack Weiss. He and his staff have taken this topic away from the public. They have salted this issue away in their conference rooms where only their invited guests have any say. Why is this happening? Because Jack Weiss intends to use the issues of billboards for the old double whammy. He wants to reward the fat cats who make fortunes from billboards, just as he conned you to agree in closed session to authorize 840 digital billboards. And at the same time, he wants to cut deals with select constituents so they will vote him into higher office. This hijacking of the public interest should be stopped today. Mr. Weiss forced a toothless ordinance down the throats of the city planning department. Unlike our current billboard law, his plan allows super graphics, off-site signs, routine exceptions for large commercial buildings, and garish sign districts. And in his latest hijinks, last week he recommended an amendment. He now recommends that his council district, but not yours, be spared from having its commercial areas turned into sign districts. Please stop this masquerade. It is vicious politics at our expense, and we seek your protection. Thank you.
Dr. Tom Williams, followed by Dr. Marcia Sells. No, okay. Dr. Marcia Sells, followed by Steve Twining, followed by Sean Murphy.
Good morning. I'm Marcia Sells. I live in Holmby Hills. I am the founder of the Coalition of Homeowner Associations in Council District 5, website www.cd5hoas.com. With all due respect to Councilman Jack Weiss's intellectual capacity, he has nonetheless been unresponsive to many homeowners and residents in Council District 5. Mr. Weiss's constituents are being so shortchanged on representation that homeowners and residents must spend thousands of dollars to take out full-page ads in the Los Angeles Times to get the attention of Councilman Weiss or a return phone call from someone in his field office. This ad is from the April 14th edition of the LA Times and reads, "For almost 7 months, we've been seeking your help, Councilman Weiss, and your office has virtually ignored us." And it goes on to tell the issue. Councilman Jack Weiss has neglected his constituents on a grand scale. Thank you very much.
Steve Twining, followed by Sean Murphy, followed by Lucille Saunders.
Good morning. My name is Steve Twining. I live in Council District 5, and I'm a constituent of this council. The laws of the city and the state require each of you to return dirty campaign contributions. When you receive laundered funds, you must give them back. The state law says it best. There are no exceptions and no excuses. To keep the money is a criminal violation of our law. I am deeply offended that this city council has not protected us from elected officials who take and keep dirty money. I object to Jack Weiss taking campaign contributions from people who launder money and then refusing to return that money. In 2004, 14 people were convicted of laundering money to the Weiss campaign. Mr. Weiss received their money and also public matching funds in reward for the dirty funds. It's 2009. What is Mr. Weiss waiting for? You, our elected officials, must be our ethical role models. We place power and responsibility in your hands. Instead of delays and excuses, the time is now to do the right thing as others have done before you. Mr. Weiss, do the right thing and give back the money.
Sean Murphy, Lucille Sanders, followed by Amy, sorry, I can't read the last name. Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Lucille Saunders, and I live in the Fairfax district, and I am a constituent of this city council. On April 13th, I delivered a Public Records Act request to a member of this body. My request was basic. I asked for his calendars. Why would I make such a request? Because you have no rule requiring your members to show up for work, and because you have one member who misses work 1/3 of the time. Can you imagine what would happen to us, your constituents, if we missed work 1/3 of the time? The answer is obvious. We would be tossed out on our ear by our employer, unless we were so lucky as to work here for the people on the taxpayers' dime. Today is April the 28th. I am still waiting for the calendars of Council Member Weiss. He wrote to tell me that he must delay responding. He claims my request is complicated and he needs more time to hunt for his calendars. Honestly, my request is straightforward and simple. Mr. Weiss, where have you been? Thank you.
Excuse me,
Yes,
Madam
can you hold
President.
on 1 minute, please, City Attorney?
The public comment speaker should be reminded to direct their remarks to the council as a whole and not to individual council members.
Thank you. Would you state your name for the record, ma'am?
Good morning. My name is Amy Galladay, and I live in the Miracle Mile area. The members of this body are given the power to appoint citizens to specific boards. This power affects all of our lives. It should be taken seriously, and it should be exercised with great care. My neighbors have objected strenuously to the appointment of one individual to the board of the Miracle Mile North HPOZ. We have also objected strenuously to the council members' refusal to replace this unfit constituent. The appointee is openly hostile to historic preservation. The appointee has been indicted for tax fraud, money laundering, conducted over a period of 11 years. One of his co-conspirators is headed for prison, and this appointee, Alan Friedman, will stand trial in June. Meanwhile, Mr. Friedman, a campaign fundraiser, continues to serve on our board at the pleasure of Councilman Weiss. This is wrong. This is an insult to your constituents and to honorable government. We are bitterly offended and our lives are damaged. Thank you.
Henrietta Cosentino. Sean Murphy. Sean, come on up, please. After Sean is Henrietta, then Patricia Carroll, and if we could ask you to line up so that would help us in our timing here, followed by Roseanne Kanan.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, Madam President, City Council. I want to thank the City Council on Friday for honoring my 45th birthday on Friday. I had a nice day on Friday. Briefly, I know we have a long day today. I just want to talk about the elections. Vote yes for 1A and 1B, and vote yes for Jack Weiss. True Kidrich, no. Thank you.
Henrietta, followed by, again, Patricia Carroll, followed by Roseanne Kanan.
Good morning, council members. My name is Henrietta Cosentino, and I live in the St. Andrews Square neighborhood, and I am a constituent of this city council. And I know we're all concerned about finances these days, and I'm here to talk about the urgent importance of accountability and transparency. I'm disappointed by this council's failure to support an audit of the programs housed in the city attorney's office. Independent audits are an essential tool of good governance, and we, the voters, demanded transparency when we passed our new city charter into law. Last year, City Controller Laura Chick proposed to audit a program housed in City Attorney's Office, and the matter landed in front of City Council. In the end, only one council member supported Controller Chick's proposed audits, and it was not, unfortunately, Jack Weiss, the council member who is currently running for City Attorney's Office. Audits have become a campaign issue for good reason. Failing to act in support of transparent city government is a betrayal of city trust. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Can you hold on one second, Patricia? Mr. Alarcon?
Yes, I just wanted to clarify that this council, in fact, I think just about every member supported audits of the program, but by an independent, non-elected official, so it's incorrect to say that we did not support an audit of the programs.
I was the one who actually said we should, even with an elected official, but Patricia.
Okay, my name is Patricia Carroll. I live in St. Andrews Square, and I'm a constituent of the City Council. I'm truly disappointed in Council's indifference to the traffic congestion caused by overdevelopment. As we speak, 2 towers are going up along the Wilshire Corridor, and the construction is clogging traffic. Meanwhile, intermittent DWP projects are slowing traffic to a crawl on Santa Monica Boulevard. Out of the major east-west thoroughfares, only Pico and Olympic remain fully open to traffic, so it is most often impossible to move through the city. I believe a large part of this congestion is being caused by work and overdevelopment in Mr. Weiss's district, who seem to have disregard for sound planning practices. This and his neglect of constituents are a betrayal of public trust and an offense to the community he was elected to serve. Thank you.
Roseanne, then we're followed by Timothy Blair, followed by David Ewing.
Good morning. My name is Roseanne Kanon. I live in Beverly Grove. And first, I'd like to thank those members of the council who are actually listening and paying attention to these public comments. Several years ago, the residents of this city rose up and demanded your protection. Their subject was mansionization, the size of single-family homes. Stable neighborhoods were threatened in every part of Los Angeles with grossly overbuilt homes. Many of you authored a motion instructing the city to enact an ordinance to limit mansionization. Dozens of homeowners groups and neighborhood councils put their blood, sweat, and tears into creating that measure. But then what happened? One councilman stepped forward to block the proposal from becoming law. He used stalling tactics and a series of evasions at his Plum Committee. His tricks worked for nearly a year. There was no public support for his games. Perhaps he was working on behalf of the backroom real estate speculators and profiteers that fund his political ambitions. Drilling holes and delaying the city's mansionization ordinance was a betrayal of the public trust by Mr. Weiss. Your rules should protect us from the self-interest of a single member. Thank you.
Timothy Blair, then David Ewing, followed by Shelley Wagers.
Thank you. My name is Timothy Blair, and I'm a homeowner in Council District 5. I object to the manipulation of State Bill 1818 to legitimize outrageous real estate development projects. SB 1818 authorized local governments to adapt zoning regulations to create more affordable housing. For council members like Jack Wise, the state bill provided a golden opportunity to reward the developers who fund campaigns. Mr. Wise used his position on the Planning and Land Use Committee to obliterate reasonable limits on scale and density. This council enacted an ordinance that allowed 3 times more density than the state intended. Earlier this month, the courts came to our rescue and dismantled the city's outrageous, misbegotten ordinance. Subverting the laws to gut zoning ordinances is a betrayal of public trust and an offense to the community Jack Wise was elected to serve.
David Ewing, Shelley Wagers, and I will go out to the San Fernando Valley.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is David Ewing. I'm a resident of Venice, and I'm here to speak to you about one of your favorite subjects. In 2005, a California appellate court took this body to task for the behavior of certain of its members. I'm sure you remember fondly the Blue Zebra case and its infamous ruling. One of our finest judges and citizens, Larry Rubin, wrote, "A fundamental principle of due process is, quote, he who decides must hear." The inattentiveness of certain council members during the hearing prevented the council from satisfying that principle. The court made this body rehear the Blue Zebra matter. Now, I understand that the Brown Act constraints mean that you sometimes have to confer during council session. But there is a difference between doing necessary business and just showing heedless discourtesy to the public. I don't mean to paint you all with the same brush. Some of you are consistently attentive and respectful to your constituents, and we thank you for that. But there are others who could not be bothered. One in particular has earned the nickname Cell Phone Jack. Even after the Blue Zebra court spanking, Councilman Weiss doesn't get it. He was dismissive of the charge when it was brought. He was dismissive of the ruling when it was made, and he has not changed his behavior since. Arrogance is not a qualification for public office. I urge the council to hold its members to a basic standard of diligence.
Thank you, Mr. Ewing. Shelley Wagers? Then we'll go out to the San Fernando Valley.
Good morning. My name is Shelley Wagers. I live in Council District 5, and I'm a constituent of this city council. A pressing topic for Los Angeles is protection of our environment. We need a greener city, but our citizens have had to sue this government to get it. The courts have had to tell the city that it is violating CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act. The flouting of our basic environmental protections has got to stop. 3 recent examples. 1, an expansion project was approved for the traffic-clogged Beverly connection at the intersection of Beverly and La Cienega Boulevards. 2, Pico and Olympic Boulevards were suddenly turned into one-way streets. 3, this body adopted a plan to triple densities around the city under State Bill SB 1818, and Plum pronounced the plan exempt from environmental review. In each instance, voters had to sue, and the courts agreed with the voters. Now respect for our basic environmental protections is about to be dealt another serious blow. Mr. Weiss and his Plum Committee have approved a measure that will severely limit the rights of citizens to object to a project because it violates CEQA. Stop this measure today. For Jack Weiss, the environment must take a back seat to golden opportunities to reward the developers who fund his campaigns. We want protection of the environment to become a priority for Plum, not an afterthought. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go out to the San Fernando Valley. We'll have Matt Dowd, followed by Donna Pearman, Zuma Dog, and Rick Nightingale, and then we'll come back to the cards here. Mr. Matt Dowd?
I was here first. I was here first.
Yeah, thank you so much. Nice to be here at the City Hall and Van Nuys. First of all, I want everybody down there in City Hall, we need a big round of applause, an incredible turnout, and it's great to see that. This City Council needs to be told every day. I want to see this many people coming down here We've been here for 3 years talking about these variances, exemptions, Jack Weiss, the Venice Boardwalk, the state of the finances of the city. There's $7.5 billion in the hole right now. That's $7.5 billion of city services that are going to be lost. So that's why we're out here every day that we can. We were violated at Venice Beach. They took away a lot of people's rights. A lot of people lost their incomes, were homeless. Their lives were devastated. The city council just rolls on. It's business as usual, even $7.5 billion in the hole. My feeling is that it's business as usual still. And that's not acceptable. People need to be fired. The mayor needs to be more active in what he's doing and looking over the city instead of being out all over the country running for other positions and backing the wrong horses, which is what he did in the recent election. Finally, we got Barack Obama. He's upholding some of the basic rights and principles of the United States. He's making us look good overseas now, finally. But this city council, Los Angeles, is taking us down big time. $7.5 billion, and it's your city services down there, your trash collection, your water, all those police services that you're not getting. It's because the city council is too busy with business as usual with the developers and the exemptions and the variances and the front-end loaded contracts and all the other things that have taken the city down the hole it's in right now.
Thank you very much. Donna Pearman. Back still in the San Fernando Valley, followed by Zuma Doc.
Yeah, I believe the city council and Mr. Weiss is responsible for Westwood and West Los Angeles falling apart. So vote against Mr. Weiss, and I believe that the city council and Mr. Rosendahl is ruining our buses, so we'll have to have the subway to the sea. I'm totally against Prop R. So we need to stop the building, stop the CRA, get to the CRA and their legalized stealing. So you can have, let's CRA take over everything. Let's have private industry take over our city. Let them sit in our city hall since they're taking all our tax increment money, and then since they seem to own the city council. You'll glorify them, making them sound as though they rebuild and save downtown Hollywood and 2 other parts of this valley. Our developers in CRA, as I said, own the city council and the mayor. Where they go, the rents go up, places go out of business. CRA create blight so they can continue to build more projects, and they use our water allotment. How can you make the people reduce it so you allow the CRA to build? It's a never-ending cycle. How can the mayor ask city employees to take on our local debts? It's used by everyone. Why didn't you ask a higher amount from the digital billboards when you only ask for $100 for a permit when they get millions in revenue? You want the city employees to pay up for your bad planning. Lower class people and homeless, watch out. If the middle class is shorted, they won't be able to help you with their taxes. How can you ask for sacrifices why don't you ask for sacrifices from the hotel workers you love so much? Everything is going up, but do we expect our economy to turn around if the middle class, our bread and butter, takes less? What we need to do is stop the CRA and the ones who are taking all our tax increment money, and stop asking our city employees to take all the sacrifices for the city for everybody. Thank you.
Zuma Dog, followed by Rick Nightingale.
Yes, time for the Zuma Dog report. First of all, City Council, you'll have to reconsider many items. The city clerk's computer was down. I was here before any of you were even in chambers, so you blew past the agenda. I'm sure you will rerun all these agenda items due to the computer breakdown at City Hall. Also, now let's address the top issues in the city. First of all, the DWP water crisis. Everybody needs to conserve immediately. Starting June 1st, you will only be allowed to water outdoors on, I believe it's Monday and Thursday. Anything else you can be fined. And if you're in the upper tier of Tier 1 and you do not reduce by 15%, you will be hammered on the bill. There needs to be a massive education campaign. Zuma Dog's here to deliver it. I hope the media joins me. DWP water crisis. Come June 1st, your bill may be skyrocketing, and you can only water on Monday and Thursdays, and we need to conserve massively. Secondly, over the past year and past 2 years, you've heard Zuma Dog talk about pension investment money. Via Ragosa's commission appointments, investing pension money. I've been warning you on the record. Greg Smith can verify it. So can the whole city. And now, the city has lost $7 billion. When I heard that, I called for a federal investigation. Thank you, the SEC, now looking into Los Angeles City Hall and Via Ragosa's appointees in their Wall Street investments. I'm here to say it's going to be a pay-for-play scandal that is rocking City Hall. Ari Swisher, he got no sleep this weekend. No one was watching the Lakers game. They were on the phone with their attorneys. I'm here to tell you this is the big one, people. People are going out in handcuffs over this. Shame on Ron Burkle and all these people that drug the city into this. The pension investment money, $7 billion deficit now.
Next speaker is Rick Nightingale.
Good morning, Rick Nightingale. I agree with Zoom on that. I told you before about this pension thing that you have no business even being involved in it. Well, you are, and you're going to be paying for it. And all you people with this tax deal, if you people vote for any of these taxes on this ballot coming up, you're foolish. You're just foolish. Because you're giving the council a free ride that they didn't budget the money, and here they are coming to you with their hands up because they can't find any more loopholes to turn around and nail us for more money. So if you people don't vote no on this stuff, you are foolish. And if you come crying, just remember who voted yes for it. Because it's all goes upon you. And then another thing is, it's not completely for the city, but it goes for the state, is regarding the Miss Universe pageant with California. Miss California. I'll tell you, that was a dirty shame regarding that we want values. The city that's the whole problem with the city, that we don't have values. I said it before. Now, if people don't like what values that married people have and so forth, that's your prerogative, and I completely agree with you. But if we want a name called marriage to be with our values, that's our right. If you want to join like a fraternity, you will go along with the rules of the fraternity. If you don't like the rules, then don't try to join the fraternity. You make your own rules. Have your own club. And this Perez Hilton, he's a dog. He's just a dog. I mean, there's no other word for it. A spineless one. When you turn around and don't do your job, same as the council, when you have a job to do and you vote the way you're supposed to vote, bias, and you do get bias between people and so forth, same as Weiss is getting caught today. Man, he's getting hammered. He's getting hammered, and he should. He shouldn't be in any office for the city.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Anthony here in council chambers. After that is Michael Carrion. Mr. Anthony? Is there a Mr. Anthony here? Now is Mr. Michael Carrion here? Okay. Barbara Monahan Burke, let's come forward.
I'm Barbara Monahan Burke, constituent in the city, and I live in Studio City. There can be no topic more important than public safety. This touches all of our lives. It is not a subject for pretense and inattention. Yet all of us in this room know that politics and games have been played with our public safety by the chair of the Council's Public Safety Committee. I bring two grave matters to your attention, and I implore you to take action. One, the chair of your Public Safety Committee has canceled 1/3 of that committee's hearings. What could be more important to us than hearings on the topics such as deployments of police officers, the security of our airport and water supply, equal police justice for all, alternative service for first-time gang members. The list goes on and on. There were no hearings. Two, your public safety chair shows himself in the newspaper as the champion of rape victims. But this is a sham, because on his watch, the number of untested rape kits more than doubled from 2,000 to 5,700. Where was the justice for rape victims? Where was the oversight of $4 million in federal dollars that were given to the city for rape testing that ended up in your general fund? Each time Mr. Weiss runs for office, he promises to clear the backlog of untested rape kits. And then as he takes office, the issue fades away. For him, public service is a game and a stepping stone. The council cannot sit by while violent crime is turned by one of your members into a political football. We really need you to pay attention to this. Our safety is of the utmost within what you deal with. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Anthony, who I know is in the other room. Mr. Anthony, thank you for your patience. And then Michael Carrion. And then our last speaker after that will be Walter Bechtel. Good morning.
Good morning, City Council. Good morning, folks. The last time I was here, I spoke on the fraud that's being perpetrated by all 15 council members and this mayor. Before I get to the fraud, let me tell you some good news. Last week, Time Warner Cable was trying to pass legislation to increase the high-speed internet from $29 to $49 today, current rate. They wanted to increase it to $150. That's across the board, all 50 states. If that would have passed, we would all have become blind. As we all know, the media is manipulated by the corporations. All we have on TV and radio are American Idol and celebrity gossip. Folks, 130,000 people called in, emailed, and sent letters to Washington. I know you're listening, but I need your participating. All these people are here for one reason or another against these 15 members. They are committing and complicit with the fraud. Now, let me talk about the fraud here. Folks, they are the ones crafting the law. They are the ones writing the law. They are the ones voting for these laws that are against us. Folks, these are the ones perpetrating the fraud on us. Don't look anywhere else. They all want to give you the excuses. It is them. They need to stand up and start voting the way these people want us to vote. This is our city. Your dream of Los Angeles is turning into our nightmare. Get your act straight. Folks, I need you. I know you're listening. By the way, if you want to know a name for this, it's called disaster capitalism. There's a book by Naomi Klein called Disaster Capitalism. This is exactly what they're doing. Read the book. It's all right there. If you want to see the playbook, that's it. Get a hold of it. Participate. You can't sit down on this anymore.
Thank you, Mr. Anthony. Michael Carrion is our next speaker. Mr. Carrion here. Walter Bechtel. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you very much. I wanted to say something last Friday about Armenian Day, but I had something else to say. I appreciate if I'd be allowed to say something today. It's interesting the way that the mayor was even here honoring our Armenian Day and the recognizing the Armenian genocide. But it's strange that the city of Los Angeles has in their employ at the municipal court, the municipal traffic court, a judge who, her and her husband, are the most outspoken proponents against even the recognition of the existence of the Armenian genocide over years. And she and her husband have even threatened the United States of America with sanctions by the country of Turkestan against America if they but recognize the existence of the Armenian genocide. She isn't ashamed of it. Her name is Elizabeth Munasoglu. I don't see it's appropriate that she remains in the employ of the city here if you, on one side of your mouth, say that you are honoring the Armenian genocide. How can you honor them out of one side of your mouth and out of the other side of your mouth give a seat of honor to the person who her and her husband have denied its existence through and even threatened the United States with its if they would but recognize the existence since the 1970s when America first recognized the Armenian genocide. So I would like to say at this point, it would be appropriate to ask her to move on someplace else. You need to back up what you're saying instead of just coming here and saying things. You got to do things, too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bechtel. Mr. Alarcon?
Just want to clarify for the 132 viewers that judges are not employed by the City of Los Angeles. They're employed by the county.
Thank you for that clarification. We appreciate that. We have...
I knew that. I voted for it.
And the state. That's correct.
I'm sorry.
Do we have Mr. Carrion here? We had a card for him. Just wanted to check one more time. We know there's about 200 people outside. If not, we can come back if Mr. Carrion makes it in. Let's close public comment. If we can take up...
Mr. President,
yes, Mr.
direction I made there. On the building, on the floor of this City Hall, the 24th floor is the Ethics Commission. Everything we do is online, and you can all review. So I wanted to make comment. If anybody wanted to look at anything, we have an Ethics Commission, an ethics law that we support, and you could inquire on anything on the 24th floor. And I personally thank everybody for their involvement, some first-time people who gave public comment today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Parks?
Thank you.
Mr. President, can we move item 10? We have the amending motion has been circulated.
Sure.
It's just a technical change.
Let's take up 5, 6, and 10. Ms. Hahn has moved the commissioners on consent. We can take up those 3. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay. Those are approved. I know we have about 300 people. We have a lot of people that are here on number 1 and 21. We have about 200 people in the spillover spaces on item 21 and just 5 speaker cards on that. So I'll hand it over to Mr. Zine and I'll say a few words and we'll take that up if there's no objection.
Alrighty. On item number 21, Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And thank you to everybody who's taken time out. And thank you to the CRA commissioners and the citizens that are here for item 1 for their patience as we go through this real quick, just because there are so many people here. And welcome to our students as well. Public comment is a time when you see democracy at its most raw. You can't do this in Congress. You can't go to Sacramento and address, complain, yell at, compliment, whatever you want to do to your elected representatives, but you can here. But I'm here on item 21 to say that I'm very proud to support the Employee Free Choice Act. And I want to thank everybody who is here for this as well. You know, we heard a lot about basic rights here. We heard a lot about basic rights here, and it's true that legislators do write and create the law. But for too long, we've had in Washington folks that write and create laws that are against working people, that take away the most basic right to organize and to assemble, which is in our Constitution, in our Bill of Rights. We welcomed our great labor secretary, our new secretary, Hilda Solis, on Sunday. She was here all weekend, but on Sunday we had an event with her. And a man showed up in his Navy uniform who I hadn't seen in a number of years. His name is Sam Delgado. He's a lieutenant commander in the United States Navy. Well, he happened to be the man who recruited me to serve as a reservist in the United States Navy. I hadn't seen him in a long time. And as we've talked about trying to pass the Employee Free Choice Act, which would allow folks to join unions simply by exercising their democratic right, I was reminded of what was said time and time again the last few weeks as we organized around this, that I was able to join the United States military, to see my shipmates go off, some of them being injured, some of them lose their lives, with a simple signature. And yet we cannot today join a union with a simple signature, and that is wrong. The legislation that we support here today would ensure that workers have a free choice and a fair chance to bargain collectively for fair wages and benefits. And during these tough economic times, we need it more than ever. Now more than ever, workers they deserve the opportunity to bargain collectively for fair wages, for health care and benefits, and both employers and employees benefit when workers are happy with their working conditions. We've seen this in recent organizing efforts here in Los Angeles. Take security guards, for instance. Mr. Weiss worked very hard on this, where we had security guards who are in our office buildings who had such a high turnover, it wasn't safe for us, it wasn't good for the employers because they constantly had to retrain people, and by organizing, getting decent benefits, and by getting decent wages, it stabilized the security in our buildings against terrorist attacks, against fires, but it also allowed those employers to have a more stabilized workforce and ultimately to save money as well. Union membership provides workers with better wages, improved benefits, and protection from discrimination and unsafe workplaces. If we think these things do not happen in 21st century America, we only have to go outside our own doors, where we can see sweatshops here in Los Angeles, where we see unfair labor practices, and when they happen, they are tied up right now for so long the way the laws are designed that you cannot resolve them or organize them in time, and many of those people get fired or simply move on and give up. It is a basic American right to protect the American middle class, and it's no coincidence that as union membership numbers fall, there are growing numbers of jobs with low pay, few benefits, and little to no job security. So workers who belong to unions earn 30% more than non-union workers, are 59% more likely to have employer-provided health care, and they benefit communities by moving entire families out of poverty so that we don't pay, all of us as taxpayers, in the emergency room, in the social safety net, in food stamps and all the other things when people are actually living and working but not able to get by. When we have equal treatment, when we enhance civic participation, this is a good thing for all of us, no matter what your political stripe. Unions help build this country, they help build this city, they built this building, they built the middle class in this country, and it's time to establish and to continue the victories, whether it was a basic workday that we all benefit from right now, 8 hours, many of us work many hours more, but at least that right of 8-hour day and the right to a lunch break, those things didn't exist before unions. The Employee Free Choice Act gives workers a level playing field to form a union and to bargain collectively. No other measure before the new Congress would do more to secure broadly shared economic growth and to put us back on track than the fast passage of the Employee Free Choice Act. We hope both of our senators will support it. We embrace the support of all of our members of Congress, and if anybody who wants to fight for our country can join the armed forces with a signature, they should be able to join a union too. Colleagues, I ask for your aye vote, and I thank everybody who's here in support of EFCA today. Thank you.
Mr. Rosendahl. Okay, folks, we've got more speakers on the queue. Mike, thank you. You can cheer at the end because we've got a number of council members who want to speak on this matter, and we can have one big cheer at the end. Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Mr. President. Look, let's face reality. Today, about 11 or 12% of the American people are in unions. There used to be a day when it was 40 or 50%. And when the unions are powerful and strong, they can sit at the table and they can help cut up the pie. Okay? That's how you have a strong middle class. We have seen the unions dwindle down to practically nothing in the last 20, 30 years. In part because the media has made it look like nuts, okay? Nobody has given the unions the support they need. If you don't have a strong union movement, you will never, ever again have a strong middle class. You must be able to organize and create a union. It's obviously very clear to me, and I've been in the private sector for 25 years. I know about the business world, and I know how they cut up the pie. I was always a fighter for the unions, even when it wasn't fashionable. Why? Because we're all in this together. And if we don't share the pie, we're not sharing the benefits of being an American. It is as American as I'm standing here and you're sitting there to have unions. Period. Okay? Why are we 10 or 12% with unions? Because of the manipulation that happens when you try to form a union. What this does is a simple, clear, honest approach. If 50% plus one of the workers want to form a union, they should be allowed to form a union, period. That's it. In concluding, capitalism and we know what we're doing in this economic downturn. It's all the old greed. It was all the no regulations. It was the wild, wild west. And we've seen everything just topple down, right? We need health care for all Americans. That should be a right, period. And we need to share the pie in an adequate way that everybody feels part of it. So yes for this choice, yes for Barack Obama. Let's make it happen in Washington. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenthal. Ms. Hahn, you're next up. Ms. Hahn.
Thank you. Well, I really want to applaud my two colleagues that went before me. Those were great, inspiring points that you made, and I certainly also am rising to support the Employees Free Choice Act. I think it's time now more than ever to make that happen. And, I've worked very hard since I've been a council member to be trying to lift up the quality of life for the working men and women of this city. Because I've always believed that we should not have the terminology working poor. Anybody in this country that works hard should not be poor. And I've worked for the hotel workers and the truck drivers at the port. I was very disappointed to see the recent ruling that came down yesterday saying that we can have clean air and we can have clean trucks, but we can't support the employees to become drivers that actually have a company that helps them keep the truck maintained, keep the truck clean. And I think we're not going to have a stable workforce as a result of that ruling. And it was very disappointing to me. It's not just about clean air. It's about clean lives. And people can actually afford to be a part of the goods movement industry. I do support this wholeheartedly. People will always tell us it's not the right time. In fact, I am bringing forth the issue of finally, after a decade, of raising the health care benefit in our living wage ordinance. No longer can we say $1.25 actually buys anything in terms of health care, and we need to take a look at that. But I've heard already from the airline industry, it's not the right time. It's bad economy. It is the right time, because if we don't support the middle class, the working class, then we're not supporting what has made this country great. And our own President Obama said this about the Employee Free Choice Act. We need to level the playing field for workers and the unions that represent their interests, because we know that you cannot have a strong middle class without a strong labor movement. When workers are prospering, they buy products that make business prosper. The Employee Free Choice Act is critical to the nation's economic recovery, a point made by numerous analysts, including former Labor Secretary Robert Reich. Speaking in Florida, he said the bill would open the door for workers to bargain for health care, pensions, fair wages, restoring their economic security, and reversing the wage stagnation that has contributed to a weak economy. Time is now. I'm proud of us for standing up today, supporting this. I call on our United States Senator Dianne Feinstein to join with us and support the Employees Free Choice Act. The time is now.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Mr. Alarcon.
Members, when most of us grew up, it was a time when unions were very strong. For my family, my father was a small businessman, but my mother was a retail clerk and grocery cashier, and it was my mother's income that and her benefits that allowed us to be free from the stresses that occur when life's little problems emerge. When I got these stitches, it was my mom that took me to the hospital and didn't have to worry about the health care because she had full benefits. My father, who was a businessman, used to applaud my mother, even though they were divorced when I was 4. He always used to tell us, "You are very fortunate that your mother has a union job." I think that we sometimes forget, how did we get the benefits that we take for granted in our society? Where did we get the Social Security system? It was the union movement that fought to get the Social Security benefit. And so many other things that we take for granted are there because unions stood up and fought for us, and fought for themselves because they were us. When we talk about education and you look at who supports benefits to go to education, you'll see that many who espouse corporate thinking will try to block efforts to improve our educational system. They mouth it, but they don't act it when it comes to putting their money where their mouth is. When we talk about the economic crisis that we're facing, it was the corporate irresponsibility mentality that destroyed our economy and put millions of people in trepidation and suffering because of greed. It is the unions that are fighting to create corporate responsibility in our society. It is the unions that are fighting to cap CEO salaries because they're just taking too much from people. It is the unions that are trying to create affordable housing for folks and housing that they can even own. Because in our city, 70% of the folks don't live in a house that they own. We are on a track going backwards from where the original people who talked about capitalism spoke of. They thought about being a very social-minded capitalist society where giving was part of the norm, and it is not part of the norm today. So I think that in the spirit of this new change that we talk about with President Obama leading the charge, we have to be thinking about allowing people to have the right to organize, to fight for the kinds of protections that got my mother her job back when she was illegally fired. And so I know personally that what the benefits are of a union family. We need to create families that are strong in our city. Who would argue with that? And the best way to accomplish that is to expand the opportunities for families to get the kinds of benefits that they can get by having a mother or father who is a member of a union. So I support the American Free Choice Act because it is a fundamental right for people to work together. And if you can sign, if your driver's license, sign 1,010,000 contracts with just a simple signature, if you can sign to buy a house and get screwed by the mortgage companies and the banks, then you certainly should have the opportunity to sign on the dotted line to say that you're with a union and they will fight for you.
Thank you, Mr. Alarcon. Ms. Gruhl?
Thank you, Mr. Zine, and I too stand in support of this resolution. This council has stood in support of janitors and creating the security officers union and being able to say that we want everyone, all boats to rise. We've heard that a long time. We want all boats to rise and to be able to make sure that people have affordable health care, that they're able to afford that American dream of owning a home, be able to afford all of the other things that people would like to have. And it is not an oxymoron to say that you can have both be business friendly and union friendly at the same time. And this legislation that we stand and support today is going to be able to ensure that it is transparent and that people have an opportunity to join a union if they would like to do that. And they have. That is what this country has stood on, is people being able to have a choice. And so a lot of eloquent words have been given about the importance of supporting this legislation, but I wanted to stand up as well and thank all of you that are here today in the overflow room, that this council will hopefully unanimously adopt today. That we support the national, not unanimous almost, American Free Choice Act here in this country, and to be able to say that we support people having a wage and having an opportunity to have a voice for themselves. So thank you very much. I'm glad to stand.
Thank you, Ms. Gruhl. Mr. Weezar. Next speaker, Mr. Weezar. Where is Mr. Weezar?
Mr. Weezar has been called to city business, but I'm sure he'll be back. The next speaker, please.
Well, he is the next speaker. All right, we're going to go to some public comment, and then we'll come back.
Well, I'll speak. I ask for an aye vote on this item.
Sit down. You're out of order. I can support that one. All right, here we go. The Reverend William Smart, followed by Pilar Arellano.
Thank you. To this honorable city council, I serve as a vice chairman of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. That is the organization that Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. founded. I'm standing here for Dr. Eric Lee, who is our president and our CEO. You know, it's ironic that he asked me to do this because in my capacity as a director at the Los Angeles Alliance for a New Economy, for the last 6 years, I have been working with workers. In that capacity, I have watched as security officers and custodians marched in the street. I have watched as hotel workers have fought and as port truck drivers attempted to improve their conditions. You know, as these honorable people that are standing behind me, every day they go to work, giving an honest day's work, working hard, building the backbone of America. And it's time for America to stand for them. In this time of economic dishevelment, it is so important that families be respected. Many of these workers behind me have to make some very important decisions. They have to decide whether they're going to pay for health care or they're going to put tires on the truck. They have to decide if they're going to take their kids to the emergency room that night or do they go in for that second shift that will afford them the opportunity to keep their mortgage or their rent paid. That's unfair. That's not the dream that Dr. Martin Luther King had for America. This Employee Free Choice Act gives us that dream. It rechanges America in a very powerful way. It allows the haves-nots to have. It allows the locked out to get locked in. It allows the poor to rise. And so I don't take this moment lightly because when I used to speak here before, they called this the horseshoe. And as the horseshoe goes in LA, it goes into California. And as California goes, the nation goes. Right now, you need to stand up as you're going to do and send a message to Sacramento to U.S. Senator Dianne Feinstein. Send a message to Washington, D.C. Let them know it's time that you are going to stand up for workers.
Thank you,
God
Reverend.
bless you.
Thank you. God bless you. Pilar? Pilar. Followed by Mr. Mendoza. Go ahead, please.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Pilar Arellano. En 1999 yo trabajé por la compañía de Athens Service en la ciudad de Industria. Trabajé como sorteadora. Yo tenía que quitar el aluminio, plástico y vidrio de la basura.
Un momento, we need to translate it now.
Good afternoon. My name is Pilar Arellano. In 1998, I worked for a company called Athens in the City of Industry as a sorter. I would sort aluminum, plastic, and glass from trash.
Mi trabajo era muy difícil y asqueroso. En cualquier día yo me enfrentaba con basura contaminada. La basura venía de hospitales, basura de clínica de abortos. A mi casa llegaba con dolores de cabeza de tanto químico y gas que respirábamos durante el día de trabajo.
My job was very difficult and it was very disgusting at the same time. Any day I was confronted with contaminated trash. The trash would come from hospitals and abortion clinics. I would get home and my head would hurt from all of the chemicals and gases that I would breathe.
Mi experiencia trabajando por Athens fue muy difícil. No nos dejaban ir al baño. Solo había 2 baños para 150 trabajadores. No nos dejaban tener conversación entre compañeros por temor de que íbamos a formar un sindicato.
My experience working in Athens was very difficult. They wouldn't let us go to the restroom. There was only 2 bathrooms for 150 employees, and they would not let us converse with one another for fear that we would form a union.
A pesar de que las condiciones eran sucias y días calientes, solo había disponibles 5 galones de agua para 150 personas. Esta cantidad no era suficiente para todo el trabajo sucio y difícil y peligroso, y solo nos pagaban un sueldo mínimo de $5.75 por hora.
Okay, please conclude.
At times, this was very difficult. The conditions were dirty, and the company would not care for us. My co-workers and I tried to form a union to improve the working conditions, but the company fired 150 of its workers.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker, Mendoza. Juvenal Mendoza. Followed by Luis Maldonado. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning, City Council. My name is Juvenal Mendoza, and I am a junior at Garfield High School and a member of Inner City Struggle. I am here today to show my support for the Employee Free Choice Act, also known as EFCA. I am here to urge you to support the Employee Free Choice Act resolution that will provide workers with the ability to unionize at their worksite without the fear of losing their job. It is important and vital for the workers to have the opportunity to unionize at their jobs. Workers should have the ability to voice their opinions on their worksite and conditions. All workers should have the ability and right to talk to their employer about better wages and better health care. No family today should go without proper access to health care in these tough economic times. I come from a single-parent household. My mother is undocumented and has worked throughout my life to provide me and my siblings with the basic necessities of life so that we could have a better future. When I was younger, my mother worked 2 jobs, by day at a local store for 12 years and by night at a restaurant for 10 years. Both were non-union and low-wage paying jobs. If my mother had the opportunity to be part of a union, she would have had better wages and health care, and my siblings and I would have been able to see her more often. Currently, my mother is unemployed and has been unable to get a well-paying job. I'm about to be a senior this fall, and I will soon be graduating high school. My dream is to go on to college and to obtain a higher education, but some of my friends will be going on into the workforce after graduation. It is very important for young workers to have the ability and right to join unions because they need a place where their rights can be protected and be able to get the support that they need to work efficiently at their job. Throughout these months, we have seen the unemployment numbers skyrocket at an alarming rate, and now we fear going into the workforce, where one day you have a job and the next you don't. We need to begin to plan for the future to ensure that families and workers have access to well-paying jobs and get the opportunities that most jobs have now, such as health insurance, sick days, and a wage where we can provide for our families and ourselves. So today, I urge the City Council members to support the Employee Free Choice Act and help us plan for a better future.
Thank you.
Thank
Luis
you.
Maldonado. Luis Maldonado.
Buenos días. Me llamo Luis Maldonado.
Good morning, my name is Luis
He
Maldonado.
trabajado 6 años como seguridad de oficial en el Hospital General del Condado.
I've been a security officer for 6 years at the General Hospital of the county.
Actualmente trabajo para la compañía Securitas.
Currently for Securitas, a security
Protejo
company.
pacientes, visitantes y trabajadores.
I protect patients, visitors, and workers.
Tengo 3 hijos, una hija es trabajadora social, la otra estudiante en la universidad y mi hijo es sargento de los Estados Unidos y él ya ha ido 3 veces a Irak.
I have 2 children. One daughter who is a social worker, my second daughter is a student, and my son is a sergeant from the army, and he's been in Iraq 3 times.
Yo y mi familia somos ciudadanos, contribuimos al condado, al estado y a este país.
Me and my family are citizens. We contribute to the county, the state, and this country.
Estoy aquí representando a mi familia, oficiales de seguridad y a todos quienes estamos luchando por justicia y a una mejor calidad de vida, que viene con un buen trabajo.
I'm here representing my family, security officers, and all the people who's fighting for justice and a better quality of life.
Mis compañeros y yo estamos luchando para organizar en nuestra unión con la Unión de Oficiales de Seguridad.
My co-workers and myself, we're fighting to organize our union with the SIU, the Security Officers Union.
Sabemos que con unión nosotros mejoraremos nuestros salarios para sobrevivir, seguro de vida y para todos los abusos.
We know that with our union, we will improve our wages so we can survive, medical benefits, and job security.
La ley de libre elección de trabajo proveería protección a los trabajadores y a nuestras familias y para las tácticas de las compañías.
The Employee Free Choice Act will provide protection for all the workers and for our families.
La ley de elección para el trabajador es para bienestar de la comunidad, para nosotros y los trabajadores. Somos la comunidad.
The Employee Free Choice Act will provide benefits for the community because we are the community.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lee Winkleman.
Good morning. My name is Lee Winkleman. I'm a consultant and I live in Council District 5. I'm married. I have a 5-year-old son named Henry who's at home watching this on TV. And I'm a member of the Regional Council of the Progressive Jewish Alliance. I'm not a member of a union. I've never been a member of a union. And as a consultant, I'm not likely to be a member of a union. I'm not here to speak in favor of the Employee Free Choice Act today because it'll affect my self-interest directly. I'm here for 2 reasons. One is because the Employee Free Choice Act is important for social justice, or what we in the Jewish tradition call tikkun olam, the healing of the world. And 2, because it will help our economic recovery. 33 million workers make poverty wages. That's a quarter of the U.S. workforce. No one who's willing to work should have to live in poverty. Unions are the most effective anti-poverty program. Union workers earn 28% more than non-union workers in wages and benefits. So I support this because it will help get workers out of poverty. Right now, the labor laws are unfair. The majority of American workers know that unions help workers. And that's why a majority of American workers say they would join a union if they could. But the laws are unfair right now. Employers routinely harass workers. What the Employee Free Choice Act will do is it'll level the playing field. It'll give workers the choice and not employers the choice of whether they join unions. If more workers join unions, more workers will get out of poverty. So I support this because it's an anti-poverty program. I also support it because it'll help in our economic recovery. More workers join unions if the laws are more fair, and these workers will have more money to spend. They'll buy things. It'll be a stimulus. Henry Ford knew this, and that's why he always said that a prosperous economy requires workers to be able to purchase the products they produce. So, in summary, I support this because it's fair, it's social justice, it's good for the economy, and I urge you to support this too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the Valley. Donna Perlman in the San Fernando Valley. Let's go to the Valley for Donna Perlman.
Pearman.
Pearman, that's what I said, Pearman.
Oh, not Perlman. Anyway, how can people afford dream homes if the mortgage is so high and unions can't lower mortgage rates? I know somebody who needed help from the Union Bank, but they refused to lower the mortgage. Anyway, you're hypocrites worrying about Employee Free Act right. You will work the unions, make them give concessions. The unions are only as good as the union reps. If they give in and give back what they worked hard for, what's the point? Are unions really standing up for city employees? You want other unions to be strong. Unions that employ uneducated or illegal immigrants. Our city council wants them to have every benefit without them earning it. Some who maybe just get hired, getting the same benefits who people worked over 15 years to get this benefit. And so I don't believe that, I don't understand why you can go against the city employees and go against them, and all of a sudden you're crying over all these other people who are in hotels or working in stores. I mean, we all should be together, and if they want to get extra things, you should make sure that city employees also get it. We can't be going against the middle class. You want to go against the middle class by giving everything to the poor, but who's going to help these middle class with their extra things that we give them if we take the money away from the middle class? So I'm not sure I'm for this Employee Free Act because you're not for the city employees. Thank you.
All right, Rick Nightingale. Rick Nightingale in the San Fernando Valley at our Valley operation. Thank you, Rick.
Yes, good morning. Rick Nightingale.
Good morning.
I belong to a union. I was IBEW for about 40 years. I am a union man, but the problem is you people don't realize that when you belong to the union is supposed to fight for you for your medical and everything else, retirement and that. The government's not supposed to be paying for this. The city's not supposed to pay for this. Are you willing to take this out of your salary to turn around and pay for this stuff? Just because you belong to a union don't mean that they're going to get it for you for free. It's just not a free ride. So, I mean, it's more to get educated, to get a better job, than to turn around and do this. And then we're going to get right back to the same situation. Union? What's the problem with this whole council regarding the unions? They're all in their pocket. And now it's going to get worse. And you don't realize that when you belong to the union, if you don't go along with the union wage or you don't go along with the situation they want, you don't have no choice in the matter. You do what the union wants to do. So you don't think that you're going to go up to the owner of the company and say, well, I'm a union member, you can't do this, you can't do that. You go to a union rep and they are in charge of doing all this for you. So it's something to think about. It is good to one point and it's bad to other points. But you got to remember, you're going to have to pay dues, and this is going to be coming out of your salary, and anything else that has to be done with the union. So, I mean, it's a big step. But I say get education first. That is the most important thing you can possibly do to get a better job is education, no matter what it is. That is the only way that you're going to get out of the lower wages and get up into the middle wages is education, and that's the only way. And union isn't the only answer. Thank you.
That will close our public hearing. We have two more council members who would like to be heard. Mr. Huizar is back and Mr. Zine. Mr. Huizar.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I won't say much because a lot has been said, but let me make it very clear. There are some who say that this will hurt the middle class, but in fact, we know that decent wages and providing health care for our workers helps increase the number of people who could reach the middle class. And that's a message that needs to be put out there loud and clear. And finally, this is a fair proposal. You know, right now when we vote, no one has the right to ask us, who did you vote for? Right now, when some of our workers want to join the union, it's an open election process, and they have to reveal how they voted. We are not asked who we voted for president. We are not asked what council member we voted for, and our workers should be asked that as well. And finally, let me say that one of the reasons why I'm so passionate about ensuring that our workers are able to join unions when they so choose is that I know when my mom contracted arthritis, for years and years of working in a freezer in a meat and fish packing warehouse, it was the union who stood up for her and provided her access to get medical attention and ensure that food was put on our table. And many, many families face the same thing when they need to be represented, informed, and educated about what their rights are as workers. This is a fair proposal. I hope Washington sees it the same way and passes this resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dennis Philip Zine.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti, our president, and good morning to you and the overflow crowd also. I came from a family where my dad was not a union member. He was a gardener, and he told me, get into civil service. I got into civil service with the LAPD. I joined the Police Protective League. I later became a director with the Police Protective League. And I know what the unions do for the employees. And I want to commend our union, SEIU, and the other unions that we work with, and this coalition that we have here in the city of Los Angeles, because our union recognizes some of the difficult times we're facing, and they're working with us. This council, this mayor, they're working with us. They're working with us so we can save jobs for the workers. Union has a part in the workplace. When managers do it right, when supervisors do it right, it all works very well. Union is a very important part. I totally support this particular measure, and I support this measure because it's the right measure to make for the workers that serve the people, whether it's for the city of Los Angeles or any other group that serves the public. And I know that many unions have been decimated. Many airline unions have been decimated. The financial situation, we see what's happened in the auto industry. But what the unions do is they provide the benefits, they provide the salaries, they provide the negotiations. But once again, I will commend our unions here in the city of Los Angeles, in particular the ones that we work with closely, SEIU in particular, and the coalition that has been very, very good in dealing with the measures that we need to do to provide those jobs, provide that service to the people of Los Angeles. So I am one more member joining in what they've done with the different groups that they brought out of the private sector into the union operation to better educate, better train, and better equip them to do their particular job, whatever discipline they're in. So to the union representatives, thank you. To the members, thank you for being here. And I am one more vote for this particular measure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zine. That was our last speaker in the queue. Also, just as a point of information on the national side, I know that there was news that Senator Specter became a Democrat today. So, Mr. Zine, if you'd like to switch, we could arrange the papers later. With that, let's go ahead and take the vote. Thank you again to everybody who's taken time out of their day to be here. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes, 1 no.
That is approved. Thank you very much, everybody. We'll send that forthwith without objection to the mayor. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you all very much. We appreciate your presence and your words, and thank you also to Alejandra Marroquin from my staff for her work on that issue. We'll next take up item number 1. Thank you again to the CRA board for their patience. We try to be as democratic as possible with the number of folks that are here for each item. And thank you to Ms. Gruhl as well, and to the constituents that are here on item number 1. I'd like to declare that this is a joint public hearing of the Los Angeles City Council and the Board of Commissioners of the Community Redevelopment Agency of the City of Los Angeles to consider the approval of the proposed 5th amended and restated Laurel Canyon Commercial Corridor Redevelopment Plan. The proposed 5th amended and restated Laurel Canyon Commercial Corridor Redevelopment Plan is to be approved and adopted pursuant to the Community Redevelopment Law of the State of California. This is also a public hearing on the proposed 5-year implementation plan. For those who are watching from the public who have not done this before, we hold a joint hearing where both the City Council and the CRA Board coterminously take up consideration of this item. In some cities, the City Council functions as the CRA Board as well. Here we have an independent board as well as the City Council, and both are required to change or extend or to create any new redevelopment project area. So with that, will the City Clerk please call the roll of the members of the City Council and the Community Redevelopment Agency of the City of Los Angeles?
Alarcon, Cardenas, Gruhl, Hahn, Weezer, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Weiss, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti. 14 members present and a quorum of the City Council. Commissioners Jackson, Ackerman, Ling, Janis, Ortiz, and Sickler. 6 members present and a quorum of the CRA Commission.
Welcome, Commissioners. Good to have you here. I now declare the joint public hearing on the proposed 5th amended and restated Laurel Canyon Commercial Corridor Redevelopment Plan and the proposed 5-year implementation plan for the Laurel Canyon Commercial Corridor Redevelopment Project opened by the City Council and the Community Redevelopment Agency, hereafter referred to as CRA-LA. Pursuant to law, it is now my responsibility as Council President to preside over this joint public hearing. This is the time and place set for the joint public hearing as specified in the notice published and posted pursuant to this Community Redevelopment Law of the State of California. This is the time to comment on or object to the proposed 5th amended and restated Laurel Canyon Commercial Corridor Redevelopment Plan, as well as to object to any of the proceedings taken in connection with the proposed 1st amended and restated Laurel Canyon Commercial Corridor Redevelopment Plan, including this hearing. This is the time to comment on the proposed 5-year implementation plan for the Laurel Canyon Commercial Corridor Redevelopment Project as well. And in a few minutes, we will take public comment. So I know we have cards from members of the public. Anybody else wishing to speak, there are speaker cards in the back, and please give that to one of the sergeants at arms or in Van Nuys or San Pedro to the city staff there. The Community Redevelopment Law of California requires that we follow certain procedures in the conduct of today's joint public hearing. Persons making statements and comments are asked to direct them through me. All persons desiring to speak will be given the opportunity to do so, subject to a time limit per person. The order of procedures for today's hearing will be as follows. 1, CRA-LA staff will present a brief report on the history and background leading up to the proposed 5th Amendment and restated Laurel Canyon Commercial Corridor Redevelopment Plan. Second, CRA-LA staff will also present a brief summary of the proposed 5-year implementation plan for fiscal year 2010 through fiscal year 2014 for the Laurel Canyon Commercial Corridor Redevelopment Project. Next, we will receive any written statements submitted for this hearing. And then we will receive any oral comments from the audience. As I stated before, remember to please fill out a speaker card in the back. After questions, comments, and objections have been responded to as needed, the City Council and the CRA-LA Board of Commissioners will close the public hearing. No action will be taken on the adoption of the 5th amended and restated Laurel Canyon Commercial Corridor Redevelopment Plan today. So no action will be taken today. This is the time to hear these items. The City Council and the CRA-LA Board of Commissioners have scheduled a joint public meeting for May 5th, 2009, at which time the CRA-LA Board of Commissioners will consider approving the 5-year implementation plan, recommending approval of the 5th amended and restated Laurel Canyon Commercial Corridor Redevelopment Plan, and making EIR findings required by the California Environmental Quality Act, known as CEQA. The City Council will consider adopting the 5th amended and restated Laurel Canyon Commercial Corridor Redevelopment Plan and making EIR findings required by CEQA. After that exhausting monologue, I now call on my colleague, Councilwoman Wendy Gruhl, our President Pro Tem, for any introductory comments before we hear the CRA-LA report.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I will be brief. So I think all want to hear the presentation from the CRA, and I have many of my constituents that are here today. Colleagues, this is as you see the map up here, and any of you have driven by Victory and Laurel Canyon, which I do. My office is directly across from there. I don't live far from there. Off of Laurel Canyon. This has been a project that has been discussed for probably a decade, and that prior to me being elected, there were a lot of issues. There was issues related to the LAUSD on the north side, how that was going to interact with this project. There were proposals for schools on different parts of the site. It has gone back and forth. The one thing you can say today is that something needs to be done with that site, and we've been working very hard with the developer and the community and the CRA to look at what we can have happen on that site, because right now there are a number of vacant parcels that are there, vacant buildings that are there, in agreements that have been made with the current exclusive right to negotiate with Jerry Snyder and Cliff Goldstein on that site. Colleagues, I think you will hear that everyone wants to have it redeveloped. The issues that will come up today are some of the specifics that will be decided when we have an owner participation agreement. There are details about the park swap, there are details about traffic mitigation, other neighborhood protections, will be discussed when we come back with an actual project. And so I hope that as you hear those things, you'll understand that what we're doing today gives us a couple of options to actually move forward. A very key point, move forward on that site, and to be able to compile a piece of property that will give the kinds of services that are needed in that neighborhood, in that community. And so we're here today to amend the Laurel Canyon Commercial Corridor Plan by extending in life and creating one of the opportunities of powered eminent domain. I want to make it clear that it is particularly for those areas, triangle bounded by Victory Boulevard, Laurel Canyon Boulevard, and the Hollywood Freeway, and the block bounded by Victory Boulevard, Laurel Canyon, Hammond Street, and Bellingham Avenue. Those are the only locations where that would be utilized, and only to this existing Valley Plaza. So I want to just be brief that you will hear from public comment, I think. First, though, we will hear from the Community Redevelopment Agency on the status of this project and what we're doing here today. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize now the CEO of our CRALA, Cecilia Estolano.
Mr. President, members of the CRA Commissioners, first I'd like to defer to Commissioner Bruce Ackerman, who would like to make a brief statement.
Council members, I truly apologize, but I'm supposed to be in two places at one time. I've been honored today to make a presentation to WET Design, one of our companies based in the San Fernando Valley. The LA Headquarters Association is honoring them as the most outstanding company based in Los Angeles. If I could be excused, I'm going to go over there, make that presentation, and come right back.
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And we'll still, just to reflect, we still have a quorum for the CRA Board of Commissioners as well as for the City Council. Ms. Estolano.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am Cecilia Estolano, Chief Executive Officer of the Community Redevelopment Agency of the City of Los Angeles. We are here today to consider the proposed Fifth Amended and Restated Laurel Canyon Commercial Corridor Redevelopment Plan and other related actions. The report to Council binder, as you'll see right here, which has been provided to members of the Council and the Board of Commissioners of the CRA, and which has been made available for public viewing, contains required documentation for your consideration of these actions. It includes the proposed amended and restated redevelopment plan, the proposed 5-year implementation plan, the environmental impact report for the Fifth amended and restated redevelopment plan, an updated relocation plan, and the project area's existing rules governing owner participation. Also included in this enormous binder is the documentation of the blighting conditions remaining in the project area which support this proposed amendment. The Earthquake Disaster Assistance Plan for Laurel Canyon Commercial Corridor was adopted back in December 1994 to address the damage caused by the Northridge earthquake in and around the Valley Plaza Shopping Center. Through private and public sector efforts, much of the damage to property elsewhere in the project area has been alleviated. One very significant exception, though, is found in the Valley Plaza Shopping Center itself, however. According to our research, this center is the second oldest in California. It opened for business back in 1951. At that time, it was common practice to link several separately owned properties into a shopping center configuration. Typically, today's model retail center is held by one owner, so that management, operation, and investment decisions can be made in a cost-effective, coherent, and timely manner, and the property can be evaluated as a strong financial investment. Shortly after the 1994 earthquake, private sector revitalization efforts to rebuild and renew Valley Plaza began. But attempts by several developers to assemble the parcels into one cohesive site over the next 5 years were unsuccessful. By 2000, however, the J.H. Snyder Company had successfully acquired a very substantial number of the center's parcels, and the CRA entered into an exclusive negotiating agreement with Snyder Company for the renovation, anticipating the company would be able to completely assemble the site. Subsequently, however, Snyder's ongoing acquisition negotiations have not been successful. Such continued private sector failure over a 15-year period is a clear indication that further assistance from the CRA-LA is appropriate and required so that the Valley Plaza Shopping Center can once more be a viable property and asset to the community. The proposed amendment to the redevelopment plan before you will facilitate this revitalization effort as well as provide other assistance to the area. To implement a redevelopment program for alleviation of remaining blight and continuation of efforts to redevelop Valley Plaza, it is necessary to amend the redevelopment plan for the Disaster Assistance Project for Laurel Canyon Commercial Corridor. Specifically, the proposed plan amendment will change the name of the project area from the Disaster Assistance Project for Laurel Canyon Commercial Corridor to the Laurel Canyon Commercial Corridor Redevelopment Project. It will also extend the effective period of the redevelopment plan from 2009 to 2027. It will extend the period for incurring debt from 2009 to 2024. It will reaffirm the last date for receipt of tax increment as December 9th, 2042. It will increase the limitation on the amount of bonded indebtedness which may be outstanding at any one time from $25 million to $50 million. And it will establish limited eminent domain powers within an extremely limited area of the project for a period of 12 years from the effective date of the amended and restated redevelopment plan as allowed by the California redevelopment law. Eminent domain authority would be limited to commercial properties within an area bounded by Hamlin Street to the north, Laurel Canyon Boulevard Street to the east, and the Hollywood Freeway to the west and southwest. And that area is now being displayed on the overhead screens. Excluded from this area is a block bounded by Hamlin Street to the north, Bellingham Avenue to the east, Victory Boulevard to the south, and St. Clair Avenue to the west. I want to state emphatically that eminent domain will not be used on any residential properties. Again, eminent domain will not be used on any residential properties if the City Council and the Community Redevelopment Agency Board of Commissioners approves this plan amendment.
Plus, there's also that protection statewide.
That's correct. The voters approved Proposition 90 to protect single-family property owners from eminent domain. Eminent domain will also not be used on commercial properties located outside of the Valley Plaza Shopping Center, as indicated on the map found at Tab G, Exhibit 6, last page in your binders. The proposed Fifth Amended and Restated Laurel Canyon Commercial Corridor Redevelopment Plan does not contain any changes to the allocation of taxes, nor does it change project area boundaries. No boundaries are changed as a result of the proposed redevelopment plan amendment. All right, very briefly, I want to talk about, summarize the 5-year implementation plan which accompanies the proposed amended redevelopment plan and which addresses the alleviation of conditions of blight and the attainment of various goals and objectives in the project area. The proposed programs include, 1, the Valley Plaza Shopping Center Redevelopment Program. This program consists of redevelopment of the 23-acre portion of the Valley Plaza Shopping Center, which is located south of Victory Boulevard, into a modern lifestyle retail center to include a department store, a multiplex cinema, retail and restaurant space, and a parking structure. CRA-LA participation may include property acquisition, site preparation, and infrastructure improvements. The second element of the 5-year implementation plan are housing programs. The Response to Housing Opportunities Program will monitor ongoing construction activity, evaluate development proposals, and provide technical and financial assistance when appropriate and beneficial to the project area. The Affordable Housing Program will assist in the provision of affordable housing units to very low, and moderate income households in accordance with the requirements of the Community Redevelopment Law. The third key component of the 5-year implementation plan are streetscapes and infrastructure improvements program. This proposed program will address street and sidewalk improvements along major corridors such as Laurel Canyon, Victory Boulevard, and Irwin Street. It includes, but would not be limited to, improved pedestrian amenities and new district signage. Implementation of this program will be coordinated with the development of the Valley Plaza Shopping Center. Thank you for the opportunity to present this information to the members of the City Council and the Community Redevelopment Agency. Our CRA staff and our consultants and our council stand ready to answer any questions you may have regarding the proposal.
Before we go to public comment, this time are there any questions by members of the council or the commissioners of the CRA LA board? Tom? Mr.
Get a public comment or
Well, first we have questions from members of the council.
I just have one question. What is the CRA's vision for transit as it relates to this? Because my vision that I need a voice for is the extension of the Red Line at Chandler and Lankershim to Valley Plaza and then on to the 170 freeway like they do in BART in Northern California and use the freeway wider ways to connect us. Is anybody going to articulate that in this project as you go forward?
Councilmember LaBonge, I think you know that we at CRA-LA are very proud to consider ourselves the TOD, the Transit-Oriented Development Agency of the City of LA, and we are always supportive of any plans and programs that will help us get better, more consistent transit to our projects. It makes our projects more doable, and this proposal, which includes housing development as well as commercial revitalization, would benefit greatly from any enhanced transit, whether it's the Red Line extension or rapid buses. We would be supportive, but that is not directly addressed in this proposal, Councilmember LaBonge.
How does it get addressed?
It would get addressed in subsequent 5-year implementation plans. We certainly...
Because I believe the CRA has done a tremendous job, and Margarita and the team that leads in North Hollywood in focusing on the transformation of what was North Hollywood.
Absolutely, sir.
In 1969, I worked for Wise Printing in Van Nuys Boulevard, and I went down Lankershim Boulevard with Larry Wise, who was the printer, and he was telling me about Lankershim as being the main drag in North Hollywood. Subsequently, since that time, you know the work of Joel Wax, which was then the largest redevelopment area in the country in the North Hollywood redevelopment plan, and work that has tried to take place, including my predecessor, the late great John Farrar, and then as I got elected years ago, the efforts of many to pull forward the development there has made a transformation and a change where NoHo becomes a place that you're proud of. I'm sure the same is working in this area with Ms. Gruhl and her predecessor, whoever that person may be, to do that. But we want to represent it right. But transit is real important to people in mobility, because we are a mobile area. But I just want some component in there that says the $4.2 billion subway that stops at Chandler and Lankershim should continue to Valley Plaza. It was blocked by legislation to go west in the Valley, and the Valley gets cheated. I don't want the Valley to get cheated. I want a subway to one day come to Valley Plaza. So I take this opportunity, Mr. President, to articulate that point, hopefully with the support of the people here. Maybe not everyone's support, but I know many people who are here have voiced this too, and I hope that's part of your work project as we go forward in the future.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there council members wishing to be heard? If not, will the city clerk proceed to read into the record the names and addresses of persons or organizations that have submitted written statements?
Yes, Mr. President, there were 3 statements submitted this morning. The first from Shepard Mullen, Richter, and Hampton, attorneys at law, 333 South Hope Street on the 48th floor, Los Angeles, California, 90071. The Laurel Grove Neighborhood Association, 6013 Carpenter Avenue, North Hollywood, California, 91606. And from Ron Bitzer, or Beitzer, 6245 Gentry Avenue, North Hollywood, California, 91606.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Clerk. The proposed Fifth Amended and Restated Laurel Canyon Commercial Corridor Redevelopment Plan, the report to the Council, and the proposed 5-year implementation plan, which is for fiscal years 2010 to 2014, as well as the final EIR prepared for the Fifth Amended and Restated Laurel Canyon Commercial Corridor Redevelopment Plan will be made part of the record, along with staff presentation, the public hearing notices for this meeting, and any other documents that we have received. We'll now move to Mr. Cardenas.
If it's appropriate, I'd like to recommend that the comments be 1 minute. It's my understanding we have well over 20 speakers.
We're up to about 31 cards right now.
Okay, well over 30 then.
Okay. Is there any opposition? No? Okay. We'll now hear comments from those present who are in opposition. We have a number of cards where people did not fill out for or against, so I'll call those folks up and see if they are for or against. Our first speaker on the opposition is Walter Hall. If you'd like to come forward. And if you'll please begin your comments by giving us your name, address, and the organization, if applicable, that you represent, and whether you own or rent property or live within the project area.
My name is Walter Hall, and my home is immediately to the west of the Hollywood Freeway and Valley Plaza. Before the council takes any action on the items here under discussion, I would respectfully ask you to visit the Valley Plaza and Laurel Plaza sites and see for yourself what piecemeal planning can do to a once thriving and revenue-producing commercial area. Compare it to what was there before and after the '94 Northridge earthquake, and ask yourself if any of the goals of the Earthquake Disaster Assistance Project for the Laurel Plaza Commercial Corridor are being met. The blighting at Valley Plaza has been caused by this CRA effort. Granting eminent domain authority for the Valley Plaza site has all the promise of making what is now almost a ghost town, occasionally used as a filming location, into something to rival the War of the Worlds movie set at Universal Studios.
Thank you very much, sir. Our next speaker is Ron Bitzer. After that will be Jim Pugh.
Good morning, Mr. President. My name is Ron Bitzer, 6245 Gentry Avenue, Ms. Estolano. It's understandable that people who read the local press would have an opinion about development in the city or the county. My quote goes from 1933, Morrow Mayo, Los Angeles, it should be understood, is not a mere city. On the contrary, it is and has been since 1888 a commodity, something to be advertised and sold to the American people. So I respectfully suggest that before you give these sometimes extraordinary benefits to the developer, and I understand there should be bias in favor of the developer, before you confer these extraordinary benefits to the developer, that you pause and consider whether there's enough documentation about the impact of traffic. This EIR ignores the million-square-foot project proposed less than a mile away at Coldwater Canyon and Victory. There's a draft EIR for that project that says that Laurel Canyon and Victory will be significantly impacted, and that's just one example from my 5 pages of statement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Jim Pugh is our next speaker. After that is Laura Marquez.
Good morning, honorable council members. My name is Jim Pugh with the law firm of Shepard Mullen. We represent Sears Holding Corporation with respect to its property located at 12121 Victory Boulevard, which is just north of Victory Boulevard in the shaded area there. At this time, Sears is opposed to the potential extension of CRA's eminent domain authority over the Sears property. We've reviewed the report to the City Council for the Fifth Amendment to the redevelopment plan, and it appears that that report indicates that Sears is doing well and serving the community successfully as is and does not need further rehabilitation or exercise of eminent domain by the CRA. Therefore, we request that the CRA and City Council expressly exclude the Sears property from the scope of the CRA's proposed eminent domain authority. In closing, I'd like to say that Sears does appreciate the City and CRA's efforts to improve the surrounding area, but does not believe that that authority of CRA needs to be extended to the Sears property. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Our next speaker is Laura Marquez. After that is Ruth Mailer.
Hi there, my name is Laura Marquez. I have been living in the neighborhood. I'm part of the Laurel Grove Neighborhood Association, have been living there on Simpson Avenue for 40 years. We've been fighting for over 9 years for this. We understand about the eminent domain, and that's okay, but the proposed Fifth Amendment to the redevelopment plan for the Laurel Canyon Commercial Corridor is not acceptable. It's too small of an area to start building large new residential buildings. There's too much traffic. It's going to cause unhealthy air, noise pollution. It's just not well planned. It's turning out to not be what was originally promised. We want and we need a commercial property, not a ghost town, which is basically what the gentleman had just said, which is what it's turning into. We want a better life. There is money in our neighborhood. I invite you to go see. It's a beautiful, beautiful area. And there's a thirst for a new and improved community. And we were promised a mini grove, with fountains and just a park and a
Thank you very much, Ms. Marquez.
But basically, we're fighting for a better life and a beautiful community. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. We appreciate them. Ruth Mailer is our next speaker, and then Barbara Gerson will follow after Ms. Mailer. Good morning.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Ruth Mailer, and I'm part owner of the property at 6219 Laurel Canyon Boulevard. We own that property for the last 40 years. We did not have one day vacancy yet. We have a tenant there who pays the rent promptly, and we would like to keep that property in our families. We submitted a proposal to the Schneider Company and to the council that we would be willing to lease the property to them for as long as they need it. But we had not have any response on our request. Now, there is a question of security of the project now.
If I can ask you to conclude, ma'am. We have a 1 minute per speaker. Barbara Gerson is our next one, but if you'd like to finish that thought, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. The security is not important. It seems to me that history repeats itself. 50 years ago, the Germans came into my town, Lodz, and 2-3 months later, they came into our business, into our home, and they displaced us. They put us in a ghetto. It seems to me that history repeats itself, that you're trying to do the same thing to me now. Now, Mrs. Gerson is my partner.
So we'll hear from Mrs. Gerson next, okay? Barbara Gerson, if she'd like to come forward to say some things. Good morning. And we just move the microphone down a little bit so we can, there you go. Perfect. Thank you.
Sure. As my partner, Mrs. Mailer explained it already, that we owned the property for 40 years. We were shortly after widowed, and we struggled and struggled to keep the property going. And now, at our age, we will lose really our livelihood. So please, we ask the gods to consider our situation. Thank you.
Thank you both very much. David Frank is our next speaker. After that, yes, Mr.
Clarification for the people that just spoke, the two ladies who just spoke. Could you please clarify for the council, please, Mr. President? I'm sorry, but I wasn't clear. You're the owner of a business property, or do you live there?
No, we own the business property that has been rented for 40 years to the same school. It's the school, a beauty school.
Okay, so the bottom line is
We don't own the business.
You came to clarify for us that this is a business that you own. It's not like you live there and you get thrown out. Okay.
We don't own the business. Somebody operates a business, or we are renting the property.
So you own the property.
We own the land
But this is
and
not
the building.
But this is not a property where people live. This is a property where people work. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
David Frank is our next speaker. After that is David Lichtman. Good afternoon.
Good morning. My name is David Frank, and I live at 6540 Bellingham. And I was very thrilled to hear that they're not going to be using the residence areas. My understanding is through 2009 through 2014. Does that mean that you could exercise taking some residents for redevelopment then?
Under state law, it is strictly prohibited in the state of California, even past that, unless the voters of California change that.
I see. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. David Lichtman?
Yeah, I'm David Lichman, and I would waive my time.
Lichman, excuse me.
Yeah, I would waive my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Charles Manara? Excuse me if I mispronounced that. Is Charles Manara still here? Not Howard Mailer.
Good afternoon. My name is Howard Mailer. I'm following up regarding the property at 6219 Laurel Canyon Boulevard, North Hollywood. It is premature to grant discretionary eminent domain authority in the absence of a final approved development plan and in the absence of written assurances of performance from the developer. The cost of the project, according to the CRA website, is $295 million. The CRA cannot act independently of the developer, who at present owns at least 75% of total land in the project area, and the developer may not be able to secure financing to complete the project. CRA cannot secure $300 million in gap financing required to build out the shopping center project. They'd only be authorized to issue $50 million in bonded indebtedness, and the tax increment revenues at the end of the period allowable for incurring debt are estimated at $10 million. This would not suffice to pay interest on the $300 million debt, and there's no mechanism for repayment of principal. There's no public purpose served by the grant of eminent domain authority in the absence of assurances that a comprehensive redevelopment plan will be implemented to alleviate blight and to carry out the specific intents of the redevelopment plan.
Appreciate your comments, sir.
Exercise of eminent domain authority.
I'm sorry, sir. We're going to have to try to keep it as even as possible. If you'd like to give your written words to the Sergeant at Arms, we'd be happy to circulate that. Sure. We'll make sure when the Sergeant at Arms grabs that. Why don't you stay right there? We'll make sure they get it for you. Yaakov Sinai is our next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Yaakov Sinai. I own the property on the corner of Laurel Canyon and Victory. And today is another, pathetic parade talking about the process which brought us to here. I talked in front of the commissioner a few times, and like dogs that bark and let the parade move. None of them called me to ask me about the problem I have. The CRA never consulted us, and all this process is absolutely corrupt. And to give eminent domain to something like that is shooting way overboard. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sinai. Dr. Clyde Williams is our next speaker.
Dr. Clyde Williams, 4115 Barrett Road, El Sereno. We have in El Sereno both the Adelante and the Monterey Hills CRAs. These have been, might say, more mature, but they are also used locally as slush funds for funding projects well outside the boundaries of the CRAs, and without any sort of real discretion as to the blight removal from within the CRA boundaries. We're also quite concerned that when the CRA representatives come to the neighborhood councils, they are not able to tell us how much money is being generated by our CRAs and how much money is being used within our neighborhood council areas generated by the CRA. It eventually came down to zero for El Sereno. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. Mr. Anthony is our next speaker.
Good morning, City Council. I'm against this proposal here for the simple fact that we are in a recession. I don't understand why we're building a corridor. It's like the family sitting at the dinner table. The mother just lost a job. The father's been down to part-time, and now we want a brand new shiny car in the driveway. We want to put a guest house in the back. Where are you getting the money for this? Why not put that money somewhere else where we can start building on our infrastructure, our highways, our roads? We don't need any more shiny buildings. We have enough. Put a paint job on them. We need to start thinking practical, folks. Building something brand new and shiny What about the Ellie Children's Museum? That's going to be an eyesore there in the community. What are we doing here, folks? We're spending money that we don't have. Why don't you guys put your belt on tighter? We are in a recession. A lot of good it does if we start going into a deflation or hyperinflation, folks.
Thank you, Mr. Anthony. I have a number of cards that did not mark for or against. If any of these folks are on the against side, if they just let me know and they can step forward. Victor Vierik? Are you on the against side, sir? Okay, hold on then. Hold on one sec. We'll get to the fours. I just wasn't sure because some of these weren't ticked off. So, Sean Murphy, are you for or against? Okay. Diane Corral? For? Okay. Amy Ryder? Amy Ryder? Still here? In Van Nuys, if we can just connect with them to answer these questions real quick so I can make sure these are sorted correctly. Donna Pearman, are you for or against this?
Donna, for or against?
Against.
She's against.
Okay, we'll put that. If she, Rick Nightingale, for or against?
He left.
Okay, and Mr. Dog?
I'm against.
And Mr. Dowd?
He's against.
All right. Then, with that, we'll take the Van Nuys, three that are on the against. Here, Donna Pearman is our first speaker, and then Zuma Dog will be second.
Okay, great. Anyway, Ernie Bernardi would be against this. He's always fighting and warning people about the CRA. Anyway, our city is bankrupt, and we can't afford to let the CRA take over all this. This is exactly what I'm talking about, the CRA project. The people with the small shops and theaters will go out of business due to high rates. And I have seen stores in North Hollywood just close up suddenly. We don't need to ruin North Hollywood. CRA wants to take over North Hollywood, wants to take over the whole city. Well, let them have everything, carte blanche, without voting. As I know, by the way, the city council's already voted for this even before we came in today, even before the CRA speaking. But anyway, let's have, you want the CRA to have it? Let's have them carte blanche without voting. CRA is rediverting the money. City employees, you will lose everything when you allow the CRA to have everything they want. City Council loves any project about the CRA. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Zuma Dog.
Oh, yes. Yes, 1 minute to cover billions and billions of corrupt dollars and illegally claimed eminent domain. Here we go, people. Yes, Zuma Dog's against. First of all, look at things like the Grand Avenue project. Never gets done. But, you know, Councilmember Gruhl brought up a very great point. This was discussed 10 years ago. We have completely different economic circumstances. We're in a new economic era. We got property owners and developers going bankrupt. The economy cannot sustain this. And also, there's not enough water to sustain these projects, not enough roads on the side streets. We need something much smaller. There's not enough fire and police, as you can hear. New economic circumstances. We're not going to have the fire and police and safety to accommodate this type of project. The DWP transformers in the area are completely shot, and look for brownouts and blackouts cannot accommodate. And again, the economic conditions. We are never going to be needing these luxury commercial projects. The small mom and pops go out of business. The CRA, Community Robbing Association, money being wasted corruptly. Say no to this and all CRA projects.
Our next speaker is Mr. Matt Dowd, also on the against side.
Yeah, thank you, Matt Dowd. First of all, let me point out that I just paid my business tax in the city of Los Angeles in the city clerk's office. I'm Pacific Breeze Incense.blogspot.com. I'm from Venice Beach. It's an original flavor we designed down there, but then we got thrown off the beach by the city council. But now I'm back on the beach because we're in federal court, but that's not the issue here. The issue is a commercial development. But I just wanted to lay down my credentials for being a stakeholder in this, because my money's in there now. My money is in there in that general fund. So I say no to this because Zuma Dog's exactly right. And the point that he made about Wendy Gruhl 10 years ago, because see, Greg Smith, he just got up last week saying, oh yeah, we made all this money in the stock market. Yes, exactly. That was 10 years ago as well. So I'm against this and any other development unless these guys are coming up with all the money themselves, first of all.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Leslie Owens on the against side. Yep. And that's correct, right? The against?
That would be correct.
Okay, got you. Okay.
I'm Leslie Owens, and I'm representing San Fernando Valley Professional School. First off, I'd like to clarify that in the EIR, it says that San Fernando Valley is a training school. That nothing could be further from the truth. It is a school for working actors, actresses, musicians who are in an accredited K through 12 school. Attendant with that comes problems in relocating because there are certain things dictated by the education code and every other licensing issue. In good faith, in October of 2007, we began negotiations with Snyder Development. At that time, it was suggested at the recommendation of the CRA. The agreement was we would look for a location, Snyder would look for a location. We found one that was suitable. They came back with one that was not. We had to explain it's directly across from the development area, and for 5 years there would be dust and other fallout, literally, attended, which when you have elite-level athletes, professional singers, and actors and actresses, it is not safe for their health, and it is an ongoing process. The problem is that, very quickly, I will wrap it, that in March of 2008, when we refused the property that they proposed because it was completely unsuitable, they ceased negotiations. In conclusion, we opposed the right to go for eminent domain because the report to City Council implies that the negotiations have continued, when in fact it's been over 13 months and they've not responded to our requests.
Thank you.
We would
Appreciate
love
your
to move
testimony.
forward.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have, there were 5 cards that just were general. That had been one of them. I just want to go through the general ones to make sure nobody's on the against side. Philip Dagart, is that just general comments still? Okay. And Lisa Sarkin, still just general comments? Neither for or against? Okay. Liz Petrathilis, I got that right. Is that still, are you on the against side, ma'am? Or are you still general comments? Okay. Minette Harris, general comments as well? Okay. And Michael Heister, she's for? Okay. Sorry, thank you. All right, we will go to the for side then. Then we'll take general ones right at the end. Eric, excuse me, is it Renui? Is Eric Reveni? No. My apologies. Did not mean to butcher your name. If you just pronounce it for us, thank you.
Eric Ruveni. I'm here to support specifically the plan amendment for the redevelopment agency. It is crucial for anyone that is driven by this project area and the site. The properties that are there right now are in a blighted condition. We have different businesses that are present right now that don't wish to relocate, that wouldn't be appropriate near the children and families that are there. So it is crucial that the council and the CRA board consider moving forth with the plan amendment, because in order to get this project completed, it's going to require assembling the rest of the properties and making this a real project for the East San Fernando Valley. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next for is Ricky Zlafowitz. I got that right? Zlafowitz?
Good job.
Thanks.
Yes, my name is Ricky Zlotowitz. I'm a 45-year resident of North Hollywood. When I was growing up, I shopped at Valley Plaza all the time. I ice skated at the Ice Capade place. I went to movies there. And it's very unfortunate how things have become so, oh boy, they're bad. For example, 2 months ago I went to the Sears just to buy some gym shorts, and as I was exiting the Sears, a gang fight almost broke out by the front entrance. And I realized things are really worse than ever. So I totally support the CRA. I think Gazala is trying so hard with this very challenging thing. Gazala, I applaud you for doing your best. Please make this happen. We in North Hollywood would love to have a viable shopping center. Also, I do think that we should consider some kind of a mass transit like Mr. Labange was saying. But in Portland, Oregon, they have a above-ground train, like a And we should do that. A above-ground train system would really do a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Diane Corral is our next speaker. And after that is Sean Murphy.
Whoa, hi.
Hi.
Hi, my name is Diane Corral. I'm representing the Laurel Grove Neighborhood Association, and we've followed this project over the past 9 years, and while we do support the plan amendment to extend the effective period and obtain eminent domain over the Valley Plaza lots, we are deeply concerned with the lack of traffic mitigations within the final EIR for the immediate area and residential community. Also, a number of the community's concerns were not adequately addressed within the final EIR. Unlike other communities that are approached with new development, our community has supported the development of both Valley Plaza and Laurel Plaza. And over the past 9 years, our community has been clear about what we want. We want more commercial. And now we feel like after promise from this developer, proposal after proposal, he needs to either step up or step aside and be clear about what he is planning to do at Valley Plaza and Laurel Plaza. Again, while we do support the plan amendment, there's still many issues that need to be resolved in relation to the EIR, and we are looking forward to working out those issues with the continued assistance of the CRA. They've been very great in assisting us through this process. And Mr. Cardenas, I really feel you shouldn't have given us 1 minute. After making us sit, we were the first item on the agenda, making us sit through all that fanfare, and like giving them all 3 minutes and then limiting us to a minute, I think is unjust.
Our next speaker is Sean Murphy. Just a reminder that folks should address the council as a whole and the Board of Commissioners, please. Sean Murphy. After that is Victor Viereck.
Good morning, Mr. President. Good afternoon. Yes, I am for this project. It's been too long. We waited too long. Let's move this project. Oops. God. I'm sorry. Let's move this project forward, please. It's time. It's time. It's time. My barbershop used to be there, and the movie theater used to be there I used to go to. I had trouble finding a barbershop for a while. Let's move this project forward. Let's rock and roll.
Thank you. Victor Viereck is our next speaker. After that is Mary Roberts.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and council members. I'm here as president of Universal City North Hollywood Chamber of Commerce, but also I've lived in the neighborhood for over 40 years, so I'm very familiar with the area and how it's impacted. When you drive by, you can see how poorly it affects the area. It needs to be developed. I'm not here so much on the CRA part, but the development there at Valley Plaza needs to go ahead. As a CPA and realtor, I'm familiar with carrying costs as far as it's been sitting there for years without anything happening. We don't even have as much city tax revenue as we could get for it. So it really needs to move ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. Mary Roberts is our next speaker.
Good afternoon. I'm Mary Roberts. I have been on site property managing at Valley Plaza for 30 years. I strongly recommend that you say yes to this next step in redevelopment. My family developed the property originally 50 years ago. My family was also a majority owner and the first to sell. We had a long escrow, but a good experience with the J.H. Snyder Company. Redevelopment is a tough process, and the next step is eminent domain. The next step is these big binders. And I just really hope that you can rally behind a yes vote, rally behind the J.H. Snyder Company, and do the hard step of eminent domain. It gives amazing tax benefits if you are acquired by eminent domain or even have a threat of eminent domain. It gives the seller tax benefits and reinvestment benefits. So vote yes, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Michael Heister is our next speaker on the for side.
Michael Heister, 6320 Carpenter, recently moved there, homeowner, not renter,
and I'm speaking in favor of this with some small reservations. I have heard things about Snyder, about them coming in, like, promising one thing and then coming in and doing something slightly different later, particularly in terms of how much residential stuff they want to build. I mean, I'm all for something grovy and groovy there, but I don't want a big stack of stucco boxes with residents. I mean, it's just going to be awful for the traffic situation. I don't want to see Victory and Laurel Canyon turn into another Pico and Sepulveda. So there's that, and just one other thing, the gentleman from Sears, the lawyer from Sears, I appreciate his perspective on this, but if Sears really wanted to show some love to the area, they would dress up that building a little. It's not the prettiest building ever in the valley. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Our last four cards have general comments. Philip Degart, and then Lisa Sarkin. Follow. Good afternoon.
Good morning, Council, and CRALA. I represent Lemoyne Properties, LLC. I'm the managing member of our property at 6440 Laurel Canyon. I just wanted to say that as Mr. LaBonge proposes, in the future, if there's going to be more eminent domain, which would be our concern after this project is underway, if there's going to be more eminent domain in the future for more development, that the CRALA and the council would strongly consider giving back to the community by allowing the smaller commercial business owners like ourselves to be involved in some of the development that goes on, rather than taking our property at eminent domain and giving it to a developer such as J.H. Snyder. That's what my comment, and just would ask everyone to think about that for the future.
Thank you very much. Lisa Sarkin is our next speaker. After that is Liz Petropoulos.
Lisa Sarkin, I'm the chair of the Land Use Committee of the Studio City Neighborhood Council. Our council supports the Laurel Grove Neighborhood Association and the Midtown NoHo Neighborhood Council. But I have to say one more thing. Whenever we give up our time for somebody else to move up in the agenda, we always lose the most amount of time to speak. All these people have been sitting here for hours waiting to have something to say, and they were expected 2 minutes. They're cut off after 1. That's despicable. And it's about time that the people of the valley get to be heard as equally as everyone else. Thank you.
Liz Petropoulos is our next speaker. Is Liz Petropoulos here? Not Minette Harris?
Hi, I'm Liz Petropoulos, live in the valley.
I'm sorry. Petropoulos. Go ahead, sorry.
Shop in Burbank. That was the paper I got at work, because I work in Burbank. I don't want to shop in Burbank. I want to shop in North Hollywood. We used to have a little mall there. It wasn't the greatest. It wasn't the Americana. It wasn't Glendale Galleria. But we had someplace to go. We have nothing now. I think it's time for all of us to move on, get this project taken care of. We're for it. We'd like to see some nice little shops in our area. Housing we probably don't need any more of because of all the traffic that it would cause in that area, especially the Victory area. I don't understand one thing is how a developer can come in, probably appointed to do the job, ask everybody to leave, raise their rents double and triple, and leave the area the way it is. It's appalling. It's appalling to us and our neighborhood, and I think something should be done about that. Thank you for the minute.
Thank you. Minette Harris is our next speaker. After that will be on the fourth side from the mayor's office, Marcela Ayala. And we have one more against from Rosalind Holt Swartz after that.
I am Annette Harris, and I live on Agnes Avenue in North Hollywood. I live a half a block east of Laurel Canyon and 3 houses from Irwin. In other words, I'm in a terrible spot for both of the new developments. My area, I'm area rep for Agnes Avenue, and we agree with Diane, and we agree with the CRA to a point. But they haven't really taken into consideration some of the problems we have with traffic, with apartments all around there. We've been told that North Hollywood has more apartments than all the rest of the LA combined. I don't know if that's true or not. And that's really a concern because the traffic is terrible, the empty buildings are terrible, the parking is terrible. I can't park in front of my house. If I leave, I can't come back because people who work 6 blocks away park there and stay all day. And there's no place for me to park. We've been told that the CRA can take anything once they have it. Is that true? Can they take my
No,
house?
they cannot take any homes, no residences, no apartments, no homes. It can be taken by others for schools, but it cannot be taken for commercial purposes. Marcela Ayala is next from the mayor's office on the 4 side, then Rosalind Holt-Swartz.
Good afternoon, Honorable Council. My name is Marcela Ayala. I'm with the Mayor's Office business team. I'm here today to express our support for the project, or for the plan amendment. The success of the Valley Plaza project requires this plan amendment, and in this economy, we really need to attract investment and create jobs, and as a result, the Mayor wholeheartedly supports this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Rosalind Holt-Swartz.
Hello, I'm Rosalind Holt-Swartz. I strongly don't recommend eminent domain. My parents built 12222-26 Victory Boulevard. In 1955, it's the southwest corner of St. Clair and Victory. Please exclude my property from eminent domain. I want to keep the family in my family. And I also think that eminent domain would not help the blight that has been brought on by the people who have sold it in the last 15 years. And there are still businesses there that are operating. They're viable businesses. Please allow them to live. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was the last speaker card that we had. This will now take us to any responses. Excuse me one second. Are there staff responses? Mrs. Estelano, does staff wish to respond this time to the written or oral statements and comments just presented?
No, Mr. President, other than to underscore, as you stated, that this plan amendment would not authorize the use of eminent domain to acquire any residential property, that we would not have that authority under this plan amendment. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any final questions or comments by members of the City Council or the commissioners from the board? Ms. Gruhl?
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to say thanks to all of the people who were here. This is, how many hearings have you held on this item?
A dozen? It's been numerous.
Okay, so I would like people to understand that this has been heard by the Commission on numerous occasions. We've had many public hearings, and a lot of the issues that have been brought up are part, again, as we talked about, that will be as part of the owner's participation agreement, because I'm equally concerned about traffic and the insurance of that. But right now, this location is blighted because it has been sitting for a long time. 1994 was the earthquake. I forgot that so it's actually almost been 15 years. And as a representative from the Simons family, that was one of the first things they came to me and said, look, we've been sitting here for years. Nothing has happened. Nothing has happened. And we wanted to see this move forward today, colleagues, to give the community an opportunity to have a thriving place in which they can, whether it be go to the movies or buy other kinds of commodities that will be there. And as someone who also went, I can't remember the gentleman said, I used to ice skate there at Laurel Plaza. That tells you my age as well when that was there. And the Orange Julius set was there at that location. And going to the movies, even when I lived just a mile from there until after I was elected. So this is an important area in which we are focused on today. I do just want to add that we are going to address the traffic issue and looking at the mitigation and some of the challenges and how we have ingress and egress, and particularly to preserve, when you look at those properties that are east of Laurel Canyon, the residential area, to limit any impact to that neighborhood. But I think today our next step is to be able to move ahead with this project, to be able to go to that next step. It is not, we're not writing the final chapter. This is not the first chapter, but it also is not the last chapter. To be able to move forward, to give the community something that they will be able to walk to, that they will be able to not have to get in their car, Mr. Labange, to travel to somewhere. And I think that we are very excited about any kind of opportunities. Right now, the MTA is not agreed to go farther north, but that in all instances we need to look to see where there are centers that would be able to access that. So I think we have some great opportunities for this region, this area, but if we fail to act, we will still see that same area that is blighted because we have many vacancies and we need to be able to assure it. And if there are problems with the community that you see, and I've called when there's been graffiti or other things, I know we call and you call the Snyder development to make sure that those are removed and accessed immediately. So would encourage the community to step up to the plate as well to let us know when those are, and I don't think they're shy about doing that. So, colleagues, I would ask for an aye vote today. This has been a long process. There have been many, many, many public hearings about this issue, and I want to thank the members of the Redevelopment Agency Board who have been here as well a long time to be part of this. This will come back again next week as required by law to this council. And just to finally end my last comment, very clearly state that this is not, the eminent domain will not be used on any residential. It is not allowed by law for this commercial development. So I want to assure people of that as well. Thank you very much, Madam President, and would ask for an aye vote today.
Mr. Labange is our next speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Ms. Grew, I want to thank you, and I want to thank you, I know, and we all congratulate you for your role now as a future city controller of Los Angeles, but to fight for redevelopment, to fight for the valley, to fight for what's right, and to work and balance the issues is so important. I also want to thank you for articulating what I have been discussing a long time, but I want to hear it. Why we maybe missed the train for the extension is we weren't beating the drum hard enough. We have to beat the drum so people hear the noise of trying to correct it and do what BART did in San Francisco. BART is half above ground and half below ground. It's not all underground. And as the gentleman said, things can be at street level at some points, whatever makes sense. But this is an opportunity to see a transformation of an area. And Wendy, I am sad that you're leaving the council, but proud that you're going to the controller's office, because these are the type of things that as you work, and I know I'm proud of the work that I and my staff and Renee Weitzer and working with community in the San Fernando Valley have done for a lower part of that area. This is going to do the same for there. So thank you, and I second your aye vote recommendation.
Mr. Cardenas.
Yeah, I'd like the city attorney to clarify. So today's discussion and opportunity is not for a vote of the council. And that's what was announced earlier. So therefore, when would or could this come before the council for a vote?
This is scheduled for next Tuesday.
So, okay, so next Tuesday. And when it comes before the council, is it another opportunity potentially for some of the public to speak if the council opens it up?
Getting heads shaken up here. No, I believe the public hearing is to be closed today.
Okay, so, but that's as far as the CRA is concerned. But as far as the council goes, is this the last day for people to speak before the council? The council, when we have things on the agenda, we tend to, if the council by a unanimous vote, we actually can open it up for public comment again. That's why I'm asking the city attorney.
And I would defer to our CRA attorney regarding the CRA law.
Yeah, Madam Chair, actually, I'll defer to our special counsel for this redevelopment matter, but it's my understanding that the public hearing will be closed today. There will be responses provided to any of the written comments that have been provided. Since the public hearing is closed today, it will not be reopened at the next 1 week from today, that there will not be additional comments provided that will go into the record.
Okay, so the bottom line is the next time this is before the city council, it's for vote only. So technically speaking, it's for vote only.
That's correct.
Not for discussion.
Correct.
So therefore, even the city council members won't be opening up discussion on the matter.
Okay. Well, certainly there can be deliberation after the time of the vote.
Okay, so the reason why I'm having this discussion is because there are many people here before the city council, this may have been their first time. And even for us who are members of the city council, sometimes there's shades of gray and we have to clarify what opportunities there are for public speaking and also for dialogue. So therefore, even though the public won't have the opportunity to speak, it's for vote only, the public does have the opportunity to continue to forward information to the CRA and or to forward information to the council for their contemplation during their discussion as council members.
It's my understanding that once the public hearing closes today, that there'll be no additional opportunities for written comments to be submitted, that we'll get comments back.
Yeah, but what I'm referring to, you're referring to the official record of the CRA process. But what I'm saying is there's nothing that precludes the public from forwarding information to the city council. It won't be part of the official record of the CRA because it was after the date. What I'm saying is that as elected officials of the city council, I just want people to understand that we do listen, and the fact of the matter is if they want to share their voice with us or what have you, they have the opportunity to do so inside this forum and also outside this forum as well.
Yeah, that's correct.
If anybody else would like to clarify?
Yeah, Councilman Carvin, I'm really glad you brought that up because I think it's really important for people in the Valley and elsewhere in redevelopment areas to understand that we always want to hear your comments at any time in writing, and there's going to be many, many more hearings on this project area, and so we encourage you to continue to come and provide comments, and we really do listen and we really do care.
Okay, so again, some of these answers I already knew, but I just wanted to clarify for the people who don't read our city charter, they don't read the rules of the council, et cetera, and possibly don't even know how to read the rules of the CRA or what have you. Also, can you please repeat for us how many hearings of the CRA have been held on this matter? And the reason why I asked that question is because for the viewers, like on Channel 35, or people who are here perhaps on another matter, they might be getting the impression by some of the speakers as though this was just plopped out on the council agenda, people weren't really notified, people are being forced to think about this overnight. How long has this process been going on, and how many hearings have we had?
This process has been going on for almost 3 years now, and we have gone to numerous neighborhood council meetings, to the Laurel Grove Neighborhood Association and other neighborhood councils in the area. We have also had several hearings before our Board of Commissioners, and we have also disseminated as much information as possible, even when, you know, the topic was not on any meeting agenda. So we have been in constant touch with the community.
And Councilman Cardenas, thank you. And this CRA board has actually toured the project area, had numerous interactions with members of the community. I think the CRA Board of Commissioners probably had on its own half a dozen commission hearings on this topic itself. It's a very lengthy process to adopt a plan amendment, and we are coming to the end of it. There has been numerous opportunities for public comment, and I will say that the neighborhood has certainly availed themselves of that opportunity.
Also, and please submit them for the record once again if you choose to, but the fact of the matter is I think it's very important for us to understand that we do live in a democracy, and the City of Los Angeles is trying its best to afford people the opportunity to put their information, be it in writing or verbally, to the various bodies like yours, the CRA, and also to the City Council as well. And I talked to people from around the country, and some of them have actually watched some of our meetings of elected officials around the country, and they are surprised how much opportunity we afford people. For example, the City of San Francisco, they don't afford public comment at the full council meeting / board meeting. What they do is they only allow the public comment in the committee meetings.
If I may add, there will be many more opportunities for the public to make comment on the project itself, because the project will, the specific Valley Plaza project will go through the approval process through our board, through City Council subcommittee, and finally come to City Council for approval. So there will be many more opportunities for the public to make comment.
I'm sorry, Councilman Cardenas. In fact, tab S of your binder documents that there have been 14 public hearings on this specific issue of the plan amendment. And as Gonzalo noted, or Ms. Prasada noted, as for the specific Valley Plaza project, there'll be numerous opportunities if that project moves forward.
Have any of those 14 hearings or meetings been afforded inside the Valley?
Oh, yes.
But that's my point. You know, yes, thank you for the yes answer. I know that to be true. Like I said, some of these questions I know the answer to already, but unfortunately, some people who are watching might get the impression that we have not been affording the community an opportunity to dialogue and to get their point across and to let us know before we make our decisions.
Thank you, Mr. Cardenas.
Yeah, Councilman, I just want to state for the record that...
Excuse me for a second. Excuse me. Can you press your button again?
Okay.
It's way over. Okay, go ahead.
I appreciate your words on this because it really is a serious issue to expand eminent domain powers, even when there are no residential properties taken. It's still a serious issue that goes into property rights and even civil rights. And I think that none of us on this commission would take this step if we didn't feel very strongly about the fact that these are very strong community desires, and it's a great benefit to the community. It's a complex situation, and there is no other way that we see that we could better serve those residents.
Thank you, Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Zine.
Thank you. Maybe we showed those letters. Are those letters in support or opposed? Are they support or opposed, the question? Pro and con? There's a number of letters that you're showing, and the question is, are they pro?
Ma'am, if I could ask you to please refrain from speaking from the audience. Mr. Zine,
I'm asking regarding, does CRA have the letters? Does CRA have the letters?
Yes, sir, we do.
Are they pro or con? The stack that the lady showed.
I couldn't tell what those stacks, I couldn't tell you what's in those letters, but we have an enormous record.
And is the record pro or con? Majority of the
Many
letters.
in favor, but of course raising issues, as you heard in the public comment, of traffic and other issues. But the vast majority, I think, have been in favor of the plan amendment. The vast majority.
I'm familiar with that area, and like many in this room, in my earlier years, shopped at that location. I noticed that that area from Victory Boulevard South, where the Lamplighter restaurant was, is that all part of this project, where those stores are now vacant?
Yes.
So the west side of the street, the east side of the street, where the May Company is, or the Macy's?
Where Macy's is not part of the Valley Plaza project, but it's proposed that Macy's would be moved to the new Valley Plaza shopping center.
And the Macy's site is going to be what?
That we don't know yet. It could be residential or it could be commercial, we don't know yet.
Is that?
But it's not a part of the eminent domain area.
Well, the eminent domain area is Lankershim Boulevard.
The eminent domain area is Laurel Canyon, south of
I keep on
Victory
thinking
Boulevard.
of Lankershim. I meant Laurel Canyon.
Laurel Canyon.
I meant Laurel Canyon.
Yes.
That area from Victory South,
Victory South, the triangular area.
and that's on the west side of this, on the west side of the street.
That's on the west side of
where
Laurel
the theater
Canyon.
was in back.
Yes.
And then the other part of it, where the Macy's is, in those areas, that's still in question, what's going to happen with that?
Yes, we don't have any final proposals for that.
Okay, so this is strictly the triangle, and the traces of the triangle, I think there's a park, a
Yes.
park setting. Is that part of it also?
The sliver that's south of Victory Boulevard or
Right.
Valley Plaza Park is a part of the proposal.
Now, you talk about eminent domain, the majority of the stores, when I've traveled down there, are already vacant. I don't think there's many stores left
There are about 9 properties left
that are occupied,
that are occupied.
still in business.
Yes.
And then the eminent domain would take place in those locations?
Again, this is not the opportunity to make a final decision about eminent domain. That will be made later on once the project is finalized.
So once the project's finalized, the businesses that have closed, the Lamplighter Restaurant, the other businesses that are closed are part of this. The project can't be complete until those other parcels
The project cannot be completed until the whole site is assembled,
Okay.
as it currently stands.
And this process has taken 3 years to this point.
Until this point, because an EIR has to be completed, and the EIR took more than 2 years to be completed.
Okay, now, once those other properties are secured, how much longer till this community can see a turnaround to something more positive than what it is now?
Depends on how soon we can finalize a financially feasible project. As soon as financing is in place and, as soon as the project becomes feasible, which we are working on, hopefully sooner than later.
So are we talking a year, are we talking 2 years?
Hopefully not more than a year.
More than a year, not more than a year.
Before it comes back to council, goes through the approval process.
And then the approval process, so when can they start seeing some demolition and seeing some improvement to that area that really is very bad as far as curb appeal right now because of the businesses that have relocated abandoned stores?
If we can get a project finalized, hopefully sometime next year we could see demolition.
So they can-
Hopefully, but it's very difficult to pinpoint a time frame at this time, especially under the current economic conditions.
I understand that. My concern for the community, and I represent the western part of the San Fernando Valley, is when that deterioration takes place, it tears down that community.
Sure.
And they're anticipating, at least those that are supporting this project, is that something be done to improve the quality of life, to improve the curb appeal, shall we say, the business structures, instead of the graffiti and the vandalism and the such that happens to buildings that are no longer occupied. So I'm looking at the horizon when our council member is going to be a controller and someone else will be there. Meanwhile, this community is in need of having some improvement and some time frame to see something other than the dilapidated structures that are currently there.
Yeah, to my mind, I think a year is a reasonable time frame
So another year, and then we'll
to
start
get
seeing...
started.
Pardon me?
To get started on the project.
So then they'll start something move forward
Yeah.
within a year?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Alarcon.
Council members, I'm extremely familiar with this site. My father lived in North Hollywood since 1923, up until he died a few years ago. I was there when the bank robbery happened. I was there. It was part of my district. The bank was actually in my district. Family, friends worked there, still work there. Some people own small businesses there. And even when I was a little kid, this area, particularly that is subject to this plan change, I can tell you it was always disjointed. It just never made sense. The J.C. Penney's was segregated from the Sears. The parking situation, you had to drive around several times sometimes to fit in the parking lot. And sometimes you had to park at a parking lot that was far from the store you actually wanted to shop at. There was that little one-way alley that doesn't make any sense, but people would go both ways in it anyway, and it would only fit one car over there by the buffet place that they used to have there. I don't know if you know, it's still there. Schaefer's? Yeah, it's still there. Is it still there? No, it's a strip joint. And that's another reason why we have to, the theater across the street was segregated because Victory was so wide that the entire location, my campaign office for state senate was in that shopping center over by Gold's Gym. I'm by the Lamplighter you mentioned. I'm very familiar with this site. My son actually died. You've heard me tell the story many times, only a mile from this location on Victory. And I can tell you that that even since I was a kid, that I always felt this thing should be redone. And I was actually disappointed that the school district divided the property by putting the school in the middle of two commercial areas, and it really destroyed some of the synergy that could have occurred there. Nevertheless, this site is ripe for a rejuvenation by virtue of creating a synergy that's necessary. But you cannot create that synergy when you have a few people who will block it because of their own personal financial interests. So I support this plan, but I want to commend the community for mobilizing because we need you to fight when the questions emerge about transportation and when the questions emerge about where the park is going to be relocated. All of those things need community input. But I think at the end of the day, we have a tremendous opportunity to create economic benefit, jobs, and frankly, a better transportation area for that particular site. It was designed at a time when my dad was a young man, but before he became a middle-aged man, it was outdated, and it needs to be redone. So I support the plan, but I do want to encourage the community to remain vigilant, to fight for those things, to make sure that as it proceeds, that the transportation issues and the park issues and the other issues that you've raised are prominent in the thinking of those who will design what I think is going to be a very great opportunity for the community of North Hollywood.
Mr. Labange.
Thank you, and I just want to say the motion that I will do on the issue of the red line will be introduced tomorrow, and we'll ask for community involvement from all neighborhoods, and it will take a long time to do, but we've got to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Ms. Gruhl?
Just to close, because I know we potentially lose a quorum of the redevelopment agency as well. This is a project that is a long time coming. And yes, Mr. Zine, there's been some, there are a lot of boarded up buildings because we have not been able to move forward. The step today will actually allow us to move forward to provide what this community needs and wants. And in fact, some of the buildings at some point may be demolished, in which there will not be the same kind of blight. But they have done, I have to admit, because I'm around that neighborhood, they have tried very much responsibly to go and, board up or do whatever that has. It just doesn't look good. It's not like others. It looks like a burned out buildings. It just looks like a place where something is going to happen. And for something to happen, we have to act today to be able to do that. And so it's going to help improve our community. It's going to give this community what they have wanted because it was a disjointed, I think, as Mr. Alarcon said, process. I had my campaign office there in 2001, and it was a very, dark area in the back. It wasn't somewhere where people went at night. And we want it to be a thriving place where people feel comfortable to go. So I have a lot I could say more about the exciting things that are going to happen at the site. But Mr. Labange, know that in my community, whether I'm a council member or controller, this project is going to happen. And I'm going to make sure that it does. And I'm going to make sure that we have the voice and to be able to support this community because I'm a stakeholder in what happens in that neighborhood, and the redevelopment agency is a stakeholder as well as the rest of us here. So thank you very much, Madam President, and ask for an aye vote.
Thank you very much. There's no further speakers in the queue. I have a couple of questions to address to legal counsel. Do any of the written statements in opposition received into the record require written responses to be prepared for consideration by the City Council?
Yes, Madam Chair. Written responses will be provided to the Council and Agency Board prior to the May 5th meeting with responses.
Because written response to written objections must be prepared, this joint public hearing on the Fifth Amendment and restated Laurel Canyon Commercial Corridor Redevelopment Plan and 5-year implementation plan is now closed, and the joint public meeting will be continued for the purpose of responding to written objections received prior to or at this public hearing. This joint meeting is continued to Tuesday, May 5th, 2009, at 10 a.m. here in the John Ferraro Council Chambers, at which time the Council will consider written responses to the written objections received today. The Redevelopment Agency, LA, and the Council will then deliberate on the actions before them and proceed with actions to consider the adoption of the Fifth Amended and Restated Laurel Canyon Commercial Corridor Redevelopment Plan. Mr. Garcetti, before we close. Okay, take Mr. Garcetti off the queue. Mr. Clerk, do we have to vote on this continuation?
No, Madam President.
All right, that closes that matter. And before we go on to the next matter, let's take a verbal roll call.
Councilmember Alarcon, if the members could respond with present or here when their name is called.
I was going to say aye. Present.
Councilmember Cardenas?
Present.
Councilmember Gruhl?
Here.
Councilmember Hahn?
I'm here.
Councilmember Weezer? Councilmember Labange?
Yes.
Councilmember Parks?
Here.
Councilmember Perry? Councilmember Reyes is out today. Councilmember Rosendahl?
Present.
Councilmember Smith? Councilmember Weiss? Councilmember Wesson?
Here.
Councilmember Zine?
Here.
And Councilmember Garcetti?
Here.
14 members present.
I believe the next item is item number 7.
That is item 7, called special by Councilmember Garcetti, and a substitute ordinance has been circulated.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and thank you for folks who waited here for this item after 45 minutes of general public comment, hundreds of people for the Employee Free Choice Act, and dozens more for this last item. We really, truly do thank you for staying here for this. Colleagues, I'll be as brief as possible. This is a very significant piece of legislation, and we're going to be the first city in the nation to pass it with your help. One of the worst parts of the foreclosure crisis is so-called consultants. We come off of freeway off-ramps and we see their signs saying, call us, help keep your home, and they're taking advantage of homeowners who are worried about foreclosure. But guess what? If your home isn't in foreclosure yet, there is no law that governs the fraud that many of these individuals are committing right now, preying on homeowners who are already hit by the financial crisis, feeling insecure, haven't quite yet gotten to foreclosure, but they're saying, give me $1,000, give me $2,000, give me $5,000, I'll take care of it and we will keep you out of foreclosure. And then they disappear or they do very little. This would be the first in the nation ordinance to make sure that these scam artists, because that's all that they are, they're essentially scam artists, are kept to the letter of the law and have a law which keeps them accountable. Organizations which you'll hear a little bit from today, such as Los Angeles Neighborhood Housing Services or the Center for Law and Justice, have been able to work with many people who've been caught in these webs of deceit. But in some cases, they've helped people keep their homes, get back into their homes, and get money back from the from the scammers. But state law, while it currently regulates consultants helping homeowners already in foreclosure, doesn't address those who are not, who are just looking for help before they default on their loans. Don't call those numbers that you see if you're a member of the public. We were also the first in the country, city, to set up a hotline, which, guess what? The White House, under the last administration, continued in this administration, made the national hotline for home foreclosure assistance, the HOPE hotline, 888-995-HOPE. Our new president has set up makinghomesaffordable.gov, a place where you can go, where you can find HUD-certified consultants who will help you make sure that you stay in your homes. And these services are available free of charge. You don't have to pay hundreds or thousands of dollars. But if people do choose to use a consultant, they should not pay an upfront fee. They should insist on having a contract. And once this ordinance passes, this will be the law. I want to thank the chair of our Housing Committee, Mr. Wesson, for his assistance on this, our mayor, Mr. Villaraigosa, and our community partners who every single day are doing that hard work to keep people in their homes. Ask for your aye vote. I know we haven't had the public hearing, so maybe just a few cards if we could hear from the public. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. President. I'd like to ask Dorothy Herrera Settlage come up, followed by Michael Chung. Is Dorothy here? Dorothy Herrera? Okay, she must have left the council chamber. Michael Chung. Following Michael Chung, Leora Friedman. Is Leora Friedman still here? You'll have to be, and then closing with Deborah Torres.
Council members, my name is Michael Chung, and I'm a foreclosure attorney with the Los Angeles Center for Law and Justice. The center has provided services to low-income residents in the East LA, Boyle Heights area for over 35 years. The center has represented several clients who have been victims of foreclosure modification scams. We see the pernicious effects that these unscrupulous individuals and companies are having on our community every day. Families already behind on their mortgages will pay thousands of dollars to mortgage modification scammers. For these families, every last dollar counts. Foreclosure modification scammers prey on distressed homeowners' vulnerabilities by promising to modify their home loans for an upfront fee. These empty promises steer homeowners away from legitimate HUD-certified nonprofit organizations who can realistically evaluate whether a homeowner will qualify for a modification based on their financial situation and do not charge any sort of fee. Without exception, we see scammers advising homeowners to stop paying their mortgages, paving the way for near certain foreclosures. Currently, these scammers are able to operate with impunity because they target homeowners before they receive notices of default. The proposed ordinance is a good first step in curtailing the activities of the modification scammers. Regulating mortgage foreclosure service providers prior to the notice of default would fill a major gap in state law. Moreover, creating a private cause of action that awards treble damages, attorney's fees, and costs would make it worthwhile for attorneys to file lawsuits to not only get restitutions for our clients, but also to put the scammers out of business through injunctive relief. Consequently, we support the proposed ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
City Council members.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Leora Friedman, and I speak to you this morning on behalf of Public Counsel, the public interest law firm of the Los Angeles County and Beverly Hills Bar Associations. Founded in 1970, Public Counsel is dedicated to advancing equal justice under law by delivering free and social services to the most vulnerable members of our community. Many of our homeowner clients are in an impossible situation. Some have suffered setbacks such as family illness and unemployment and are no longer able to pay their mortgage. Others were lured into buying a home of their own through a subprime so-called opportunity. They were targeted by unscrupulous brokers whose compensation was measured by the number of loans they sold. The introductory teaser interest rates long gone, these homeowners now found themselves overextended by an inflated mortgage at sky-high interest rates. This is a crisis of epic proportion. Unfortunately, there is no easy or quick solution. Not everyone will be able to keep their home. Homeowners need professional, honest help that is available at no cost. However, much of the help that is advertised on billboards and radio stations only adds insult to injury. Homeowners on the brink of receiving a notice of default are extremely vulnerable. They are desperate not only to keep their homes, but also to preserve their credit. Too many people in their hour of true need give their last dollars away to scammers who prey on the sheer desperation of homeowners by promising a loan modification. These so-called consultants demand an advance fee and often provide no written contract. They promise the moon. They prey on the homeowner's anxiety and represent that their service is better than the free service.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Deborah Torres. Following Deborah Torres will be Mr. Anthony.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Deborah Torres. Back in 2005, I began the American Dream. I purchased my house in the city of Sun Valley due to the bad loan called the subprime loan. In about 2 years, my interest adjustable enough for me to pay my rent. I began my modification with my lender, WAMU. On February of this year, going through the church Santa Rosario in Sun Valley, we guided the legal services agency called 1LA, in which I became the leader with them. This is a nonprofit organization. We have been side to side, my family, trying to get a better result for our lenders. We have received an answer yet. It's hard to get full cooperation from them, but I still pray, along with 1LA, hope it will happen. I have in my hand an agency, the so-called agency modification lenders. It is all fraud and lies, trying to get money out of remorse, trying to get money without remorse. So many retail calls day after day, nonstop. I ask you, please, put a stop to these people. It's very frustrating when you have to hang up that phone, knowing that I'm one of these people that might lose my house, and all they want is my money, my hard-worked money. So I thank you guys for your attention and please pass something to stop these people. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Anthony?
Good afternoon, City Council. You know, that story there is kind of heartwarming. It's happening across this nation here. Someone said here that we're the first in the nation that's going to stop this predatory act. Well, you've had how many people stand up here and tell you a year and a half ago that we had these illegal acts going on? You've all sat back and watched all this happen. This isn't the first time. Unfortunately, we are in a real desperate position. You know, someone said here that we're the first in the nation to start this. A year ago, May, it made national news. You probably all heard about this. I believe it was in Kansas, Ohio, somewhere out there. A state trooper was being asked by the banks to go out and foreclose on their properties. He kept on doing this for about 2 weeks. He finally said, wait a minute, I don't understand why all these people are losing their homes. It came about that he went to his city council members and said, do you guys know we're closing these homes on people? They don't even know it. Some people are renting from renters, from landlords. So this has been brought up over a year and a half ago. This story came out last year, May. You've all folks known about this. To come up here and wave you're doing this. We had a national law. We had a state law. By the way, I know Bush tore down the national law, but we had a state law here. You were supposed to enforce the law. You all stand here and pontificate, follow the law. Well, there's the law. The law has already been there. This little addendum, a little amendment. Thank you.
Now we go to Van Nuys, to Mr. Matthew Dowd.
Followed by Zumadog.
Yeah, thank you. And first of all, Eric Garcetti ought to look into those items that were voted on, but there were cards in already at the Valley. I want to talk about this one. I'm not against it. I'm for it because you're trying to do something good. But there's just a lack of foresight. I want to shout out to Anthony, too. I see him there downtown. He's carrying on a good fight for us. Yeah, this one, there's no foresight. You should have known this was coming. And it's always the way in the city of Los Angeles. They wait until, the S has hit the fan, and then they try and do something about it and cover it up. And this one here, look, a lot of this comes down to personal responsibility, and, I don't have a lot of sympathy if you're handing over thousands of dollars to people you haven't checked them out. It's called due diligence. If you don't have contracts or whatever, people, oh my goodness, if you gave money to everybody who called you on the phone, you'd be broke real quick. So this whole foreclosure crisis, too, we warned you about it a long time ago, and I don't know why the city attorneys, it takes forever to get these things through. Now, this ought to be a blanket kind of law for any of these phone canvassers and people who are actually making fraudulent phone calls to people. And so, in wrapping up, we called it a long time ago. You need people with better foresight working for the city, and I'm calling on Mayor Villaraigosa to start firing some people in the attorney's office and some of these other departments. It's time for some heads to roll. There's $7 billion in debt, and your foresight is shocking. It takes people off the beach to tell you 18 months ahead what's going to happen.
Thank you very much. Zumadog is our next speaker.
Yes, Zumadog. My blog, LADailyblog.com, ranked top 5 in the state. I will be blogging about my experience here at City Hall under Council President Eric Garcetti. Now, regarding this item, first of all, Mr. Anthony, you're doing fantastic today, and I like what you said. First of all, City Council, you've heard of now and laters, the candy? Well, let's talk about before and afters. Zumadog the before, city council always the after, always here to mop up a mess after y'all sat there, non-leaders, spineless, didn't do a thing. I came here before the subprime crisis and said, hey, there's a thing called subprime. It's going to cause foreclosures. It's going to cause a recession. Banks are going to fold. You're going to have a bad economy. And I was right about it all. I said we're going to have to fire people. We're not going to be able to provide services, the whole thing. And ask Greg Smith, because he's well aware of the fact that I said it all, as is everybody, as it's been blogged about. So let me tell you, people, after the fact people, you created this situation. You wouldn't need these people. You wouldn't have to come up with something like this. First of all your new taxes, all your new fees. Then you triple the fees. Then you triple the taxes. Then you raise the meters. It's called an unfriendly business environment. And LA City Council has mastered it. You create an unfriendly business environment. Businesses can't operate. They leave. They take jobs. The people that own these homes, they can't afford to pay them. The whole economy has sunk. You squandered $7 billion in laser pension money. Where's the mayor? Where's city council? Are you a bunch of dead morons? Do you not pay attention? I want some leadership. Stop insulating the mayor. Eric Garcetti, stop gentrifying and being corrupt. I'm very concerned about corruption under the city council, under Eric Garcetti. Eric Garcetti must be replaced. Look at the...
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Jim McQuiston.
Jim McQuiston. I must point out to the Assembly here, there is Section 1346 of Title 18 United States Code that regulates this. It's actually a federal criminal offense, a lot of prison time, a lot of fine for fraud. And the U.S. Attorney is very, very active in this particular area. Probably what we should do is get some material for people to advise them to take their problem to the U.S. Attorney and let him handle it.
Thank you very much. Mr. Alarcon, you pressed your button to speak.
You know, it's the saddest thing when somebody has been taken advantage of to the extent where they're losing their home, and there are predators out there who are worse than the first predators that came along because they seek to kick them while they're down. And there may be other laws that speak in a general nature about this practice being illegal, but this hones in on the practice specifically and enables us to better deal with those people who are ripping people off with false promises. The truth is that they exacerbate the problem because not only are they taking their money, more importantly, they're taking their valuable time away from them, distracting them from a real solution where they should be going to agencies that can provide the proper services. They are waiting for this contracted person to give them the service that they never give, and that takes valuable time away when the foreclosure clock is ticking. And so I support this measure. It's almost a no-brainer, a slam dunk. And yes, I wish we had done this a year ago, but you know, there's so many things going on that unfortunately you have to see the victimization before you can hone in on what exactly the problem is going to be. So this, if it's the first in the nation, that's a very good thing. But we have to deal with every level of the problem. The fact is that this industry was created and compelled because of the fees and the transaction costs, that people would turn a blind eye to somebody's income. They would turn a blind eye to whether or not they really qualified, and they would stretch their value and make them qualified even when they shouldn't have been qualified. But it was an industry problem. It wasn't just at this level. And so until the local government with the county government, with the state government, and the federal government, hone in on all the elements that compel this greedy industry from providing these bad loans, we're going to continue to have problems as time goes on. So hopefully this will provide a cleanup at the local level that will enable us to do a better job of cleaning up this problem.
Thank you, Mr. Alarcon. Now we call on Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you all again, colleagues. Thank you to the members of the public, especially for their courage and for those who are in the front lines. I want to thank Mr. Huizar, Mr. Alarcon, Mr. Reyes, who have all introduced motions, as well as Mr. Wesson, who I mentioned before, addressing this comprehensively. It was here at Mark Ridley Thomas when he was a council member. I held hearings on this in South Los Angeles 7 years ago on the industry. We passed a law. It got thrown out at the state level. Now I think it would have been probably found legal to try to protect against predatory lending. We were the first to establish the hotline that I mentioned. That was 3 years ago, before anybody in public comment was mentioning about this or anything. We held a press conference here. It's a matter of public record. We were the first in the nation to pass an ordinance to stop evictions on foreclosures as well. Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac followed suit. We are doing something here which is significant, not just here locally and nationally. I thank the City Attorney's Office for their dispatch of doing this very quickly, and the Housing Department. I ask for your aye vote. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. Clerk, if you would please open the roll on that item, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Forthwith, please. I think we're going to do 7 next. But what's the next item?
Item 8 was called special by Councilmember Cardenas and Labange.
Okay. Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you. Could we have staff come forward? This item has to do with recognizing American Sign Language as the official language of the deaf community in the city of Los Angeles. Please. Thank you. Can you tell us what title you hold with the City of Los Angeles?
Yes. My title is I'm the Deaf Services Coordinator for the City Department on Disability.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Now, one of the questions I have for you, what impact does sign language have on the identity to those who are part of the deaf and hard of hearing community?
It would have a positive impact, especially for children, to develop language. The English language through American Sign Language. American Sign Language has its unique structure, and without this language, the English language cannot be learned.
Okay, thank you. What limitations or barriers do the deaf and hard of hearing experiences have when it relates to reasonable accommodations and accessibility to services?
Well, especially for communication is really important in American Sign Language. A sign language degree is part of the communication that would be provided for the city. Although there's a shortage of sign language interpreters in the community, we would like to structure that there's an impact of video relay services that would allow sign language interpreter to interpret on a video screen while a deaf person would be there, or an individual whose hearing would be able to communicate through this technology.
Great. So the City of Los Angeles, should we adopt this motion, where would that put us as far as advancing the issues for the deaf and hard of hearing community?
Well, actually, your motion is a historical motion for the deaf community because they have been oppressed for very many years, since September 11th, 1880, in Milan, Italy, when there was a Congress of educators, professionals, supervisors, and making resolutions to ban the use of sign language in the world. And since that, there's been oppression. Cultural identity has been oppressed. the culture has been oppressed, languages have been, and there's been a lot of oppression. And with your motion, we'd like to be able to identify ourselves and us and as a person with equal accessibility, equal rights, and to have our rights back as individuals.
Okay. Thank you very much. Do we have another council member speaking? Okay, then I'll push my button after. Thank you.
Mr. Labange.
First and foremost, I want to thank Mr. Cardenas for your constant effort. I know you have a festival every year in Sepulveda Basin, which is so important. And Richard, I want to say, Richard, I love you. Okay, I love you because I've known you a long time, and I learn a little from you every time that I see you and the importance of being able to communicate. So I will say this, if you could look at me, Richard. I say, let's welcome this action. Let's welcome this action to make a difference so all people could hear what people are thinking through sign language, through any language, but that we communicate. Thank you, Richard.
And thank you, and especially thanks to all of you for the support. And I support Mr. Cardenas for the festivals. We really appreciate that, and especially the deaf community.
And I thank the interpreter.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Mr. Labange, Mr. Cardenas.
Yes, thank you. The festival is a very visible event, not only for the deaf and hard of hearing community, but all of the community, and I appreciate all of your support and the support of the entire community. But we're working beyond the festival and doing much work, and the motion that we have today that I expect and hope that my colleagues will pass is part of one of those many, many elements that we need to work on to make sure that we do have equity and representation of everybody in the city. So thank you, Richard, for all of your wonderful work.
Thank you, Mr. Cardenas. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, would you please open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote?
11 ayes.
Next item.
Item 12, called special by Councilmember Hahn.
Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, what we're doing today is approving a $1.2 million loan from the Community Redevelopment Agency to the New Economics for Women, which in partnership with Toberman Village is going to be building 49 units in San Pedro. 100% of them are going to be affordable. And I just really know that this is going to be an important project for San Pedro. It's right adjacent to one of our public housing developments, Rancho San Pedro, and it's close to their existing project on Beacon Street, where they partnered with Volunteers of America. But I really do love New Economics for Women, and any of you who've ever worked with them in your district know that this organization, which was founded in 1984, have committed themselves to prove that you can reduce poverty by focusing on the needs of women and children. They began by designing and building an affordable housing project for single working parents, and these founding mothers, many of them successful Latinas and community leaders who knew firsthand about the struggles of growing up poor, shared a powerful and fundamental belief that working parents are self-motivated and responsible. A safe, dignified home and nurturing, supportive community is the pathway to creating strong, prosperous, self-sufficient families. So I really want to support this project. I want to support us loaning them $1.2 million for their project. They will have tax credits that will supply about $4.5 million through LAHD and the balance through bank financing. So right now, really, the only affordable housing units to be built so far are the 16 Habitat for Humanity homes and the 17 units at our Center Street lofts in San Pedro. So this is good for our overall housing mix down in the harbor area, where we're continuing to blend affordable projects like this along with market rate housing, not only in downtown San Pedro but in other areas. So I would appreciate your support on this. I think it's a very good project, and it's got good partners with Toberman and New Economics for Women. This is a good project, and I hope you'll support it.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hahn. Mr. Clerk, if you would please open the roll on this item. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Next item.
Item 15 had been called special for an amending motion that has now been circulated.
All right. And who called that special?
She was just being called special for that amending motion to be circulated.
All right. Well, there's no concerns or no speakers in the queue, so why don't you open the roll on that item? Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Next item.
Item 23 called special by Councilmember Cardenas.
The Board of Public Works Commissioners and Department of Sanitation, please come forward. This item has to do with the Clean Water Initiative when it comes to revenue needs and the proposed stormwater pollution abatement charge fee increase. There's Prop 218 requirements as well, and in many, many instances, the City of Los Angeles goes above and beyond Proposition 218 basic requirements. So if you could please outline for us what the plan is to go forward so that we can actually act on this.
Good afternoon. Cynthia Ruiz, President of the Board of Public Works. And I think one of the things in the past that my department has done well is public outreach, whether or not it be with our zero waste efforts, with the LA River Revitalization Plan, and with our IRP. However, with this particular situation, I think we got a little bit ahead of ourselves with the increase and did not do the proper public outreach and education. So what we would like to do at this point is continue the matter where we want to go back, develop a comprehensive outreach and education plan to make sure that people understand the need for this particular item. With the
Now you're describing above and beyond 218 basic requirements, right?
Absolutely. And with this current, what we're doing is we have not had an increase to the SPA, the Stormwater Pollution Abatement, for 17 years. During that time, there's been a lot of new regulations to comply with the Clean Water Act in what we call TMDLs, Total Maximum Daily Loads. But we have not done a good job. We haven't done we haven't done the proper efforts. So we heard what council said last week at the Joint Committee. So we would like to take the time to step back a minute and really do a comprehensive public education and outreach, and also educate the public on some of the good things that we have done with our catch basins, with our low flow diversions, and other things that we have done.
Okay. Now, wasn't there some kind of settlement or something like that that the city was involved in where we committed to making sure that our storm drains had covers on them, et cetera? And if so, how is that coming along? And if we don't have the resources to meet those requirements and or commitments, can we or could we end up spending more money in fines and things of that nature if we don't get it right when it comes to just doing the right thing?
Enrique Zaldivar, the Director of the Bureau of Sanitation, and in fact, you're referring to the trash TMDL. That is a legal requirement, one that we must comply. It's got an annual milestone by which we have to achieve a reduction of trash, in this case for the LA River, and that's where those catch basin screens come into play. Commissioner Reese mentioned those, and you also mentioned them, Councilmember Cardenas. So yes, in fact, every year we must show compliance with that one TMDL. That one is known as the trash TMDL.
Okay. So once again, what we're faced with right now is, even though the City of Los Angeles has not moved this fee up for 17 years now, obviously the costs of today are much more than they were 17 years ago, and it's been exacerbated by the fact that the regulations and requirements on our end are hundreds of times higher than they were before in some cases. So the bottom line is, this is about getting in line with our responsibilities. And unfortunately, the public doesn't like fees to be raised or what have you. But if we don't raise those fees, and if we are seen or found as delinquent, we could see ourselves in court, losing court cases straight out because we didn't take care of business. And then possibly, instead of using those millions of dollars to fix what we have here, those millions of dollars might be going to fines or what have you and leaving the city. And those still would come out of the taxpayer's pocket, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so definitely we have to do the right thing. And thank you for going above and beyond the call of duty, beyond the 218 requirements when it comes to notifying the public and the number of hearings, et cetera, so that they can understand as best possible what the situation is. And I do believe that even after all of that, we're still going to get a lot of people who just flat out don't like fees being raised, but at least they can't say that we did not inform them and that we're not open and honest about what we're doing and what we have to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Perry?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairs. On Friday, the 24th, the Energy and Environment Committee had a joint meeting with Budget and Finance to discuss this potential rate increase. And after careful consideration, and I appreciate the Bureau of Sanitation requesting that this item be referred back to the two committees, that will give us all a lot more time to really vet this and get this out and do our public education and outreach. The purpose of that would be to allow the Bureau of Sanitation to better vet the 218 process and to create and come back to the committees and discuss with each committee respectively the public outreach strategy for next year. The request is due to the lack of time needed to successfully implement sanitation's plan to increase the current property tax fee for the city's stormwater program, and to do this through a mail-in ballot makes it extremely complex. And although I think we all agree the importance of a clean, quality water standard, and sanitation has taken that into consideration at the highest and utmost levels, the comments and concerns raised at the committee level have brought us back to starting over in effect. So I appreciate what sanitation has done today. I am not requesting an additional presentation unless my colleagues need that. I certainly don't. We're going to go back to committee and get to work together and build consensus for this item. Thank you.
Is that your motion, Councilmember?
Yes.
Is there a second?
Seconded by Mr. Cardens. Mr. LeBonge?
We need to tell the people as much as possible now and from ever. Right now, they don't even know, and I'm a little, I love you all at the table, and I mean that, as I love Richard, who I spoke of earlier. But I think we have to tell people what it's all about. A big question, what I'm proud of Los Angeles Bureau of Sanitation, is we serve 27 other cities. Is that right, or districts? Is that correct?
In our wastewater program, yes, we have 26.
Okay, are those 26 other clients going to have their fees go up too, or just the people in Los Angeles?
Okay, so one thing that in the city of Los Angeles, we have a separated system. We have the stormwater system, and anything that goes into the streets goes directly into the ocean untreated. This is what we're talking about, increasing that fee. On a separate note, we have our sewer system, and as you know, the sewage goes to our 4 wastewater treatment plants and is treated. So what we're here to talk about is the stormwater portion of that, and that goes directly into the ocean untreated.
Well, there's 19 cities that adjacent Los Angeles that water runs from their cities into our cities. I just, I want to do what's right, but I think we have to talk about it, and I will pound to the day I'm not here on earth anymore that we have to improve our street cleaning. Within a foot of curb is 86% of every trash is within a foot of a curb. And if we get it from the street cleaning, it may not have to be as expensive as it has to be from a technology that is being dreamed of. I do believe you have to do a lot of outreach. I do believe you have to go to the neighborhood councils. I believe you have to have the neighborhood councils come to you at open houses at Hyperion or at Glendale or at Glendale, Los Angeles, at Harbor, at the Terminal Island, wherever it is, so people know. Information is knowledge is power. And if we want to respect the people, we want to give them the power and the information. We flip a switch, we turn a faucet, we put our cans out, and they're gone. And sanitation does it all. Water and power does it all. Thank you for the light and the energy for the microphone. But we have to inform the public. So I thank you, Madam President of the Board of Public Works, for going back to spring training, so to speak. Going back to spring training, to use a baseball analogy, to put together a winning team that would show that the people that this investment, because that's what I look at as an investment in the system, is going to clean the waters that ultimately flow to the bay, to the river, and back into the whole system, because all water is recycled. So with that being said, and thanks for the clarification that you gave there, but I do want to see more street cleaning throughout the city, especially in commercial areas where there's high populations of people who are sometimes don't find their trash receptacles there that meet that need.
Thank you, Mr. LaBonge. Announcement, Budget and Finance will meet 20 minutes after council concludes. 20 minutes after council concludes, Budget and Finance will meet. Next speaker, Ms. Hahn, followed by Mr. Rosendahl.
Well, it's the drains. It's the drains.
Oh.
It's the drains, not the sewers.
Right. Thank you. I still, and I agree. I think we need to do a much better idea of educating the public on what we're attempting to do here. But tell us why we were trying to meet this deadline, this Wednesday deadline, with this idea. Hold my time, please.
Well, the reason we were trying to reach this deadline was in order to get, this is a property assessment, in order to get on the property tax assessment, we had a certain deadline. At this point, we've realized that it's more important to do it right than to rush it. That's why we're stepping back, and if we can convince the stakeholders that this is important like we think it is, if it has to wait a year, we're willing to take that risk of waiting a year than to rush it and not get it right.
So with 218, are there certain times of the year that we are allowed to conduct these elections?
Well, it's a matter of when the county assessor's office will put it on the rolls of the property taxes. And it's my understanding that for the most part, the general rule is they only do it once a year. There are, sometimes they can make an exception, but that costs money. But again,
and so the once a year was going to be now?
Well, the once a year, I believe it's in October.
Yeah, the mailing, well, the property mailing happens for the first December payment. Generally it's done in October, but the deadline to meet that would have been in August, and that's why the dates that we were talking about reflected that.
So our attempt was to, we had to meet certain deadlines that have already been set on when we can hold these elections. I thought there was a couple of other times of the year we could hold these elections, but you're saying just once a year?
Well, it's once a year that the county assessors will put it on the property taxes.
No, but are there certain times that we can hold the election?
We can do that year-round.
Yeah.
Any time of the year?
Adele, did you want to clarify that?
I know the Constitution sets certain dates for that, but I think as a city, as a charter city, we can adopt our rules. I think per the recommendation from the city attorney that a city can set the date for the election independent of the Constitution dates established. That's the recommendation we have.
That certainly needs to be one of the things that we clarify before we move forward, is exactly if we're going to do this by mail-in. However, I have big reservations about a citywide mail-out ballot. I mean, these are ballots that are sent to everybody. A lot of these people aren't even registered to vote and have never voted in an election. So the idea of actually filling something out and putting a stamp on it and mailing back is that's kind of risky. Is there another way that we can get the same effect without doing a mail-in ballot?
Yes, there is. We can put it on the ballot in a general election and have the voters vote on it as well. And I think as we step back, that's one of the things we're going to consider, what makes most sense. But obviously we want to work with the council and make sure that everybody's on board and that we have full agreement on how we move forward.
Because I think we in the city have had great success with other ballot measures. Certainly Prop O had, the largest margin of victory of almost anything we've ever put before the voters. So I think we do, when it's about water quality, when it's about safety, when it's about keeping trash from going in the oceans, I think that the voters of Los Angeles are probably more receptive to that than just the idea of a 218 mail-in ballot. So I would be in favor of putting it on a regular ballot. I think that makes more sense. Tell me what the county is doing.
The county, as of right now, is proposing to do a direct mail ballot sometime in 2010. We believe that they're looking perhaps at the spring of 2010. But they have said that they have considered the direct mail ballot, not part of a general election.
And will the city of Los Angeles receive some of that money?
We're part of the county effort.
How much would come to the city of Los Angeles?
Well, that's being negotiated. I'm saying by us being part of the county effort, we're saying we're part of the task force that's looking at the county's initiative and how it will at the end shake out, what the return to local cities would be under their proposal. Right now they're saying 35% local return.
So what would that amount to?
Our best figures right now, we have it at about $30 million a year. Yes.
Okay, well, that's certainly something we also ought to be working towards, is helping the county pass theirs as well, because we certainly would be, would receive the benefits of that. $30 million is great. So on top of that, what is ours expected to raise?
And before we answer that, I just want to indicate that we have been working with the county very closely for the last about 2.5 years. Mr. Zaldivar and myself have met with the county on numerous occasions, so we still continue to work with them. And in terms of the current numbers?
So in 2.5 years working with them on this...
they've changed it a few times.
But again, at what point were we going to get brought into that?
You mean the council?
Yeah.
Oh.
Or to do our own. It seems like you've been working on it for 2.5 years, and maybe by now we would have had a more concerted outreach and public education on the potential of the county doing one and of us doing one.
Right, and with the county, they have never, until very recently, the last few weeks, disclosed any details about what, and we've been also working with them on regional approaches to deal with the issues in the watersheds.
And in addition to that, your question, I think part of the vetting process has to include what we decide as a city. Is it us and the county, or county only, or...
Right. And I think we would like to be a part of that discussion. I think we should help the county, and I think we should do our own, because I think we need this revenue to keep water quality there, and really the stormwater is still such a big issue. And on that note, there are still a lot of areas, particularly in my district, that do not have the screens. I think I've asked for an update on what the rollout schedule is, but I know it all matters. But I always think those ones that are closest to the ocean, I'm very surprised that they don't have the screens on them yet. So I would really like to see that. I'd like to see a report back on what our schedule is.
And we'll be more than happy to set up a briefing and make sure that you get that information.
But again, more importantly, I think you're doing the right thing. I think we've learned our lesson about trying to rush things through with the public. But I do believe that the public, when informed and when educated, really will step up to the plate and do the right thing in terms of our overall water issues in the city of Los Angeles.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Mr. Rosendahl.
President, Ms. Hahn, we need you on the County Board of Supervisors. That would certainly help. Look, the question is this. There are 2.1 million parcels of land, I understand, in the county, of which the city of Los Angeles has 800,000. Am I right?
That's correct.
Okay. And this watershed business affects a lot of other cities than us. It's not just us, because we're all interconnected, because the water runs through everybody, and so it's one big family. The truth is that the city has been trying to deal with the county and get its fair share back, and it was too much BS and politics and baloney. So the city finally said, we can't take it any longer because we need that $25 million for maintenance and upkeeping of Measure O, just to do what we do. Frankly, when it came to committee, I said, forget it. Timing is everything. It's too fast, too sloppy, not enough outreach. Continue the item. We said it in committee last week, and I'm very happy that the mayor and everybody else realized it, putting the money back in the deal. Now we're trying to figure out the best way to do it. Okay, here is what I suggest we do. I'm more than happy to involve myself. There are 5 supervisors. They need to understand that with the city of Los Angeles' support, they might be able to pass this measure. Without our support, they can't. So we are connected. This is one of those political realities that partnering with the supervisors is the right thing if it's done with fairness to the city and all of its watershed issues. I mean, that's the simple story. So I urge our mayor to call the 5 supervisors. I urge anybody who has a relationship with the 5 supervisors to get engaged in this issue. If we get our fair share of that, then we can work together, we can get it passed by the people, because we have to pass it. There's no way out of this. It's just a matter of when. It's the worst possible time right now under all the other circumstances. So my bottom line is send it back to committee, but most importantly, the county and the city have to get together and work it out so we get our fair share. And we now have a much bigger muscle. We're not going to be little submissive people. We've had it. So let's make sure those 5 supervisors understand that together we'll pass this, be it in the March measure, which I think is the most honest, straightforward way, because a landlord passes it on to their tenants anyhow. So you're just not letting people participate if you go by the property assessment. That's why I believe in the democracy, the real small d, which means everybody. So let's get it on the ballot as a city-county measure. Let's get the mayor and the 5 supervisors engaged in it, and anywhere our city council can help in supporting this angle, we're more than willing to do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rosendahl. We have 2 speakers, Dr. Clyde Williams and Barbara Moynihan Burke. Would you still like to speak on this item? Dr. Williams and Ms. Burke.
Dr. Clyde Williams, 4115 Barrett Road, El Sereno. Great. The LA Audubon Society will try to help. Sierra Club Water Committee will try to help. Maybe even the LA 32 Neighborhood Council might be able to help a little bit, maybe. Neighborhood councils were somewhat detracted in the committee meeting. But we're here to try to help because I did this about 30 years ago, street sweeping in Bakersfield. By the way, street sweeping won't get rid of the metals. You have to wash it down. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Ms. Burke?
Thank you. Barbara Moynihan Burke, Studio City Neighborhood Council board member, but speaking personally. I have a question to begin with. I have been told, and I don't know if it's right, that if this were just to be voted on through the mail, it would only need a mere majority, but if it becomes a measure, it would need a 2/3 majority. So that's just a question I'd like cleared up. And then beyond that, because I have been coordinating with the Los Angeles River Improvement Overlay for the last many years for my neighborhood council, I understand the necessity for this proposed fee increase to meet the federal water quality standards. Given the dire economic times, though, it will be difficult to have voters increase anything at any cost. So I do suggest what Tom LaBonge had said at the beginning, to outreach especially to the neighborhood councils and engage us with educational sessions so we can help our stakeholders throughout the city understand why this is so important. And to do things, I hope your proposals will not just be just very technical, but to go into the possibilities of bioswales and other catching the storms and all. We are proposing a 16-acre experimental section in Studio City. So our community understands this. And I think if the voters understand this, if the constituents have this rolled out to them properly, they will understand how important it is for our future here. So I would be very happy to help coordinate with you. Thank you.
And Ms. Ruiz, if you can have someone speak with Ms. Burke afterwards and sit with her and answer some of her questions, I would appreciate it. There are no further speakers. Oh, let me see. Mr. McQuiston is the last speaker.
Jim McQuiston. There is a section in the Streets and Highways Code called the Vrooman Act. Section 29 of the Streets and Highways Code says that the property owners are the ones responsible for maintenance of the streets, including trash cleanup. And they can have a vote on whether or not they want to do something. It does not say that the general public gets to vote on that. So there is an education project, because most people think the streets are owned by the city, and they're not. They're owned by the property owners. So this is something that does need education, and I do approve of sending this back to committee so that people can be educated.
Thank you very much. There's no speakers in the queue. Can you please open the roll, Mr. Clerk?
And this is to send the matter back to Budget and Finance and Energy
to
Environment.
Energy Environment. Thank you very much. Okay, without objection, that'll be the order. Thank you. Next item.
Item 25, called special by Councilmember Cardenas.
Thank you very much. Can the staff please come forward? This matter has to do with the stage that we're at right now is to try to figure out whether or not the City of Los Angeles is going to actually create a long-term lease for either our parking meters and or our city-owned parking lots. This is something that the most recently was done in the City of Chicago. The City of Chicago is the third largest city in the country. They are in population very close to the City of Los Angeles when it comes to the magnitude of population, and there are many other similarities as well when it comes to the magnitude of population, their budgets, and things of that nature. So luckily for us, we do have a relevant example before us when it comes to this kind of measure that a city or a county can actually embark on. So with that, can you please let the council and the public know what this item means when it comes to, practically speaking, what we're looking to explore here?
Sure. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Ray Solano. What you have before you today is basically a report looking at taking advantage of what's being referred to as P3s. This is the public-private partnership. We're looking at this idea, this concept has been floated, has been offered to the public over fairly recently, looking at assets and trying to maximize the value of those. Part of this discussion actually goes back to the city in trying to look at core services. It goes back to that core service discussion in trying to decide, given the pressure that we have financially, as far as what we're going to do as a city going forward, what services we're going to provide, what businesses we're going to be in, etc. This here is an opportunity for us to look at parking, both the structures and the meters, to determine their ultimate value and what the city wants to do on a go-forward basis. Whether we feel there is value in doing the long-term concession, if we would get revenue or in exchange for that long-term concession, but at the same time then would be essentially out of that business. And there's many arguments for that. One, quite frankly, is sort of the risk. If we were to enter into a long-term concession, we would transfer that risk to whoever the concessionary is. Certainly when we look at risk, when we talk about risk, we're talking about the cost, the maintenance, all of those things that go into parking lots and structures. We're also talking about our debt. We have debt on many of our facilities, Hollywood and Highland, Mangrove, and others. That would basically pay off that debt. Other things that are part of this picture are sort of the financial uncertainty. Certainly as we look forward, it goes back to the discussion on the services that we are going to provide and not provide. Basically, what revenue are we receiving now? Are we getting a return for that revenue, or are we actually still underwater? So there's a number of pieces that are part of this puzzle, and we're asking for the authority to actually enter into some contracts with the financial advisor that will help us look at our revenue stream, the long-term revenue stream, both today and certainly over the life of the concession, and also look at the maintenance capital costs that we'd be looking at as a city as well over that term.
What's the net revenue to the city's general fund right now when it comes to our parking meters and parking lots that we're considering possibly leasing out?
I think right now, if you were to look at the structures plus the stream based on numbers projected for next year, it's probably in the $46-47 million gross range, and that's not net. That's not taking into account.
What's the net?
We're still actually looking at that. We actually, I'm sorry, I don't think we have those numbers for the lots per se, but that's part of why we actually were asking for an advisor to help us look at some of that data and actually look at the activity for each lot in each of the areas.
And the main issue before us that the council will be voting on today has to do with $500,000 appropriating from the Special Parking Revenue Fund so that we can hire these advisors and start getting a better picture about what we have before us and whether or not it makes sense for us to do something similar to what Chicago just did recently. In addition, that's correct. In addition to that, what other long-term leases similar to this did they do in Chicago? Wasn't it a toll road or something like that, and also an airport?
Indiana?
Natalie Brill, CAO. The City of Chicago did the Chicago Skyway Tollway. That was the first public-private partnership that was done. That's where they took one of the tollways and leased it to a private developer, a private concessionaire, I should say. And that was done, I want to say, in 2005? 2005.
So my point is, this is not the first of its kind. City of Los Angeles isn't losing their mind and going crazy and scrambling to try to figure out how we can get revenue. This is something that we're exploring because it's been done before, so there's also legal precedent for it, and apparently there must be some kind of potential budgetary benefit potentially by doing something like this. That's why I asked you what the revenue is. Our gross is bouncing around $47 million gross revenue to the general fund, but our net is something that we need to quantify and qualify so we can figure out if this makes sense, correct? Secondly, when it comes to Chicago, how long was their lease and how much did they lease it for, and how much of that money came up front to the City of Chicago, and how much of that money is coming in the long term? And then with that, what did they earmark the money that came into the City of Chicago? Did it go just into the general fund, or did they earmark it for parks or libraries or to pave the streets in gold? What did they do in Chicago with this? What is their blueprint for what they did?
Certainly. Actually, in Chicago, they actually bifurcated their deal. Basically, they had two deals. For them, they went forward with the parking concession. This is more of a structure type deal, where it was a 75-year concession. They received up front the $563 million, and that was back in December 2006. And then recently, in February 2009, they entered into a second concession to deal with their 36,000 meter parking spaces, and that was roughly about $1.1 billion. Now, as I understand...
So one deal was in excess of $500 million. Another deal was in excess of $1 billion between two deals in the last couple of years for the City of Chicago.
Yes.
Now, basically, roughly, what did they do with those revenues? How did that help the city or the constituents?
They wisely actually put aside much of that money into reserves. Now, they did have plugged some of that money into their budgetary current year problems because they have had some difficulty as well, but they did establish some long-term reserves to basically set money aside looking at the long-term picture.
And the mayor has just released his proposal for the upcoming budget, what we call fiscal year 09-10. And in that proposed budget, what was the figure that is attached to this potential proposal here?
The net figure is roughly $80 million.
So can you explain what you mean by net figure?
Well, basically, if we were to look at sort of this package as going forward, and this is what we're proposing, the meters and the structures at this point. The mayor took a very, very conservative view, looking at sort of the deal and what we could potentially get. He went with a very, very conservative number of the $80 million.
Okay. So if we don't do this in this coming fiscal year and those revenues we don't strike a deal with some company that likes to do this kind of business, then what happens is we're back down to our potential net, our 47 million gross or whatever net difference that is. So basically, this is a tentative answer within the budget, correct? It's not a final answer.
Yes.
Okay. And who's on the committee when it comes to the city staff, when it comes to this matter?
We basically have had a working group, and it's been our office, the city attorney, the CLA, and also the mayor's office. It's been four groups.
Okay. One of the questions that I asked in the committee was, apparently the recommendation of the staff is for us to approve the third-party advisors, which would in this case be J.P. Morgan Chase, Ramirez and Company, and Loop Capital. One of the questions that I asked in committee was, after one of you presenters mentioned that one of the reasons why you recommended these firms as a team was because they had, in addition to their expertise, they had specific individuals who have expertise on this team when it comes to these kinds of matters. And I asked that before we come to council that we get some letters showing who these individuals are, because they presented that in their presentations, correct, to the city staff when they were interviewing, hoping to get this job. But at the same time, I also asked that we could, if the staff would compare, are those names still the same? And let me explain what I mean by that. If Ramirez and Company said, we got a guy named Joe Bixon, and he is an expert on this stuff, and he has 5 deals under his belt, et cetera. He's been doing this. He's the world-renowned expert or what have you, and he's on our team. The fact that this guy Bixon was, and I'm making that name up, is someone that impressed us and said, wow, that's important to have, someone with that kind of experience. What if that guy Bixon is now gone and has left that company and is doing something else with his life? Is that firm still looking that good for us if they don't have that quality, that expertise still with them today? So of the names that you forwarded to my office, are those the same names of experts that impressed us within the firms that are still there today?
Yes, they are the same.
They are the same, to the person.
Right? Yes.
Because it's my understanding that at least one person was with one of the firms who was, very impressive, has a record on this type of transaction that is no longer with this team.
We received an organizational chart from each of the firms, and in that chart was a group of people that were working. The individual that left Ramirez, there were two. There was a supervisor and there was an analyst, let's say. It was the analyst that left, not the supervisor. So the supervisor is on our team.
Okay, but that
So the
analyst
analyst
that
is
left,
the one
did
that left.
Sure, that's fine, but did that analyst matter to us when we said, wow, this makes the team acceptable, this makes this the kind of team that we want to hire?
I think on balance, we decided no, that we had that kind of ground level experience, and if what we wanted was sort of inside information or a real direct report about what happened.
Not like inside information.
Not
but
in a
insight.
bad way. This is like
More like
legal
insight.
inside information about what happened in Chicago, and we feel that with the Ramirez team that's been presented to us, particularly with the supervisor, to use Natalie's word, Fernando Grillo, who you met at the committee meeting, has joined the team and has the background knowledge about Chicago that we were looking for.
He was on the Chicago deal, but there was an analyst too. I mean, there was the supervisor and the analyst was the one that left.
And there is someone from Ramirez here today, if you'd like to ask them.
No, that's fine. All I want to do is put on the record, and Natalie, you're very familiar with my questioning. I want to make sure that you understand. The reason why I'm asking you these questions is because this is extremely important. This is unprecedented within our city. It may have happened in other cities or what have you. I'm not even going to go over some of the reports that I'm getting about some of the things that aren't going all that well as planned in the city of Chicago. That's their problem. I don't want those kinds of problems here. So we need the best of the best process, and we need to check ourselves as we're going along with the process and not allow ourselves to be pressured by the idea that if we don't go forward, then we got a big hole in the budget. That, to me, is secondary. First and foremost, we got to get this right. And this council, and I want to thank these council members, has in the past actually stopped a purchase of a building that the city of Los Angeles was going to purchase at just over $100 million, and because we were not handling it right at the staff level, no offense, we just didn't have the expertise or gathered the expertise to do it right, we forewent buying that property. It came back on the market over $200 million. But since we did our due diligence properly, and we actually did a great job, we realized that unequivocally it was a great purchase. It would have been a much better purchase at $100 and some million, but we were leaving way, way too much to happenstance. And I'm letting you know right now, that's the kind of scrutiny that we're going to have on this city council to make sure that we're doing it right. Not just saying, oh, great, you have these people on board at Ramirez or JP, what have you, and all of a sudden we find out, like a kick in the head later on, that those people aren't even there anymore. But we hired them because they had that expertise on board. So please understand, we have to be diligent. We have to make sure that we cross our T's and dot our I's, because one of the reports that's coming back to me from Chicago is that in one instance they tripled the price, I think it was on the meters, they tripled the price for people to park. We should not do that to our constituents. They obviously missed something over there. They probably didn't write it in the contract properly, but the third party that gave $500 and some million to the city, or $1.2 billion to the city of Chicago, later on realized, oops, we got to fix our numbers, and they took it out on the constituents, which are our responsibility.
Thank you, Mr. Cardenas. If you can press your button again. Ms. Hahn, you are our next speaker.
Thank you. I was one of those that voted to buy that building the first time around, and so it's hard. You could stand up there and actually say it was a good deal when we ended up paying a lot more the second time around. But whatever, I would never have admitted that. I think my colleague, Councilman Cardenas, actually hit on something that I'm very concerned about, and that's the ability of the private contractor to raise the rates for parking. I think that is something I'm very, very concerned about, and I believe for us to just be able to, get a little revenue up front, in my opinion, is not worth putting this on the backs of our constituents, which we just raised the rates. In San Pedro, we raised them something like 400%, and I have not heard the end of it. So I would be very interested when this comes back as a feasibility study, that some way it guarantees us, something that can happen, or we would have some authority over that, or would have to come before the city council, or I'd like to know if something could be written into the contract that speaks to that, because that is something I'm very concerned about, and I'm not sure I would be willing to vote for the public-private partnership of our parking meters unless it was absolutely, I could know whether or not they were going to be able to have the authority to raise the rates whenever they wanted to.
I understand, and actually part of this, the authority that we're requesting is to bring on an advisor to help us look at some of those issues and actually study the rates and the hours and the effect on communities in each structure, in each community, et cetera, et cetera. That is part of what we need to get here. And I understand, given the rates, the increase this past year, there's been a lot of concern. Given the doubling of the rates and so forth. That is a piece of this, and we acknowledge, and we certainly recommend we need to do that before we come back to you and say this is part of this deal. That is a key factor.
Yeah, it really is with me, and because, we are charged with, obviously we're charged with fiscal responsibilities, and we have to balance it all the time on the needs of the city as a whole versus, particular areas of the city who may feel hard hit at this time by, the economic downturn. And so we kind of take that into consideration. I wouldn't necessarily feel that a private contractor would care about that. For them, it's going to be about the bottom line, and they don't exactly, aren't accountable to, the people of Los Angeles. So I really am uneasy about this, and I'm not sure this is the way to go. Let me ask this. It might have already been brought up, but I didn't hear it. Is this I know you're going to find all this out, but is the model an upfront, one-time infusion of dollars and then annually, I mean, sharing in the revenue, or what are we thinking that another city that has done it this way, what's kind of been the model?
I guess for...
Go ahead.
These are exactly the kinds of debates that you're going to have when it comes back. The bottom line is that we can do it any way that we want to do it, but that will have an economic impact. The more restrictions there are in raising of the rates and other issues, the maintenance standards, et cetera, will impact the financials. Now, ideally, if there's an upfront infusion of cash, and the Budget Committee is going through this right now, ideally that funding should be used for one-time costs. And there can be a combination of upfront costs, and there can be a combination of sharing in the revenue over time. So it's exactly these kinds of questions that need to be addressed with some specificity. Conceptually, other people have done this. Conceptually, it works. But what's really going to come down to is what this body, as the policymakers, are willing to do.
What is the public part of the public-private partnership?
Our garages.
Okay.
Or meters. Or meters.
All right, so there'll still be ours, and we were just leasing out the right to operate them, and either take the revenue or share in the revenue.
Yes.
But again, I think for me it would be key to see who maintains the ultimate decision on the rate structure. That's something that I've got to know the answer to that before I would be willing to support something like this.
Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Madam President. Appreciate that very much. Where's this $500,000 going to come from? Not general fund money, I hope, right? Where's this money coming from if we approve it?
It's actually from special parking.
From the special parking revenue, so it's not going to impact the general fund, it's going to come out of that. Are the consultants then just going to focus on parking lots and meters?
Yes,
You're
basically.
not going to look at other potential public-private partnerships?
No, this is only for the structures and the meters.
Okay. All right. Could I ask the potential consultant to come up and say a few words? Hold my time.
Which one?
Which one? They're all here. Are they all here? Yeah. How many groups have you put this RFP?
There are three.
Only one spoke before committee.
Scott Ballas is the financial advisor, which is not paid on contingency, hired by the CAO to be the independent expert on these things. And then we have sell-side advisors who get paid only if the deal closes. That would be J.P. Morgan Chase, Loop Capital, and Ramirez, each of which has representatives with us today.
Very good. So really, it's the first group that are going to be part of helping us understand what we're doing and where we're going?
I think all of them will play a role, but they have different compensation structures, and you'll want to weigh all of the advice that you're getting as you're making your policy choices.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, please.
My name is
Introduce yourself.
My name is Lois Scott. I'm president of Scott Ballas Strategies. We're an independent financial advisory firm who's done about 20 of these public-private partnership transactions around the country, including parking, being involved in the Chicago Skyway, Chicago parking meters. We've been involved in energy transactions, lottery transactions, a wide range of public-private partnerships. I think we see our role as a very important one to this body, and that is being the honest broker, sifting through the information that we have received and making recommendations to the CAO's office and to the committee that's working on this about what are the options, what are the potential value ranges, and what might make sense for the city of Los Angeles. We come to the engagement with no preconceived notions about what is the right structure, and people ask me what the value of it might be. I think it's important to recognize that it's like asking what the value of a house is. Until you build it, you know where it is, how many bedrooms it has, how many years you're going to live there. It's very difficult to put a price tag on it. So our job will be to sift through the information, identify what the primary value drivers are, listen to what the policy constraints of the city will be, listening carefully to city council in particular, and giving our recommendations and some preliminary value ranges. The role of the sell-side advisors, J.P. Morgan, Loop, and Ramirez, will be actually to conduct the auction with potential bidders. They might be European, Australian, American finance companies and/or operators that would ultimately put the price on the transaction. Our role will continue to be the city's advocate in the transaction and to represent the people of Los Angeles in what's happening.
So you're the first step.
We're the first step.
Okay. And is that where the $500,000 goes, or does that go to everybody else in the RFP? How does that work?
No.
You're already on the payroll.
No, I am not on the payroll. I would be paid as part of the proceeds from what you authorize today, should you authorize it.
Okay.
We would also be working with a parking revenue consultant. There are a handful of these firms around the country that actually do the forecast on demand for parking assets, what the rate structure would be. In some circumstances, they might say that the rates are too high. They might make recommendations on where the limitations on rate increases could be, what the operating cost structure might be between the public and private sectors, and they'll help us do the basics in parking. I don't pretend to be a parking engineer. I'm a finance person, so I'll be helping them on the capital side and how the deal might be structured and how it would look if you retained it, and they'll be working on the parking side.
What's your time frame in all of this as you see it?
If Natalie has her way tomorrow, we'll be, assuming that we have consent to go forward from City Council, then we will be putting, the first phase will be to put together the operating expense and revenue history, and then to do a projection in probably a month or two, and then to begin formulating what a transaction might look like. The city committee's goal is, if you choose to do something, that you have the opportunity to do that during calendar 2009.
Does it have anything to do with the budget process right now in terms of 2009, 2010? In other words, would there be, because the time frame you just described to me is April, is over now. It would be the month of May and June. So this would not impact this year's budget?
I'll defer that to the city in terms of, I'm not as familiar with the city's budget process as others would be.
The $500,000 is coming out of the current fund.
I'm sorry, what?
The $500,000 is coming out of the funds that are currently in the SPRF.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah. But I mean, if we were to go forward with some kind of a situation here to have a partnership, would there be monies coming into the budget we're working on right now?
The mayor's proposed budget assumes that $80 million is coming in.
$80 million?
$80 million is coming in. As you know, you're dealing with this issue in committee right now.
So the mayor's assuming that we will hire her, we will hire the other groups, and before we finish our budget project, we probably then will have sold or done something with the structures to have gotten us $80 million. Is that right?
Well, clearly, you're not going to know. You're not going to know the final valuation amount, and nothing could close until probably the end of next fiscal year. So we're looking at about 12 to 14 months from now.
I see. So this $80 million, where's that coming from? Or what?
Well, again, that is proposed from completing this transaction, and over the next couple of weeks, I know that you and the committee chair and the rest of the council are going to be deciding how to address and how to recognize that $80 million.
Well, I'm just curious how this process, which takes a long time, you got to kick the tires, you got to get competitive this, you got to look at that. Even if, we decide to go forward, it couldn't impact this year's budget that we're dealing with for next year, or how could it? Explain that.
There was in the CAO report, one of the attachments is a calendar that shows us closing a transaction by the end of the calendar year, not the end of the fiscal year. And certainly, I believe the working group that is partially before you today understands that at least the mayor's got $80 million, on my back. So I've got to move quickly to get the issues to you so that you can decide them. So in my head, Council Member, I think this is a public policy inquiry that will happen over the summer, but I think that come September, we're going to be back to you saying, here are the choices that you need to make, and we will be prepared to move very quickly after the council's made those choices.
Yeah, but you're basically saying, say we were to make a deal, and it was like $80 million, I don't even know where that figure comes from, that would plug a hole in the budget of 2009, 2010 that we're anticipating?
Yes, it is for the 9-10 budget, correct.
So halfway through the budget, hopefully, if this makes sense to us, we would then get another $80 million or 100 or whatever it is to close our budget issues that we might be. In other words, we're anticipating,
yes,
and we haven't even made a policy decision here. we're anticipating that 80 million of our budget for this next coming fiscal year will come out of a decision on selling structures.
Structures and meters, yes, the mayor's proposal was 80 million from some combination of structures and meters. I'm sure that what we'll be discussing momentarily in the budget deliberations is whether you can get to 80 or some fraction of 80 just doing structures without meters. We understand that that's the debate that the budget committee will want.
But you also know that we're not necessarily in favor, some of us, I can't speak for anybody but myself, in favor of selling such a valuable asset at this particular time, meaning from my perspective, the meters out there. I don't want to go near those meters. First of all, we don't have enough meters out there. We haven't gone forward enough in converting them over. We still have the gold in the gutter that we haven't taken in. And I'm not about to sell something as valuable as meters throughout this city to anybody that gets a 50-year contract and I can't get near it again. I mean, that's one of my issues, as well as the whole issue of anticipating a deal that will close a budget. I mean, it's a little cart before the horse is sort of my head on that particular part. Okay?
I look forward to those conversations in the budget deliberations
Thank you,
momentarily.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. Smith, Mr. Labange, Mr. Cardenas. Next three speakers up. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, to the CAO, CLA, you talk about taking it from the SPRF. How much is in that fund? 146. I'll save you from looking it up. 146. And what are we going to do with it in this budget? What's the proposal? What's the mayor proposed doing with 146 million?
146 is coming into the general fund for
We're sweeping all of it. Now, many of the council members don't know around here, but you better take a look at this, because a lot of you are going to lose your projects that are to be funded by SPRF, because the mayor wants to sweep all of it out of there, including this $500,000 that they want to spend, which we really don't have anyway because it's going to get swept. So we're talking about spending money from SPRF that's going to disappear and will not exist next year. We won't have it until it starts building up again. And we're going to do what we're going to do. We're going to do a swap out and sell our assets or lease our assets like Chicago did. Let me tell you what happened in Chicago. The people of Chicago, 10 years from now, are going to start screaming and yelling, where is our revenue? Because this current mayor and council swept it all, took everything they could get in an asset, took it and put it in their pocket now to balance their budget. And what they did is rape the future city of Chicago by doing so. It was a very foolhardy move to make. I think we've made a lot of these around here. And we talked about Fig Plaza, and I'm with you, Janice. I was there at the beginning and said, let's buy it at 110. We said, no, we don't want to buy it at 110. Let's buy it at 200. What the heck? That's foolhardy economics, folks. And we're going down the same path. Instead of buying high, we're selling low. We're selling property at the bottom of the market. What a stupid idea. If we were stockbrokers, we'd be in jail with Bernie Madoff for this kind of scheme. This is foolhardy economics, ladies and gentlemen, and we should not be going down this road. We're selling our assets that our people paid for years and years and years today to balance our budget. 3 years from now, when the economy turns, we're going to start looking at our revenue sources and say, what happened to that money? And we're going to say, oh, you know what, we took it about 3 or 4 years ago because we needed to pay the bills right then and there. This is not the right kind of economics, folks. Mr. Rosendahl talks all about time, about gold in the gutter. This is fool's gold.
Fool's gold. I like that one. Mr. Labange.
Fools rush in. Remember that Ricky Nelson song? I remember that song.
You want to sing that, Mr. Labange?
No, I don't, but I want to say this. I support
Thank you.
the aspect of studying it, Greg. I think we should study it. I don't like to see us sell anything. I know the mayor talks about privatization of the convention center, but we have giant debt there, don't we, Mr. CAO? So it's not like anybody's going to come in and buy it right now. And the zoo is an educational institute, and there's a different aspect to that as far as privatization. But we do need public-private partnership. And the representative from the company spoke about that. Tell me about the Chicago experience, please. Hold my time.
Yes, the Chicago has had a number of different privatizations. The Chicago Skyway, as Natalie mentioned, was the first that was sold for $1.8 billion. A portion of that was used for improvements in the neighborhoods. There's 50 wards, and there were improvements made in all 50 wards. There was a portion that was used for budget, and there was a portion that was reserved for rainy day for future budgets, and a portion for long-term investments. That action...
Do you know what the city council budget is for the city of Chicago?
Off the top of my head, I just don't remember it off the top of my head. I'm
You
sorry.
know, Mr. Miller, you read Government Today.
I can say that the asset had gross revenues of $30 million and was sold for $1.8 billion, and that asset had been in bankruptcy prior to the sale. So it appeared to be a good opportunity for the city to capture $1.8 billion to redeploy for other mission-critical needs of the city. That did also result in a rating upgrade for the city of Chicago to the highest ratings it had had in many years, which has economic value as well, which was not included in the $1.8 billion. Based on the success of that transaction, the mayor determined to do other public-private partnerships. The next in line was the Chicago parking structures that are along the lakefront in downtown Chicago. Those were primarily owned by the Park District. They were transferred to the City of Chicago, and then the City of Chicago packaged and sold them. My firm was retained to, again, represent the public interest and to take a look at the value of maintaining those assets and retaining the revenue stream associated with them. We assisted the Park District in identifying what the minimum value would be in order to justify the economics and the loss of the revenues over time. That transaction resulted in a final winning bid of $563 million that was above where we thought the line in the sand was to make it economically worthwhile. In that case, a portion of the revenues were retained to offset the loss in revenues going forward. A portion was done for park improvements, and a portion was for rainy day and for long-term budget matters.
Okay, I got that.
Okay.
But I support the study that we're going to take. It's not advancing the sale, but are any cities in the West engaged in this type of operation?
San Francisco has it's been in the newspaper that they have some interest in taking a look at parking.
San Francisco's been looking at it also, because we've been talking
Just
to
looking
them.
at it, but San Francisco is 49 square miles. San
Correct.
Francisco could fit in this space here. And
the district...
I love San Francisco.
I know.
So.
And Chicago also, obviously, in square miles is, what, a third or a half of what we are?
I would certainly just say from a standpoint in working with the people who do the meters in the city and engage in understanding meter districts, and the first meter in Los Angeles was in this district that I now represent on Lankershim in the San Fernando Valley in 1949. I would like to separate the meters. They could look at whether there's a study for structures and study for meters, but I'd like to separate it. I do think it's an important thing, and people are extremely sensitive about their neighborhood as it relates to meters. I would also like to say that we should look at does this include looking at the Fletcher Bowron Square and City Hall East in the City Hall garage parking?
No. No.
Why not? Hold my time. If we're going to look at everything, let's look at everything.
What we've said, Councilman, so far is that a P3 works for revenue-generating assets. So the issue is if it's a garage that really serves city employees, it doesn't really generate revenues.
But I think this, everybody I see walking into the federal courthouse goes to the city garage at City Hall East. Everybody who sometimes is an overload at Olvera Street, I think it should be looked at, Mr. CAO. And is it Mr. Deputy Mayor now, or?
No, sir, it's Senior Advisor.
Senior Advisor. You are a little senior now, Mr. Keene.
No responsibility.
Beautiful gray hair of yours there. So, like me, we both got it, Michael. Anyway, I think we should look at everything. And even I know what has happened in the transformation of, and I'm sorry, Miss Perry is not at her post right now. She's right there.
Miss Perry's right here.
Thank you. Give her the microphone, Mr. Stein.
Miss Perry's
On
right
the
here.
issue of Pershing Square, that transformed recently. Could anybody answer that question?
Pershing Square is one of the parking lots, I believe, that we're looking at.
Yes.
So that's...
But we just made a change like in the last 2 or 3 years on Pershing Square, if I understand it. Is that correct?
That's right.
Yeah.
I think we did.
I think that what we've done is from time to time we change the operator. So recently, I think Pershing Square became operated by DOT, where it had previously been operated by a third-party vendor.
Right. Has it been better for us that it's been a third-party vendor?
And I think that's, to some extent, that's Councilmember Smith and Rosenthal's point. I would just ask, we've got to study all of that and look forward to getting back to you. I would just ask folks to remember that with pension costs going from 20% of payroll to 60% of payroll, things that made economic sense 2 or 3 years ago may or may not make economic sense for the next 5 years. And that's one of the things that we need to report to you.
I got it, and that would work on it. So if we're going to look at the Pershing Square, look at the City Hall East, I don't know if we can look at the Convention Center.
Convention Center is different because it's owned by the Convention Center Authority, and that's part of the debt that's on there. That's really not an option for us.
Okay.
Also, we have agreements with Staples, I believe, on parking, Jerry, isn't that right? So that one, I think we have to leave. We're looking at...
You mean the $30 that they charge to park on 12th Street goes to Staples, not to the
No, we
convention
share
center?
revenue. There's revenue sharing there.
Okay, I drove up Figueroa. I didn't go to the ball game last night, but I drove up Figueroa. I saw a lot of happy faces going in there, and I saw $30 right next to the park right there, and I thought, I hope our good man at the convention center is getting that, not... God bless Dr. Buss, but not Dr. Buss and the people there. But anyway, I'll get in trouble anymore.
There are 6 lots that we're looking at that we mentioned in the report, which is Hollywood and Highland,
Right.
Pershing Square, which are the other ones, Sarah? Broxton, Cherokee, Robertson, and the one that's Cinerama Dome that's owned by the CRA. Those are the ones, the 6 that are the covered, structured lots that the city owns.
Not Largemont, right?
That's on the B list.
That's on our second list.
Second list.
I think
You know who created Largemont?
Excuse me?
You know who created Largemont?
Who?
John Ferraro and his deputy. You know, God bless John Ferraro. But it was a public-private partnership, and it was 15 years, and we paid it off. And now we give free parking on Sundays for the farmers market there. Will you give free parking on Sundays? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Labange, former deputy to John Ferraro. Mr. Cardenas, our final speaker on this matter.
Thank you very much. I'm glad that we're having the dialogue that we're having today. Unfortunately, the item before us is really one item. It's obviously potentially connected to the budget. It's potentially connected to the decision that the council needs to be making in the future as to whether or not we want to go ahead and take money today and forego having that money come in as a revenue stream for decades to come. Obviously, Chicago made that decision. Obviously, that decision didn't work out perfectly. It's my understanding it's not working out exactly as planned. And one of the things that we have to remind ourselves is, don't ever forget, when we own an asset as the public, through this democratic process, we can go ahead and make changes as the elements change and as our constituents' needs and wants change. But when you enter into a third-party contract, if it's not in the contract, the third party's not going to do it. For example, we can raise fees or lower fees as a democratic process. But when it comes to a third party, I seriously doubt that that third party is going to lower fees because this city council or constituents are saying, whoa, wait a minute, the fees are too high. It's strictly business with them. So that's one of the things we have to remember as well. And in addition to that, since Ms. Hahn had to bring up the fact that she voted for this Fig Plaza, this example that was given, well, the reason why I was not in agreement that we should buy it at $120-some million is because prior to that, I was discussing with the staff as to why we don't take our option of buying it at $93 million. And what I saw when we were in the process at $127 million, Mr. Labange, you love to talk about football. It's one thing to design a play and know that you feel good about it. Whether you make a touchdown or not is a point, but more importantly, that you do your practice and that you do things in a way that you know you're doing the best job that you possibly can. But when we were trying to buy it at $127 million, in my opinion, we were fumbling our way into making a touchdown. And that is not the way to do business. We needed to make sure that our department, in this case General Services, actually knew what they were doing, knew how to buy buildings, because that was not the last building we would contemplate buying. And I'm very proud to say that even though we finally bought that same building that came before us 3 times, for a purchase at $93 million and at $127 million, and we bought in excess of $200 million, we now have a department that can honestly say, when we bring forth an option to purchase a building, we know what we're talking about, and we know whether or not to say it's a good deal or a bad deal. So in this particular case, it's important that we go ahead and make sure that we go through this exercise in this process and spend this $500,000 to make sure whether or not we know how to do this right or wrong, and we can make an educated decision and not say, let's do what Chicago did, but say, we learned from Chicago's mistakes and what they did right or wrong, and that we know how to make decisions for the constituents of Los Angeles and be informed about what we're doing. Maybe we end up at the end of the day saying, we're not going to do this. Unfortunately, if it's in the budget, this $80 million, then we got a bigger problem. But that should not be the driver for us deciding whether or not we are going to do this. That is secondary. What's important, first and foremost, is that we know what we're doing, we make a good decision, we're well-informed and well-educated, and then we make a good, hopefully, the right decision.
Ms. Hahn.
I just want to make sure when we get this study going, and because we're only going to get back what we ask, and sometimes we forget to talk to the actual city workers who deal with parking meters and parking lots. So I just want to make sure that everybody from the ones that the technicians that fix the meters to the ones that deal with the parking lots and the pay stations, and let's talk to the workers, because again, fundamentally, in this city, we have shied away from contracting out unless we can prove that it will be more efficient, it will be, more cost-effective. But sometimes we forget to talk to the actual men and women who've been doing this job in the city for a long time. So I want to make sure that a huge part of this report is talking to the city workers that actually work in the Department of Transportation, specifically with parking meters.
Well, we will do that, and also, to be clear, if it wasn't clear before, part of this process is also going to be dealing not only with the people you talk about, but your individual offices, because it's going to be important to know in terms of the contract and the control over rate setting and the maintenance standards and et cetera, et cetera. I mean, all of that is going to have to go into the model to value this asset that we're going to be bringing back to you.
Right. So I think you've heard our concerns today. I think you've heard the things that we've got a little angst about in terms of public-private partnerships, particularly when it comes to parking. So hopefully all those could be addressed in this so-called study.
Thank you very much. That matter is now before us, Mr. Clerk. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes, 1 no.
All right. We have two more items on the agenda. Wait a second. What, that one?
We have
We have one public speaker on this matter that was pushed aside. 25, reconsider. We have a public speaker on this matter.
any objection to reconsidering 25? No, we don't need to.
We already had the hearing? Okay, fine. Thank you. All right. So that matter is approved. We have a number of speakers that are in the Valley. We didn't get the information, and we will hear from the folks in the Valley, in the San Fernando Valley. We will hear from them. Next item, please.
Item 28, called special for cards.
All right. Number 28.
They're standing on their sides. Okay. Okay.
All right. Dr. Williams. And then we go to the Valley for some other speakers. That matter is concluded, sir. Dr. Williams, you're up. The public hearing was already held on another matter, sir. Dr. Williams?
Dr. Clyde Williams, 4115 Barrett Road. I also had wanted to speak on 25. But the LA Audubon Society has great concern regarding feral cats and great encouragement of spaying and neutering of cats especially. They have, I say, been a real problem. The previous discussion and presentation at this council meeting showed that the animal services need a bit more direction than they have at present, and that you should have specific demands for the spay and neutering program, which can be monitored and reported back rather than continuing the continuances of previous months. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Phyllis Dougherty. And then we will go to the Valley for the folks in the Valley.
Phyllis Dougherty of Animal Issues Movement. The item on the spay-neuter coupons came up yesterday as to why we ran short on money, and there was a problem in contracting, and I hope you'll be able to clarify that, because apparently a contract was written in February of this year that was retroactive to 2007 to try to cover the expenditure of some money. And it came up as a major issue for the commissioners and for a lot of us that are concerned about that. It's important, though, that you know that the spay-neuter system and the voucher system is not broken. It does not need to be fixed if it's run properly, but it does need to be monitored. It is supposed to be for owned animals. Anything that's done for feral animals must be separate from the owned animals, because we don't know, we can't anticipate that. And we have to be sure that we can take care of people's pets. Those are the only ones we really have control over. The factor of feral cats is an entirely different issue. It's actually become a matter of a court case, whether or not we can actually have an official TNR program. So we need to look at that separately. But there's no major problem with this program. It's been going on a long time, except that the decisions that are being made, also about the spay-neuter clinic. Yesterday, they wanted to let the spay-neuter clinic be contracted out to someone that wants to do 10 spays or neuters a day. That is absolutely nothing. High volume, good volume is 30 to 40. High volume is 60 to 80. To give out our spay-neuter clinics to someone that's never done spay-neuters before, never run it, just because their business plan looked good, a little bit like your parking meters. The business plan looks good. Well, the business plan may look good, but this guy didn't even know what a spay or neuter is and has had no experience. So we need to have people making decisions within the department who have experience and expertise in this field. Those of us that work in spay and neuter and actually have the knowledge of it can tell immediately whether you have a contract that's knowledgeable or whether it's just an opportunity to very quickly try to give out one of our spay and neuter clinics.
Thank you. To the Valley, Matthew Dowd, followed by Zumadog. To the San Fernando Valley. Matt Dowd.
Yeah, we're waiving this one now that Ed Box resigned. Thank you.
What about Zumadog?
Waiving.
Thank you very much. Okay, those are the comments on 28 from the public. Mr. Cardenas.
We have a representative of the department here. In the interest of time, I'm just going to ask the department to come back. We'll hear this item again, but to come back and be ready to answer some of these questions. One is, are the $30 and $70 vouchers being distributed, and if so, what are the low-income requirements for the $70 vouchers? How do we verify, and what's the threshold? And additional questions are, what changes has the department proposed for the next fiscal year in order to avoid the budget shortfall we experienced this year that caused the department head to forego the voucher system just a couple of months ago? In addition to that, the Spay and Neuter Advisory Committee came out with a report, but also I'd like to know what the department's description of their interaction and relationship is with this volunteer group in going into the future. And there are some other issues you were going to bring forth, but like I said, in the interest of time, the Budget Committee is trying to get started. So if you could come back and answer those questions, and if we can hear this item in 2 weeks.
That would be May 12th?
Yeah.
May 12th. No other speakers on the queue, so this matter is going to be continued to May 12th with a report back from Animal Services. Thank you very much. That matter is continued. Next item.
Item 34, called special by Councilmember Parks.
Mr. Parks, 34.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask that we approve a extension or renewal on a reward motion on Sunday, June the 10th at 4:10 p.m. 15-year-old Rodney Elijah Love was fatally shot while seated on his bicycle in the driveway of his residence. The shots came from the front passenger window of a sports utility vehicle that was driving westbound on 80th Street from Harvard. We have a $50,000 reward, and we'd ask anyone in the public that could be of assistance in solving this crime to contact Detective Martin at 213-485-1383.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. That matter is now before us. Open the roll. Excuse me. We have two public speakers on that matter. Mr. Dowd and Mr. Dog.
Are you going to be reconsidering the other items? I want to say.
Yeah, no, on this item we're talking now, do you have some comment on 34?
Are you going to be reconsidering the other ones?
The question is, do you have anything on 34?
Okay, no, it depends.
Okay,
I'm saving
Mr.
my time
Dowd,
for the other ones, and I hope you
Mr.
reconsider.
Dowd, do you have something on 34?
Mr. Parks covered it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, that matter is now before us. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Okay, Mr. Wall, yes. Okay, our next item, we have items 4, 26, 27, 29, 31, 32, and 33. That public comment has not been taken, so we will reopen 4, 26, 27, 29, 31, 32, and 33 for public comment. reconsider all those items, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate. We're obligated to hear those, and we're going to start with number 4, Mr. Matt Dowd.
11
Number 4. 11 ayes on that. Thank you. On the reconsideration, Mr. Dowd, number 4.
Thank you, City Council.
Yeah, thank you so much. That is a victory for activism. We sat here a long time, and it cost a lot of money, and it is a lot of time to sit here through all those items. And this is an important one, and this is a permit fee for ammunition vendors. So if you sell ammunition, you're going to be required to pay these fees. Now, that in itself is okay. The problem I have here is if you're a vendor, the fee is $570, and then if you change location, it's another $570, and you have to pay $100 for your employees to get a permit, and if you change location, your employees have to pay again for another permit. So it's another one of these permit schemes of the City of Los Angeles where somebody has to say, these fees are outrageous. They're outrageous, and you know what they're going to do? The vendors are going to sell more ammunition and more guns to cover this.
Okay, thank you. The matter is now before us. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Okay, we are now at a bare minimum on a quorum.
We don't have a quorum. No, we have a quorum.
We have a quorum. We now have a council member, I understand, going to be leaving. Is Mr. Wesson leaving?
Gone.
Mr. Wesson's now gone? We'll see if we can bring him back to finish these items. We have Mr. Weiss and Mr. Wesson.
Yeah, we have Mr. Weiss.
Mr. Wesson?
Mr. Wesson is not here. Mr. Weiss is here.
Mr. Wesson, take off the board. That's 10. Okay, we have 10 members? Okay. So we'll continue with the rest of them.
And, Mr. President, on item 4, now that the ordinance was reconsidered and voted on, it didn't have 12 members, so we'll go over 1 week to May 5th.
Thank you. Okay, number 26. Mr. Zumadog. Number 26.
Yes, this just shows the inefficiency. I would like to thank you, though, for reconsidering. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. And believe me, a lot of people are happy now because I can move on. Thank you. We're talking about REAP, rent escrow, and the city needs to take in a lot of money regarding this REAP. What we just saw, if the city's talking about taking this money for a one-time fix of the parking meters, I'm here to say in the past 3 years, this is absolutely the worst move I could possibly see. These repercussions will be reverberating for decades, and it's all just to cover, basically like a crack addict, just has to cover something quickly. So the city is going to be in desperate circumstances. They're not going to have revenue. And so regarding this item at REAP, I'm here to say you better triple all the REAP fees, you better quadruple them, and just put everybody on REAP, because we're going to need as much money as possible based on the dumb proposal of the mayor to sell off the biggest golden goose.
Mr. Dowd? 1 minute. You have 1 minute on this matter?
In that case, I'll waive. Zuma covered that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That matter is now before us. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Thank you. Number 27, Mr. Zumadog.
Wait for 32.
All right. 27. Anyone on 27? Okay, 27 is before us. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Next item will be number 29, Mr. Zumadog. 29.
Waiting for 32.
Okay, thank you. That matter is now before us. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
And now we have number 32, Mr. Zumadog.
Yes, and again, I would really like to thank council for this reconsideration. For the people at home, the computers at the clerk's office were broke, the cards didn't get in on time, it looked like the city wasn't going to flex and open this up. It means tons to the activists. Thank you so much. Now, regarding special event fee waivers, first of all, this is no time to be spending tens of thousands of dollars on all types of things like festivals. It's either a walk or a run or a stretch or a donut sprinkling or a cookie decoration or whatever. No time for tens of thousands of dollars to be spent on these types of things. And here's the most outrageous one. It's $9,800 for a carnival. Okay, I don't think we should be spending $9,800 on a carnival right now. Let me explain what just happened, people. First of all, the city lost $7 billion in pension money. That has been confirmed. You just heard in the last budget item regarding the parking meters that 50% of the general fund will be going to pension bailouts. So that's a big $7 billion hole. Then was the mayor due? Well, now I got to cover my ass because I spent irresponsibly and city council wasted so much money. Now we're in such a crisis, we got to sell off the golden goose. And that's the parking revenues, the meters. Are you kidding me? One-time little crack addict fix of way not enough money for this, and we're not going to have any of this revenue for next year. Okay? I think you should take the Skid Row crack addicts and put 15 of them right there behind you and then grab a 16th and make them mayor. I think things would be done much more responsibly. So I'm here to say I want to see a no vote. I want to see one no vote on one of these special event fees for a symbolic motion to say, yes, we believe that we need to cut back on something, and we're going to start with these donut sprinklings because we're about to sell off the golden goose. We're not going to have any more parking revenues. You're selling off surplus property. There's not going to be anything. What is going on?
All right, that matter, Ms. Donna Perlman. We have one more speaker on line number 32 in the Valley. Senator Perlman, there she is.
Okay, yeah, great. Thank you for letting me speak on this. Anyway, why doesn't our mayor ask us, you're going against the city employees, and why doesn't the mayor ask to sacrifice your special event fee waivers along with our council robbery agency, the CRA? Why don't we just get rid of the city charter and put CRA in charge? Anyway, CRA loves fee waivers. Our big broad winner is St. Mark's School Fiesta for $9,835. I think we should slow down these fee waivers and the CRA. Our city would be back on track, and our city employees wouldn't have to give up what's rightly theirs. How can you keep on having the city pay for events only enjoyed by the minimum of people? People have trouble keeping their homes and getting enough equity from their houses, and you do these fee waivers. We spend millions on fee waivers. Certainly our city has a lot of money. We have money, we have a lot of money because apparently we have a lot of money to party. Certainly we must not have any money problems. So, this is the area where we should be doing the sacrifices. We shouldn't be asking the city employees to give up 10% of their pay. We shouldn't be asking for our meters going up on Saturday and Sundays. And you continue doing these fee waivers, and not one time did you ask, is there any of these fee waivers that shouldn't be passed? I mean, I dare you to vote no one time on fee waivers, because I don't see you doing that.
Tell me you need a cap on 4th of July fireworks.
We need to put a cap on the 4th of July fireworks, because you're certainly using up all our money. So, anyway, close the roll, tabulate the vote, 11 ayes or 10 ayes, how many people will have here, because I know you're going to pass it.
Okay, that matter is now before us. Matt Dowd's time is used up. He's got 1 minute left? Oh, okay. Mr. Dowd, you have 1 minute left.
Thank you so much. No, and you'll be thankful that you gave me this, because I'm speaking against these other public commenters on this, because I think you've done well with the fee waivers right now, because see, the first one, Garcetti, Labange, the phone party arrivals, that's being reimbursed to the city. The next one, Garcetti, reimbursed to the city. So we're reimbursed. A lot of these are being reimbursed, and that's actually what we did request of the city council, and we tried to hammer that home for a long time. And finally, it looks to me like they're getting reimbursed. So the only problem, once again, of course, you go right to the bottom of the list, and it's Rosendahl and Greg Smith, who I'm very proud of today for voting, against the parking lot fiasco. So, he's seconding this Bill Rosendahl one for 9,800. It's a little questionable, but all in all, I'm very happy with these, and I say put them through. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dowd. Matters before us. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Okay, and we do have a card on 33, but the time is gone for Mr. Zumudog. So next item is 33.
Mr. President, you actually have items 31 and 33 left on the desk.
Okay, so all the speakers' times are gone, so let's open 31. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
And let's do 33. Open the roll, close, tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Thank you. That concludes the items that we had to reconsider. Mr. Clerk.
Council has motions for posting and referral.
Motions are posted and referred.
The desk is clear.
Thank you. There will be Budget and Finance in this room at 3:20 and Personnel Committee at 3:15. Announcements. Mr. Rosendahl, any announcements? Mr. Labange? Adjourning motions. All please stand in the audience. The chambers, please stand for adjourning motions. Adjourning motions. Mr. Labange.
Members, those who gathered in the chamber, I ask we adjourn in memory of Dr. Hussein Hathor, who was a much well-loved member of the Egyptian community here in Los Angeles. He passed away on Saturday. We ask for his memory, and I ask Mr. Rosendahl to join with me, if you would, please, on this. All members want to speak?
Mr. Labange, we're on the same wavelength. I've known Dr. Hassan Hatun for many years. He used to be on the show. He did a lot of things, and he was a physician, he was a medical ethicist, and he was a leader in the Islamic community. He died of natural causes at his home in Pasadena. He was one of the great giants in the history of Islam in America. And as Salam al-Mariati had said, who urged Muslims to be organically integrated into the American society and not act as visitors. In 1998, Hatut delivered a sermon at the first White House celebration of Eid. That's the day marking the end of the Muslim holy month of Ramadan, along with Rabbi Leonard Bierman of the Bel Air Leo Beck Temple, a great guy, and the Reverend George Regas, another one, of All Saints Episcopal Church in Pasadena. Hatut had helped organize the Interfaith Center to reverse the arms race, one of the first major interreligious efforts in Los Angeles. He was born in Cairo, the son of a school teacher. He was educated at the University of Edinburgh, where he earned a degree in the Royal College of Surgeons and the Royal College of Obstetricians and Gynecology. He was also a doctorate of philosophy in reproductive genetics. He quickly became involved in interfaith work in Los Angeles with Bierman and Regas. He organized a weekly prayer service for Muslims, Christians, and Jews during the Persian Gulf War in 1991. The first service at All Saints Pasadena drew more than 1,500 worshipers. After the 9/11, Hatut stepped up his efforts to bridge building and called on the Muslims to tone down anti-American rhetoric. The burial took place yesterday at the Rose Hill Memorial Park in Whittier. And may he rest in peace, as we said, all members on that one. And his family. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other adjourning motions? Mr. Rosendahl.
Yes, I'm sad to say that just the other day, on April 23rd, at approximately 5:50 a.m. in the morning, a fatal traffic accident occurred at the intersection of 83rd Street and Lincoln Boulevard over there in Westchester. Michael Schwartz, a 64-year-old resident of Austin, Texas, driving southbound on Lincoln, crossed into the northbound lanes, ran off the road, and collided with Jason Schultz, a 36-year-old L.A. resident, while he was waiting for the bus at the northeast corner. The vehicle continued southbound direction and collided with a bus bench and a wall. Jason Schultz was pronounced dead at the scene. I spoke with his father yesterday, Bill, and Bill and Carol have another child, Jaime, and a daughter, Sarah Marie. My brother was very close to the family there, and there'll be a service tomorrow morning at 10:30 at St. Augustina's Church at 7390 West Manchester Avenue in Westchester. May he rest in peace.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. No other adjourning motions. This concludes the meeting. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll. Thank Thank you. The Ad hoc Committee Ending Poverty will be in room 1070 immediately following this meeting. Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
You're watching LA City View, Channel 35.
We now join our scheduled program in progress.
Good morning. Today's Tuesday, April 28th, 2009. This is a special meeting of the Board of Police Commissioners. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Let the record reflect Commissioners Pacheco, Max, Govan, and Saltzman are present, and we have a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.